Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter destroyed the all Deathly Hallows? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Chapter 1. They wanted him there with them, their leader and symbol, their savior and their guide, and that he had not slept, that he craved the company of only a few of them, seemed to occur to one. He must speak to the bereaved, clap their hands, witness their tears, receive their thanks, hear the news now creeping in from every quarter as the morning drew on. Happiness would come, Harry thought, but at the moment it was muffled by exhaustion, and the pain of losing Fred and Lupin and Tonks pierced him like a physical wound every few steps. Most of all he felt the most stupendous relief, and a longing to sleep. Deathly Hallows, Chapter 36, and quite honestly, I've had enough trouble for a lifetime. Harry stood in the headmaster's office as he held the wand, as his mind drifted off to the possibility of rest. Finally, a place he could lie down and let the relief wash over him, let the grief run its course. Let the feelings and emotions of the past few months go. But he knew that it would be more difficult than just wanting to let it go. They would want to see him more, talk to him more, just like after the battle at the Department of Mysteries. He would be pulled out and paraded, like Dumbledore had in front of the reporters, at the Ministry. Barely a moment to compose himself. He felt an almost swell of anger at the man, but it was muffled by the extreme exhaustion. It would take time. Maybe not hours, or days, or even months, just time. Harry wondered if he was too tired to walk up to the dormitory by himself, but he needed some space from them, from all of them. Hermione moved closer to him, but he moved back, instinctively, and he saw the look in her eyes when she realized. Hermione had been the only one to get close to Harry these days, the only one that had been with him throughout the darkest of the months. They had gotten closer, far closer than they would admit to anyone else, but after tonight, Harry stood alone. Ron put his hands on Hermione's shoulder, and Harry didn't look at him. Harry had lost his best friend months ago, when, on one fateful night, they had drawn their wands on each other. Despite everything that had happened afterwards, their losses and grief, something had been broken that day. The boy that had once taught him to play chess, who were always caught playing around, getting into mischief, was gone. Harry turned away from them as he held the wand. Harry, I'll keep it with me, he said, until I don't have to. It wasn't that he wanted power, it was that he didn't trust anyone else. And they didn't argue with him, they didn't argue and try and get the wand from him. They could see it in his exhausted eyes. The green, once vibrant, now dulled, like the light had vanished from them completely. It had not escaped his notice how they had looked at the elder wand, with awe and reverence. He had seen, in them, what most wizards probably felt when they saw it. The lure of power, the legacy and history of the wand. The true significance. But Harry didn't feel that. He felt so little now. If anything more was said, if he spoke more, he didn't know. All he knew was that he walked with weights dragging on his feet, slowly easing with each step. The wand was in his hand. And the noise of the great hall began to slowly fade into the background. Each step drifted him away from everyone and everything. He made so little noise in the dust, in the crumbling stone and sand. There were some parts that were not destroyed, and Harry caught the eyes of. He looked away, too tired to look again. As he walked, he reasoned that he was glad that the portraits were gone, glad that there was no one to witness him, to watch him, to applaud him or try to speak with him. The portrait opened without a word and he stepped inside, and he walked through the common room. In another life, he would have been here. 7th-year student, getting ready for his exams, getting ready to finish Hogwarts and planning his life afterwards. Would he have become an Auror? Would he be playing Quidditch? Would he have been winning the team cup for the last time? He walked up the staircase to his dormitory, he pushed against the door and stepped inside. And what if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Throw it away and punch him on the nose, Ron suggested. The memory came to his mind and he felt the sting of tears in his eyes, but he took a breath. He had forgotten that. He didn't know why it came to him now. Maybe because of what had happened. Malfoy and Ron, Hermione, Voldemort. He'd been a child, they all had been, but Harry didn't feel like a child anymore. He felt weary, like his bone marrow had been taken out and replaced with cement. He took out the map and laid it to the side of his bed. Out of instinct he put the wards up, but he felt the castle resist him, but at the same time, calm him. It's okay. You can rest now. He sat on the bed, eyes wearily closing. Creature? The house elf appeared, but Harry didn't want to look at him. Before there had been only spite and anger at Harry, now, he feared the same admiration that used to be in Dobby's eyes. Another he could not save. Can you bring me up a sandwich? He asked quietly. Maybe a drink? In the time that Harry took off his shoes, Creature was back with a sandwich and a glass of pumpkin juice. But as he looked at it, Harry couldn't remember the taste of it, the first time he had drank it, with Ron and Hermione, the Great Hall, his first day at Hogwarts. Harry turned his head. Creature, he said, do they have anything stronger? But by the time the house elf returned, Harry Potter was already asleep, the sandwich nearby and untouched, exhaustion laying claim over the boy who lived. And Creature remained close by and guarded him. Harry stirred when he felt something pressed against him, lying beside him, her hands on his chest. He knew it was her, he knew her smell, her weight, the way she rested against him, as she had so many times before, in the privacy and secrecy of the tent. It was just midday. Harry could feel the heat of the sun streaming into the windows. He had not dreamed, too exhausted to. But he knew that the nightmares would come later. Like they always did. What time is it? Nearly 11, she said. Creature was keeping an eye on you. I asked for a sandwich. You asked for wine. They both said nothing about it, knowing that the both of them would find their own ways to deal with the past few months, on what had happened. But right now, he knew it was time for him to get up and finish the work. They would expect him to see the others, to look at the dead. That was what they did on TV, so that everyone could see that he had witnessed them. With every hour that passed he was one more hour closer to having to see the families of the dead, Colin's parents, Teddy. He felt the pain, the fear, and apprehension rise in his chest, and she was moving to hold his face, to rest her face against his. Now he didn't back away, now he didn't shy from her touch. Because Ron wasn't there, they were alone, just as they had been for months. Harry, you don't have to do this. Who else will? He asked her, as she looked down at him, as his green eyes looked into her brown. It's my responsibility. She sighed as she looked at him, unable to deny it. And she was looking at him with sorrow in his eyes, with a secret, and Harry had a feeling he already knew. I want to go to Australia to find my parents. He was surprised, but then again, he wasn't. When will you go? Harry, go as soon as you can, he said, ripping the band-aid off quickly. It's already been more than a year. She nodded as she looked at him, as she moved her hand over his cheek and as his eyes shut, as he put his hand on top of hers. It had only been a few hours, neither of them had washed, they still smelled like the tent, like mud and dust and smoke. Smoke from the fire, he thought. He remembered her flying, on a broomstick. He remembered her fighting, he remembered. Where's Ron? Harry asked as their lips met, slowly, certainly. Just like the tent. They were still in the tent. Great Hall. The grief was in her eyes too. The exhaustion, and the fear, not of what was to come but of what the future was bringing them. They moved instinctively, as they had done all the other times before. He loved you, Hermione whispered. I know he loved you. They were still recuperating from their encounter with Bathilda Bagshot, still reeling from what they had read about Dumbledore, about what he had believed. Harry had no wand, the one thing that had protected him, was now gone. And Harry couldn't do this anymore. Harry dropped his arms. I don't know who he loved, Hermione, but it was never me. This isn't love, the mess he's left me in. And then he looked away, shaking his head. Or maybe I don't even know what love is. Harry. No, Hermione, he said as he looked at her, and he took a deep breath. Years ago you said that I had a need to be the hero. A savior complex. Her eyes widened, her bottom lip started to quiver. She remembered it. She remembered saying it to him, on the eve of Sirius' death, when they had gone into the Department of Mysteries. But do you think I wanted to go after Quirrell? Do you think I wanted to go into the chamber? I didn't. I was scared, I was a kid. But I had to, because it's what I would have wanted. He looked down, ashamed. No one came to rescue me from the Dursleys. No one, Hermione. For 11 years I wished for someone to come and take me away. I wished for. He looked at her. I wished for you, for Ron. Hogwarts and adventures and friends and, he held his arms up and gestured. To be allowed to be me and I got it. When I got that letter, when Hagrid came, it was like, finally, I thought, I can be free of them. I thought, with each new thing I learned, with everything that I saw, the whole world, it was. She was closer now, holding his face. He let her, because he hardly felt anything else at that moment. Hogwarts was never safe, he said, not for me. And if Dumbledore really wanted me to know what love was, to defeat him, to use it to save the world, then he would have shown it, he would have given me a chance to feel it. But I don't, Hermione. I don't feel love. I barely remember Sirius' face. I don't remember my parents, anything that was love. It's so far away, Hermione. I can't do this. I can't. Harry felt numb, like there was something heavy settling inside of his chest, muffling everything, muddling the anger and the noise and the grief. You can love Harry, she said, as she held him close, and you do know love. Ron loves you. He left. Ginny loves you. He rolled his eyes and shook his head. I don't think I ever loved her. I think she was just there. After a moment, she leaned in closer to him, her forehead pressed against his. I love you. He scoffed and almost pulled away, but she reached up and touched his face, and he looked down at her. Harry, and it seemed, in that moment, that both their eyes met, and it was as if they were both seeing one another for the first time. And her eyes looked at him, as they had done so many times. And he had ignored it because of Ron, because of Cho and Ginny, but now, it was as clear as it had been the first day they had met. The distance between them disappeared as they stood on the side of the hilltop, locked in each other's arms. We can't do this again. It was Harry who spoke, as he breathed against her, as his hair fell down over his bare shoulders. His forehead was pressed against her collarbone. He could feel her felt pulse. Beneath his lips, her hands on his shoulders, moving to his hair as she arched up at him, as she whimpered at how he felt inside of her. I know, she said, as she sighed against his skin. I know. He closed his eyes when he felt her hands run through his hair. She was with Ron now, they had made that clear, and Harry knew that he would be watching. Every touch, every hug, every time she held his hand, Ron would doubt it, he would look at them twice and wonder. And they had decided, months ago, that it wasn't meant to be. But it felt unnatural for them to not have this now. Unnatural for this to be the last time. He pulled away and he felt the cold hit him, more than it ever had. They would all expect him to go to Ginny, all expect him to seek her out, but he hadn't felt the same towards her as he did with Hermione. It would never be the same, but he had done a lot of things out of obligation. This would just be one more thing. It would make sense too. Everyone. Except them. So you'll go to Australia? He asked her, as they began to redress. They were used to this now, it had been real in the tent. Now it was a betrayal. Are you taking Ron? He's staying, she said, as she did up her shirt. He should stay with his family. Harry looked at her. You shouldn't do it alone. She turned to look at him, her brown eyes meeting him. Then come with me. He looked at her. The temptation was strong. They had already been on the hunt for Horcruxes. How bad would it be to find her parents? But they both knew it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't that they had decided to stop, that Hermione was with Ron and that everyone expected Harry to go with Ginny. But because he was the savior now, and there was still so much for Harry to do here, still so much he had to face. It was going to be more difficult without Ron and Hermione by his side, but he had to do it. No one else would. She stood up and moved over to him, and she placed her hand on his face, and he shut his eyes at the sensation of it. I'll be back, she whispered, as he opened his eyes and looked at her. I promise. He swallowed, hard, and he looked at her, his fingers tugging at her shirt, in some feeble attempt to stop her from leaving but also knowing that he couldn't. Just find them, Hermione, he said, as he looked at her, certain. At least one of us should gain something from this mess. She held him, holding his face as she had done so many times before, as she might never hold his face like this again. And for one last moment, one last time, she leaned in and kissed him, their lips meeting, as naturally as air touched water. They held on to this one moment for just the two of them. One last moment. Take care of yourself, Harry. When she was gone, Harry ate the sandwich, and he gratefully drank the bottle of wine that Creature had brought for him. He was surprised to say he barely tasted it. He only felt the burning that it left in his throat. He remembered the last time he had had some. Lupin had come to celebrate his son's birth at Shell Cottage. Harry had gotten to sleep well that night, his head dizzy, but his heart heavy. He still felt the same. Harry got up and walked to the bathroom. Clothes were ready for him, and he looked at his reflection. It was the same as last time, his long dark hair brushing his shoulders, his green eyes meeting his reflection. Glasses a little broken at the side, but Harry was too tired to use his wand, either of them. The wand. Harry retrieved it, and then he looked at the robes that lay on the edge of his bed. He moved towards and pulled open the pocket, taking something out of it and holding it in his hand. His invisibility cloak lay beside him, and he picked it up and went back into the bathroom. He had lied. Lied when he had told it that thing that was in the snitch now lay forgotten in the forest. He had not wanted to tell Ron and Hermione. He hadn't wanted them to know, and after he had seen them look at the wand, he didn't want anyone else to know either. He took it out, and held it in his hand, the resurrection stone. Only Harry knew that from the moment he had captured the wand from Voldemort, caught it in his hand as he had died, that Harry James Potter had united the three Hallows, and he had become the first Master of Death. But he did not feel the weight of it. He already carried too much, but he had already decided that it would not be known to anyone, that nobody else would find them, that nobody else would try and take them and use them again. He would destroy them, the cloak, the stone and the wand, burn them all together so that no one would ever be tempted again to use the power, if this had any power at all. With his will decided, Harry took out the wand. He knew that he should use it to do good. He could go to Australia, help Hermione find her parents, and reverse the spell that took their memories from them. It would be difficult to hide it, to keep it safe when they all knew. They had all seen it. Harry didn't know if he could make it through another few days, let alone months, looking over his shoulder again. He knew that if it was known, they would be hunted again, and he wouldn't put her through that. But he could not help her either, because if he did, others would ask for help too. And Harry could not fix all of their wounds, all of their problems. He had done too much and he was far too tired. It dragged him, drenched his soul with weight, and then there was the pain. The world was full of pain right now, pain and grief and celebration. Harry wondered if people had known the pain of this the last time the war ended. Surely Remus and Sirius would have felt it, people that had known his parents. But he had heard that on the night that his parents had died, that Voldemort had been killed. Celebrations had erupted around England. Celebrations that the darkness was gone. They had not stopped to think of him, an orphan, looking at 17 years of loneliness and pain. And war. They did not stop to think of Remus and Sirius, who had mourned their best friends, who had to watch him being taken away from them. Now Harry was on the other side of it. And he remembered how they had begun to celebrate downstairs. But they wouldn't have to face the families of the dead, the parents of the students who thought they would be safe here. Harry knew it, and so he would go and see them, and he would take their anger too. Because they would be angry that he had not been able to save them earlier. It would come, as all things did. But for now he could do this, save himself from the pain of the Hallows, of having to carry it, of looking over his shoulder. He walked over to the basin and he placed his cloak inside of it. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. And pointed his wand to the basin, the last link to his father. There were stories there that he would never know, never hear, never have. But this was right. Incendio. The cloak caught alight effortlessly. The wand barely needed any prodding, any gestures. It knew the caster's intent. The fire was strong but controlled, light but heavy. Hardly any smoke came up from the cloak. It merely began to disappear. Harry held onto the wand as he took the stone in his hand, and he looked at it. He wished he could keep it. There was a yearning inside of his chest, in his heart and deep within the last of his soul that told him to keep the stone, so he could see them, in the future. He might need them, might want them, speak to them of things in the past. Teddy would want to see his father. The Weasleys would want to see Fred. But as the tears fell from his cheeks, he knew that it was an impossible thing. He turned it 3 times, his parents, Sirius and Remus appeared, behind him in the mirrors. As they had been with him at the end of it all, and now, he looked at them as they nodded. I wish you were really here, he said to them, and they neared him, as if leaning in towards the warmth of the fire. He looked at all of them, he wished for all of them to be here with him, and he dropped the stone. At once, they vanished, like smoke in the wind. The wand was last, and Harry held it in his hand. After all those years I had learned nothing. I was unworthy to unite the Deathly Hallows. You are the worthy possessor of the Hallows. I don't want it, he said, and he took a deep and clearing breath. I give it back to you. As he dropped the wand into the fire, it vanished. No ashes, no smoke, no heat. Clear and empty, as if there had never been anything burning at all. Harry felt it in his chest, not regret, not grief, but a relief. A relief that finally, it was done and finished. Voldemort was gone. The Hallows were gone. There would be no one left to fight, no one left to run from. But Hermione was gone. Ron was lost to him. Remus, Tonks, Fred. He collapsed there, in the bathroom, and he wailed, in pain, in exhaustion. Godric's Hollow. The near midday light hit Lily Evans as her eyes flickered behind her eyelids. She stirred, inhaled and then coughed as the dust moved around her, as she groaned from the pain of her position, lying on the floor. She felt cold, warm and strangely confused. As if she had just woken from a long sleep, the type that made you question if you had lost days instead of hours. Harry. She sat up and looked around, her hand touching the remnants of the door, splinters scattered around her. The roof was gone. The sun streaming in as she looked up, as she saw the burn marks, the destruction of her house, of Harry's room. And then she looked at the crib. Harry. She screamed. Lily? Lily. She heard the scrambling of James running up the stairs. Lily, where are you? What happened? James Potter ran into the room, the same dazed look of sleep on him, as he stopped at the doorframe and looked up at the clear sky, as he gasped and breathed heavily as he looked at Lily, who was clutching onto the cot, who was doubled over in pain at the thought of her son, gone. He took Harry, she screamed. He has Harry, oh Merlin, oh no. James had sworn when he had seen him, that it would be the last of him, that he wouldn't wake up. But he had, and this was far worse than death, to know that that monster had his son. He grabbed onto Lily, who clutched onto James's shirt as she wailed, as she screamed and sobbed, bring him back, James. Bring him back. James Potter pulled his wife towards him, held her as she sobbed, as his own heart raced into his chest, and he swore to her that he would do everything to bring him back. We'll find him, Lils, he said, we'll find him. He kissed the top of her head and James looked at the bright sky before them. It had been hours, and they were here. Harry was gone. Department of Mysteries Sirius Black III landed with a heavy oomph on the Department of Mysteries floor. He felt the pain erupt in his shoulders and back, as it reminding Sirius that he was very much alive. But his blood was still pulsing, despite his confusion, despite the way his body seemed to react. This was no time for lie down, Sirius Black. You have a godson to save. Right? Who did that? He exclaimed as he looked around. Cousin? There was silence in the room. The emptiness of the room seemed to settle on him as he stepped around, as he pointed his wand to where Bellatrix had been. As he began to turn, each door, each breath, was a racing moment in his life. Harry? They would have gotten out and gone somewhere safe. Sirius had to go back. He had to return to the Order headquarters and figure out what was going on. He had to see Harry, make sure he was safe, make sure that the prophecy hadn't landed in Voldemort's hands. He ran down the corridors that they had come in when they heard Harry had been here. He moved past the dizzying rooms and he headed up towards an apparition point. In another lifetimes, he and James had both been Aurors and had both worked in the ministry. They knew its ins and outs, and they knew the stairs were faster than the lifts. Quiet and safe. Faster for a dog. He barked as people moved out of the way for him. He knew that they were still after him. He was still an outlaw, a criminal, but none of that mattered now. If Harry wasn't here, and nobody else was here, then that meant that it had been hours since he had been gone. Hours. How worried Harry would be, he thought, to not know where he had gone. And he had to find him. He had to get to him, to tell him that he was okay, and that he was safe. Hogwarts. Remus gasped as his eyes opened and met the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts. The sun was up now, the enchanted ceiling informing him of midday, clouds lingering, the sun streaming in gently. How long had he been asleep? What had happened? It's an incredible spell, Sirius said, a laugh like a bark as he leaned towards Remus and stole a piece of bread from his plate. Makes it look like the night sky. Load of bollocks. If we wanted to see the night sky, they'd get a glass roof. He blinked, his body felt heavy. Had they moved him here during the battle? He sat up and looked around. He was surrounded by bodies, people laying still and stretched out across the floor. His heart was racing as he took a moment to look at them. Or were they asleep? They had to be asleep because Remus Sholand'n't be here with them. His eyes blinked at the light coming in from the large windows across from him, and he was about to stand up when his fingers touched something cold. Like ice. No, no, he said, as he looked at Tonks, lying still beside him, cold and lifeless. No, he looked at her, he held her face, he gently slapped her, he kissed her, but she was like ice. Her body cold and unmoving, and Remus' tears were hot against his cheeks as they fell freely, as he felt the pain of it, the grief of losing her. He had already lost so many, already lost so much, and now she was there. Wake up, he said, his voice quivering. Please wake up, Tony. My darling. He held her, cried against her jacket, that awful jacket that she loved so much. Teddy's waiting for us, he said, his voice shaking, his lungs straining. Our boy. Our baby boy. Oh God. Their son. Teddy. He looked around, his breath shaking as he wondered what he was doing in here. What had happened? Remus. A voice said, and he turned to see Minerva McGonagall, her hair unkempt, and her eyes wide as she stared at him. Where's Harry? Chapter 2. Harry, a voice said, can I come in? He froze, midway through putting his shirt on. He didn't want to see her. He wanted to send her off, to tell her that he didn't want to see anyone, not her or others or the world. He knew that there would be a time where he would not be able to escape them, where he would not be able to hide behind any doors or distance. And he wanted that, more than anything. His time alone to finish grieving, to settle into what had happened, what will happen. He still wanted more time. But the grief was still too close, too strong, and people wanted him. She wanted him. I missed you, she said as she came in, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. Harry had a vague memory of the last time she had done this, in the burrow, something to remember her by. He'd just turned 17, he was still 17. Ginny, he said, as he pulled back and looked at her, but she shook her head as she looked at him. She didn't want him to talk, to speak, to explain. She just ran a hand over his face. She looked at him as if trying to see the boy that she had fallen in love with, and not this person that had shown up on the eve of battle. I knew you'd come back, and, oh Harry, you did it, you really did it, she said, as she kissed him again. I knew that you could do it. Oh, I was so scared and, oh Harry, why? Why? Why hadn't you come sooner? Where have you been? Why? I can't believe Fred is dead, she finally said. I can't even look at him, Mum and Dad. They're beside themselves, and Ron and George, oh George, and poor Teddy and Lavender. As if he needed reminding of who was gone. Of who they had lost. Of who he hadn't been able to save. But she wrapped her arms around him and she cried. Witness their tears, he thought to himself. Satisfy their grieving. It's going to be okay, Ginny, Harry said, as he held on to her, saying the words to her that he hoped someone had once said to him. Everyone will be okay. He's gone now. He can't hurt us. She pulled back and looked at him, nodding as she held his face, and then she was wrapping her arms around him and kissing him again, but with more force, more need. He could taste the saltiness of her tears. He could feel the way her body craved to be near him. She was grieving, and she was latching onto him, because maybe he was stable to her. Maybe he was still her personal savior. A love bred from a crush, solidified in the Chamber of Secrets. She believed they were meant to be. Harry believed that he had no choice. His back hit the bed as she crawled on top of him, as he let her kiss his neck and his eyes drifted to the top of the four-poster bed, the markings, the etchings. His hands moved over her, as if he was reacting, but there was nothing there for him. She didn't know, she thought it was still the same. She thought he wanted her as much as she wanted him. It would be easy to fit in with her family. The Weasleys already thought of him like part of his family, so what? Was one more step? What was one more sacrifice? Harry they both pulled apart when Ron came in, and Harry and Ginny quickly moved apart. But Harry saw it, the relief in Ron's eyes. It's not Hermione, he was thinking. Thank God it's Ginny. What's going on? What happened? Ginny asked, as she pulled away from Harry, who was already getting out of the bed and turning to pick up his wand. Something new, Another task, another problem for him. It's Remus, Ron said, and Harry felt a jolt of pain in his chest. He's awake. Harry froze, turning to him. Awake? Yeah, Ron said, looking at Harry and then at Ginny. There was a strange sparkle in his eye, like hope. But Harry only felt dread and anger, wondering if this was a terrible, terrible joke. Awake. Awake. Ginny looked at her brother. How is that possible? But Harry was running out of the room before Ron could answer. But he knew that there was no answer, there couldn't be. Harry had returned from the dead, but that was because a part of him had been killed, the part that was Voldemort. The rest of him had survived. But how could Remus be alive then? He had seen him. He had seen his body lay low, next to Tonks. Harry had felt the pain of knowing that he was gone. And it was all he could think about as he ran down the stairs, pushing forward. The whole castle seemed to understand his urgency, and the staircases didn't move as he ran, nearly slipping over rock and debris, but it didn't stop him. Because if it wasn't a trick, he thought. If Remus was alive, if it was real. Harry, Ginny and Ron called him, but he ignored them, and he didn't care if he got his hopes up, he didn't care if it was a trick or a trap. He wanted to know, he needed to know it was him. And then he reached the doors of the Great Hall. They had already begun moving the bodies to another section of the castle. The progress had been slow, it had given time for people to grieve, but the ones who had been left, the ones who remained, were all standing around the head table. They fell silent when Harry approached, as they parted. Remus was there, a bowl of soup in his hands, a blanket over his shoulders. But he left it behind when he saw Harry, when he stood up to look closer at him. The last time he had seen him they had been preparing for the battle. Harry knew that he had dueled with Dolohov, and had no doubt gone down to his wand. But this was impossible. Harry, Remus said, and Harry heard his voice, and he dared to believe it was real. He dared to put his hands on Remus's jacket, to feel it under his touch, to feel Remus put his hand on top of Harry's, warm, alive. How? Harry asked, and Remus shook his head. Now Harry could see, much closer now, the tear tracks down his face. Had they told him what Harry had done? He looked at Hermione, who glanced behind him, Ron, Ginny. He tore his eyes back to Remus, who had finished stepping towards him and had embraced him, and Harry held him back, just as strong. He was real. He was real. How is this real? Godric's Hollow. We need to find Sirius, James said, as they both headed down the stairs, to the foyer. He would have Harry if anything happened, he would. It should have been Sirius. The thought stopped James Potter in his tracks, and Lily reached for him as he looked away, ashamed. It was his friend. His idea to pick him, to change from Sirius, the obvious choice to Peter. It was Peter who had betrayed them, who had let that thing come to their house and... Lily, he said, as he looked at the door, I remember. He remembered holding Harry. He had been making puffs of smoke for him. Harry loved it. He always laughed and giggled and tried to catch them in his hands. He was the light of his life, the way his eyes lit up, the way his whole face. And then Lily had come to take him away, to put him to sleep, berating James for getting him so excited before bedtime. James had remembered being tired, thinking about tomorrow and hoping that Harry slept as well the next night too. Tears fell from his eyes as he thought of his son, and he turned to look at her. She tightened her grip and nodded. She had heard her husband yell, had seen the flash, she had felt the fear of hearing her husband die. I barricaded us in, but he came to the door, burst it open and he told me to stand aside. He only wanted Harry, she said, her voice breaking, as she turned to look at him. James, how do we remember that? How do we remember dying? But that was impossible. They were here now. They were here. With no answers to give her, he leaned towards her and he pulled her into a hug. She rested her face against his chest, against his cardigan. My poor baby boy. My darling Harry, she said. He's too little to be alone. He's not alone, James said, feeling his resolve strengthen. Sirius would have him. Sirius has him. He's taking care of him, I swear, Lily. I bet they're at the park. I bet he's running around with Harry as Padfoot. It was hope, it was careless hope that made him say it. Because Voldemort was still out there, they were still in a war, and because James didn't want to believe that Voldemort had Harry. Because there was no body. If Voldemort had killed their son, he would still be there, with them, lying in that cot. They still saw him in their mind, just yesterday, his bright eyes so inquisitive, his smile, his laugh could melt even the strongest of hearts. Yesterday, Peter was here, James said, his voice strong, hurt, angry. He was here a week ago, James. We let him eat with us, to sit and talk about the outside world, Merlin, Lily. We let him hold Harry. James, she said, holding onto him, and he looked down at her, breathing heavily as she saw the stricken look on her face. Not now. There would be time to reason what had happened, time to be angry and to fight and to find Peter. But it was morning and they needed to find him. They needed to find their son. Contact Sirius, Lily said, as she looked at him, green eyes wide. The order, we can get the order. Sirius would have him, he looked away, but Peter would know where he is too. Quick, grab your wand. They both rushed to look for their wands, still in the same place they had left them. James in the living room on the sofa, where he had left thrown it. Lily's in the kitchen. It had been a normal night, just a normal night, and neither of them had ever thought, had ever expected. She rushed into the room with her wand still on the countertop. She had left it there after cleaning up Harry's bottles. She turned to look at the sink. The bottle was still there. She remembered researching every bottle that was being made, both Muggle and magical. But Harry had loved this one. It had blue stars on it. She felt her throat tighten as she reached for it. It was still there, still. Her eyes wandered. The sunlight was illuminating the deep clouds of dust that she had disturbed. Dust, everywhere, and she looked at the sink, and moved her fingers over the surface. Her fingers were coated in it. Lils? James said, as he stepped inside, and she turned to him. The house had aged around them, as if years had passed, and not hours. She saw it clearer now, the dust, the thick blanket of it coating everything. Perhaps she had just thought that her eyes had been blurry still, but it wasn't that, so much time. Lils, James said, as he reached for her as she felt her knees weaken. He held onto her and pulled open a seat for her, as he knelt in front of her, his eyes as wide and scared as hers. Darling? Lily Bean? Her eyes met his name, and she took a breath. Find Sirius? Grimmauld Place. Sirius could not have imagined this. It was more than destruction, it was a complete attack on the house, on its foundations, on what it had represented, once. The noble House of Black. This place that had once been his home, that he had grown up in, teased Regulus in, or had hidden from his mother and father in. He had dreamed of once burning it down, never returning, and now it was nothing more than shredded paper and splintered wood, piled on dirt and dust flooring. When he had left it at 16 years of age, cut off from his family, he had sworn he would never come back here, from all the memories it held. But then, he had been in Azkaban, and he had bargained with himself, for this to be his prison and tomb, if only he could see Harry just once. Harry. He hoped he hadn't been here when this had happened. Sirius walked through, his eyes scanning, and he was surprised to feel something akin to shame when he saw his mother's portrait lay into shreds at the base of the wall. Shut up, you horrible old hag, shut up. He stepped towards the portrait and he picked it up, placed it on the floor and smoothed his hand over it. Torn, burned, broken. He would no longer hear her voice, her threats, her insults. And now there was nothing left of it, the ruined and broken house of the Black family now scattered. Sirius felt strangely empty. He thought he would feel more, worry more, but his mind slowly caught up. It had been hours since he had fallen. No doubt they had vacated because of his disappearance. They must have panicked, but they had other safe houses. They would have moved the order there, they would have taken Harry to them. But how had it happened? How did it get to the point that Grimmauld Place was no longer safe? Where was Harry? Where had the order gone? All he remembered was Snivelus warning them that Harry and his friends had left Hogwarts, and were no doubt on their way to the Ministry. He had been right, greasy sod. But what had happened afterwards? It must have been a ruse. Maybe Snape betrayed them, told them the location of the house. While they had been out of it, to look for something else, to search for, he rushed, hoping to find clues, any clues to where they might have been. But if there had been clues, then surely they would have found them, surely. He felt his knees weakening at the thought that they were gone. If they had found them, the order, then Sirius was the only one left. But he was tired, surprisingly tired, and he was lost. He knew that, in his mind, he had to focus on finding Harry first. Sirius. He gasped when he saw it, a silvery stag floating in the living room and looking at him. Sirius recognized it as Prongs, but the voice was different. Of course it was. Harry wouldn't know how to use his voice. But it sounded familiar, and yet, he could not place it. Remus. No. The stag turned its head at Sirius and spoke. Godric's Hollow. And with a flash it vanished. Had that been real? Had he imagined that? A part of him wanted to head off to Hollow before he could even consider it, but he had to wonder if it was a trap. You could not fake Patronus, but that voice had not been Harry's. Could it be someone speaking for him? Could it be someone else? But more than that, he had not been to Godric's Hollow since that night 14 years ago where he had seen Harry, bleeding from his forehead, and in Hagrid's arms. He had not been there since that night, walking inside, to see Lily and James Potter, Lily and Prongs. Would it make sense for them to go there? It would be an obvious place, and Harry had never been before. But a thought in the back of his mind, the exhaustion, the fear of what waited for him there, he wanted to see, he needed to find out. Sirius held his wand in his hand and then turned, stepping over the scattered remains of the house and heading out into the street. He knew the place well, memories from years ago, when he had been once, to see Harry, as a child, a newborn. He had no idea what was to come, none of them had. What if he doesn't come? They were still in the kitchen, as if they were scared to leave it. Outside of the kitchen were photographs of Harry, of James and Lily. There were photographs of the Marauders, trophies, and memories of a world that should have been theirs, that they had been promised once you know who had been killed. It was difficult to face it, difficult to face this, the fear of it. What if Voldemort had taken Harry? What if he had killed him? Why were they here? Where was everyone else? It had been half an hour since they had called Sirius, and there had been no response. He has to come, James said, although there was worry in his tone. He has to. What about Remus? He's on a mission up north, James said, as he realized. He was on a mission up north. Oh Merlin, you don't think. But there was a noise at the back door and they both turned, wands raised. They didn't see anyone, but they heard the scratching, and James rushed forward. Wait, Lily said, as she put her hand on his shoulder, and she pointed to the door. It unlatched, and Lily had the terrifying thought, in that moment, that they hadn't even bothered to lock their doors that night. They had thought they were safe. They thought they had been safe. Pad? James said, as the massive black dog turned the corner of the kitchen bench and looked at them. Lily grabbed James as he moved forward, and for good measure. The dog had begun to growl. Its teeth were bared and Lily had never been scared of any animal as much as she was scared of this one. It barked, spit falling from its mouth at the force of it, and James and Lily raised their wands as it got closer, as it moved towards them. Pad, it's me. Prongs, James said, pushing Lily behind him. Padfoot. But the dog didn't relent. James, Lily said, as they made their way out into the hallway, as Padfoot got closer and closer, barking as if possessed, growling and wanting to charge but being kept back by the sight of the wands. Don't make me hit you, Pads, James said, but Padfoot seemed all the more manic at the sound of his name, and he charged as. Lily gasped as her husband turned into a massive stag that moved forward, in front of her, protecting her from Padfoot. Its large antlers knocked the photographs off the wall, shattering them as it threatened to charge. Both animals remained there, for the longest time, sizing one another up before Padfoot slowly moved towards Prongs, no longer barking, but curious. Who they saw next was a man, older, with a beard and eyes so deep and gray, haunted. He was kneeling in front of the stag, his hand raised to touch its forehead, shaking. Prongs? Sirius asked, and Lily let out a breath as he turned to her. Lils? James appeared in front of him, and they saw him properly. Is it really? He said, as James moved forward. Sirius stepped back instinctively, his wand in his hand. But you could not fake an animagus form, they were unique, and Sirius had known Prongs for longer than anyone else. And yet, what did we used to call Mooney's problem? James asked Sirius, and his gray eyes met James's brown ones. His furry little problem, Sirius said, dropping his wand. It barely made any noise on the dusty carpet, was barely recognized by any of the occupants of the house as Sirius launched himself into James's arms. As he held him close. How long had it been since he had hugged his friend? How long had it been since he had been near him? He could smell his shampoo, his scent. he had it in his nostrils when he was Padfoot, but he hadn't wanted to believe it. And then he turned to Lily and he was hugging her tightly, lifting her up off the ground as he cried. He had never been as close to Lily as he had wanted. Years at Hogwarts had always made Sirius think that she was a bit of a snob. But time had a way of changing his perspective, time. He pulled back and looked into her eyes. "You have his eyes," Sirius said, and she looked at him, and then at James. "Harry?" Sirius looked at James, and then back at Lily. He frowned, because they couldn't be here, they had died. In that instant, Sirius hesitated with them, and he looked over his shoulder, to where James had lay, up the stairs. Where Lily had. "Pad," James said, as he grabbed Sirius' arm, and the man jolted as he looked at him. "You haven't aged," Sirius whispered as he looked at his friend's face. "You still look older," James finished. "You look older." Sirius blinked away some tears and he moved away. The veil, it was the only explanation. He had fallen through the veil and this was, what? Heaven. An alternate universe where they were still alive. He had been thinking of James when he had fallen. How much Harry had looked like him. How much he was like his mother, saving Neville, saving his friends. He staggered into the living room, but James took his arm, strongly, so strong that Sirius could not deny that it wasn't an illusion, a dream. "How long?" James asked, and Sirius looked at him with a pained expression. "Sirius, how long has it been?" 14 years, he whispered, and the pain that shot through them was palpable. They saw it, the look in their eyes with the words. Lily was clutching her stomach, doubled over. "No," she cried out, as she looked at them both. "No, my baby boy. My Harry, where is?" James left Sirius and went to her, holding her, and Sirius could only watch the two of them. See how they were, as if it were yesterday that they had been told to go into hiding, for reasons unknown. Sirius hadn't known about the prophecy, he had only learned of it a few months ago, when Dumbledore had deemed to tell them about it. Dumbledore. The Order. Harry. It seemed such a shame to have his best friends back and to tell them the truth of their son's life. "But he's alive," Sirius said, as he looked at them both. "Oh Merlin, is he alive?" He spoke, unwilling to stop, giving them some sort of comfort. 15 years old, and boy, is he a chip off the old Potter block, he said, as he looked at James. Him and his friends, always getting into trouble. And they found the map. Can you believe it, James? He found it in? Sirius laughed, thinking about Harry, his bright green eyes. He has a temper, oh, don't get on the wrong side of him. He looked at Lily, nodding in appreciation. He's defensive of his friends, runs headlong into any problem to help them. He's such a good kid. He's amazing and wonderful and, he's so kind, so incredibly kind. They were looking at Sirius, tears in their eyes, and hope, a spark of hope that he had a good life, that he was happy. But Sirius' eyes looked away from them. He felt the shame of standing in front of them and telling them that he had not been able to protect Harry from everything. He's been through some things. They came back. He came back. What? James asked. Who? Sirius looked up at him, and Lily gasped as she looked at him, eyes wide. Sirius. It's too much to explain, Sirius said, as he looked at them. It's so much, but we'll go to the Order. Dumbledore will explain. And then you'll meet him. Meet him? Lily said, as she looked at James. What? Harry? Who do you think? Sirius said, as he looked at them. They suddenly seemed nervous and he smiled at them, encouragingly. He'll love you. Really, he's still a kid. Every kid wants his parents. And Dumbledore will explain everything. He moved towards them, and gripped each one of their shoulders. Everything will be okay. We'll make sense of all of it. Lily looked at him, so you know where he is. Sirius hesitated. I assume Hogwarts, Sirius said. I don't know how long I was out. Out? James asked, but Sirius waved his hand. It doesn't matter. We'll go to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will be there and, Harry, hopefully he's not gone off for the holidays. Lily frowned. Why isn't he with you? Sirius looked at her, and then sighed. Like I said, it's a long story. Chapter 3 Chapter Summary Last chapter edited. I don't understand, Harry said, as he looked at Remus. They were walking through the ruins of Hogwarts. Some of the fires were still burning. Dark magic had a habit of lingering well after. But there were people there, ministry workers. Some families who had come to take their families away. Harry hid his face from them. He didn't want to be seen, but they did see him. They watched him. It was like fifth year all over again, when everyone had stared, when the prophet had branded him a liar. For a year he had been branded and undesirable, he had been on the run. Half of them, no doubt, thought he was a hero that had run from the war only to come now. The other half believed what the ministry had told them, that Harry was an undesirable, a criminal, someone to be taken away. And then there was the awe. They looked at him like he was different, better. Harry didn't feel better, he felt lesser than everyone. People that could have lived if Harry had just gone to Voldemort sooner, if he had trusted Ron and Hermione to finish the task at hand. Why didn't you save them? They were children. Why didn't you protect them? Did it kill a part of you, like it killed a part of me? Remus turned to Harry James Potter, the son of his friends, the son of Lily. When he had been told what had happened, he couldn't believe it. He could not believe that Harry had walked into the forest, and had sacrificed himself for them all. Because he was so young, too young to make such a decision, and because he was right here now. Maybe, Remus said, as he put his hand on his chest. Honestly, it feels as if it's gone. Harry let out a breath of relief and Remus looked at him, and he realized that Harry had been scared. Scared that maybe he had done something, and if he had, then everyone would look at him once more. Harry had already done enough in his life, more than enough. He didn't need more burdens. Come home with me, Remus said. Andromeda should be waiting. She'd have heard the bad news but not the good, and you need to rest. Harry looked at Remus and he nodded, and he was grateful for it. He was grateful to the idea of rest, to the idea of going with Remus and finding some refuge from everyone. And the truth was that he had nowhere else to go. Hermione was leaving, the Weasleys were mourning, and he didn't want to be alone with Ginny or Ron. He didn't want the questions or the pleading, and he couldn't bear to hear Molly crying anymore. The Dursleys, they wouldn't take care of him, but at least they'd leave him alone. But Remus' place sounded almost nice, a place where he could go, see life, meet Teddy. Be grateful that Remus had been okay, that he was okay. That nothing that he had done, what he had done with the Hallows, hadn't come back to haunt him. Stay here, Remus said. I'll tell them where we're going and then we'll head down to Hogsmeade. Do you have your dad's invisibility cloak? It hadn't burned, it had disappeared. No, Harry said, lost it. Remus sighed and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, squeezing it gently. I'll be back, he said. I promise. Harry nodded and he watched Lupin leave. His mind wandered to the possibility of resting, of sleep. It was all he wanted. And then he saw Shacklebolt leaving the castle and passing Remus, as he headed straight to him. Fudge had tried to be friendly with him, only to betray and deny his truth for months. Dumbledore had paraded him around after the fight at the Department of Mysteries, only for Harry to realize it had all been a ruse. Scrimgeour had tried to recruit him, but he had been killed for his ambitions. He knew Shacklebolt was a good man, but Harry knew, better than most, what he wanted from him. People would want to know the story. He would need to tell everyone what he had to do, where they had been. That they had been working on destroying Voldemort, completely. And Harry would be the only one to be able to tell it. He hoped he would have more time, but he knew that people wanted what they wanted, reassurance, stability. How are you feeling, Harry? Harry looked at Shacklebolt, and he nodded. The grounds looked smaller than he had remembered them. Their edges came into view more readily, too easily. Or maybe they were just smaller to Harry, who had walked endlessly for months, with Hermione and Ron by his side, who had walked into the Forbidden Forest alone, who had known what had been waiting for him, what had always been waiting. He felt so distant from them now, so separate from everyone and everything. He felt like he had been taken out of a dream and placed into a nightmare, where he was a ghost and no one could see him. You must take some time to rest, Shacklebolt said. You have done a great service today. Had it been today? Harry asked. It felt like years, and at the same time merely minutes. The sun had just passed midday, it was cooling, but the ground still felt hot. Harry still felt dirty, like he was covered in something deeper than just filth. They both looked the worse for wear, both of them had fought, the both of them had stood shoulder to shoulder in this battle. They had both seen Voldemort fall, but they had also seen so many other people fall. Students, teachers, friends, family. There are still more of them out there, isn't there? Harry asked Shacklebolt. Yes, he replied, the older man's voice deep and calming, but tired. But I do not expect you to go and find them. Mere hours ago, the edges of the grounds had been lined with those ready to kill everyone in the castle, who had killed in the castle, who had been killed. Harry, until now, did not know if those people had been under a curse, if they had killed others because they had been told, forced, persuaded, or if they had done it of their own free will. Had they been promised things from Voldemort? Promise a place? What could he have said to them to get them to follow him? Who could thrive under the Dark Lord? Has everyone been accounted for? He asked. Mostly, Shacklebolt said. It will take some time to find everyone. Harry would take it all back if he could. He would have. He could have stopped them all from doing this, if he had gone to Voldemort first. He could have stopped a lot of things if he had known what would happen, if he had known what the future held. So many deaths, preventable. And they walked through the Hogwarts grounds, the Savior and the new Minister of Magic. I should do it, not just the Death Eaters, but the people that were taken, Harry said, and he remembered that night with Hermione, when they had seen the bodies being taken away to be buried, hidden from everyone. It would help, wouldn't it? To make amends for everything. Shacklebolt stopped and looked at Harry. This is not the time for you to make amends. Harry, you have nothing to be forgiven for. This is the time for you to rest. You have done the wizarding world a grand service. Thousands of people are dead because of me, lost or missing, Harry said, as he looked at him, because I left, for months, hiding, when I should have been out here, fighting and protecting people. You did not know what your task was. Exactly, Harry retorted back, a flare of anger rising in him, of shame. That's what people will say. I didn't know what I was doing. God knows Ron told me that enough times in the tent. We were lost for months. We had no idea how to find the Horcruxes or how to destroy them. Dumbledore, in all his great wisdom, probably thought I'd figure it out sooner, before everyone died. Before it came to be like this. Harry motioned to the smoking grounds of Hogwarts. His eyes moved upwards and he gasped at the sight of it. He could see it now, properly, in full light. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black take. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. Harry felt his throat constrict as he remembered the first time he had seen it, to now, ashes to dust and smoke. The same turrets and towers now crumbling, gone. Ravenclaw Tower, the Astronomy Tower, greenhouses. It used to be a place where students could feel safe, and could go to. It was where Harry thought he could be safe, where he could keep away from the Dursleys. He wished he could go back and find that young Harry Potter and tell him, nowhere was safe. He wouldn't have wanted it to have happened here, Harry said quietly. He wouldn't have wanted the castle destroyed, the students. Harry shut his eyes. Shacklebolt looked at him. Dumbledore was a great man, but he was also a man, Harry, flawed. And how do you think they'll paint me? Harry asked. I heard them, even if I didn't want to. All those names on the radio, the listed dead, are missing. How'd I? Harry shrugged helplessly. How'd I go on and lead a life when so many people died? They will hate me, they'll turn on me, and he stopped. He remembered how they had looked at him, watched him, 4th year, 5th year, they had all so easily turned on him, except one. He could not rely on her anymore. They'll hate me, they've done it before, he said. So I should make amends, I'll do whatever it takes. This is not the time to think of such things, Shacklebolt said, repeating himself as he looked at the young man. It is too soon. It is, far too soon, Harry. Harry looked up at him, and he realized that he wasn't asking him anything, not for anything, not what had happened, what he had to do to finally succeed in killing Voldemort. Only Ron and Hermione knew the truth. Perhaps Harry was just used to that, used to people wanting to get Harry to do something, to work on something, to achieve something. He'd been betrayed so many times before, he'd been asked so much before. It was different with Shacklebolt, but Harry knew that there was something between them, some unspoken agreement of what the two would be to one another. Shacklebolt needed Harry beside him, to cement his place in the Ministry of Magic, to make changes. With the one that defeated the Dark Lord, knowing that they had fought alongside one another, he could help. Harry, for once, believed that Shacklebolt could change everything. But Harry needed him too, because he knew that they would come for him, they would be angry, question him, they would tear him to pieces. and he needed the protection of the ministry. He needed to be an Auror. He needed to show the world that he was still fighting for good, that he would never stop fighting for good. I want to help, Harry said. Put me to work finding the rest of them, and I want to give all my money away to help with burials, to help the families that have been hurt. Harry, I don't need it, Harry said, as he looked at him. I'll start work as soon as I've had some sleep. Shacklebolt put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and he jolted slightly, but then he looked at the older, taller man. It is true. There will be many people that will be upset, that will look for somewhere to put the blame. But you were with your friends finding a way to destroy Voldemort. And we were here, fighting as well as we could manage. We all tried, Harry. But it was you. You were the one that landed the final blow, who found the way to destroy him. Harry looked at him. No one will forget that. He looked at Shacklebolt and hoped that his words were true. He hoped that he could believe in them, but it had been so long since Harry had believed in anything. He had believed in Dumbledore. For so long he had been the one person he thought he could not doubt, but that had all shattered. He realized that his world had shattered years ago, when he had killed Sirius. I want to help. And you will, but not now. Now you rest, and until that day comes, you should renew your energy. Remember that you are alive. We are all alive. They stepped towards the castle doors once more, and Harry could see the crowd gathering. Remus seemed to have explained to them that Harry was leaving with him, and so they came to say their goodbyes. He saw the flickers of red hair amongst everyone, but his eyes sought for brown. I see that Hermione and Ron came back safely, Shacklebolt said. I was glad to see it. It would be a nice portrait, the three of you, the Golden Trio, fighting alongside one another, remaining together. Shacklebolt was hinting at something, and Harry knew that it was, but he wanted to ignore it. Of course it was logical that they were still friends, logical that they would remain together after the war. People didn't want to hear the bad news that these three friends had fallen out, and he knew Ron would get some backlash for leaving them. They would blame it on the Horcruxes, but Harry knew that it had been brewing much longer. It came from somewhere deeper. But they'd ignore it. They'd ignore it for the sake of Fred, for the sake of Tonks, and everyone else who had died. Ignore the feelings of hurt and pain, but Harry knew that he would not forget it, not forget the hatred in Ron's eyes, the way he had been willing, the way Harry had been willing as well. Ron had been right, they had been better without him, and Miss Granger, she is planning to go to Australia, to find her family, Harry said, remembering her wishes. You will go with her? Shacklebolt asked. I assume Ron would stay with his family. Harry turned to Shacklebolt then, who shrugged. It would be a neat ending. It would make sense for him and Hermione to end up together. It would make sense that in the war they had found one another, that they had fought hate with love. The smartest witch of the age, with the savior of the wizarding world. Of course it made sense. She is with Ron, Harry stated, his jaw twitching as he looked at the crowd. Ah, Shacklebolt said, although he did not sound very convinced of it, that seems sensible. Sensible, that was the word, wasn't it? Sensible that Hermione and Ron would end up together. Of course, people would be surprised. But they would look back and find the small hints of them throughout their life. They would say that he lightens up her world with humor and fun. And she was grounding for him, she was his anchor. But if you read their life backwards to how it had come to be, it would be different. It should be different. But Hermione read books going forward, and she knew, just like Harry knew, what was to be expected of them. Harry would go with Ginny. Because then Ron would never doubt Hermione. They would remain friends, never fall apart, never be away from one another again. The facade would go on, and the world would see them as if the war had made them stronger. Redhead, just like your mother, they'd say, while he looked at Hermione, and wished. I can send word to the Magical Parliament of Australia, Shacklebolt said. She would not be alone in her search. You would have to ask her, Harry said. He would not make decisions for any of them, again. Of course, the other man said. You should consider going as well, perhaps it would be a good way for you to rest. Harry looked away, and Shacklebolt looked at him. There is still time, he said. You are still just 17, Harry. Harry didn't feel it, he felt weary and older. But he knew that he was right. Harry did not know if he should allow himself a moment of hope, a moment to remember that he was only 17. It was too soon to be thinking about his future, of what he would have to do, of who he would be. Maybe, when Hermione came back, after he rested, and everything was settled a little bit more, Harry could make a decision. But for now, he could only look at the step in front of him. "Think about what I said," Shacklebolt said, as he turned to Harry and held out his hand. "Thank you, again, for what you have done." "Thank you." Harry still felt like he didn't deserve it, but he took his hand regardless. "Ready to go?" Remus asked, as he stepped towards them. The others must have come out to see him off as well. Remus must have told them. And Harry knew he should say goodbye, knew he should speak to them, one by one once more. Ginny ran up to him, and she hugged him first, but Harry's eyes wandered to Hermione, who he might not see again for a long while, but who turned away from Harry when Ron came up beside her, when he put his hand on Hermione's shoulder. "There is still time." "What's that?" Luna asked, her voice filtering through, and they turned to see what she was looking at. "Another blibbering humdinger?" Ginny asked. Harry felt a surge of annoyance at her, and he moved away from her, but he hid it, pretending that he wanted to hug Mrs. Weasley once more. "No, really, there's something there," Luna said. "There is," Hermione said, and Harry turned to her and then towards the Hogwarts path. And it was true. There was a large black figure creature running at great speed towards the castle, and Harry felt the odd sensation that this wasn't over. His wand lowered into his hand. He should have left when he had the chance. Chapter 4. "We'll go through the wall," Sirius said, as they climbed up the embankment through the grounds. "There's a small gap that I know of. We'd be able to get through there. I've done it before." They had decided to avoid the main entrances, to cut around Hogsmeade altogether. Sirius Black was still a wanted man after all, and the sight of James and Lily Potter would no doubt cause some ruckus in the community. Of course, neither James nor Lily knew about Sirius' criminal status, and Sirius wanted to keep it that way for as long as possible. So, the plan was to get in through a break in the outer boundary wall, to get as close to the castle as possible and then have Padfoot go and find Harry. Of course, if Harry was anything like his father, he'd see them on the map and come down and find them. It was a plan that made them all a little nervous. "Are you sure this is safe?" Lily asked as James helped her up the rocks, the both of them transfiguring their shoes to adapt to the terrain. Hogwarts has spells and enchantments to keep people out, for this specific reason, mind you. "But we are not people," Sirius said, as he smirked as they got to the top. It was going to be a few minutes' hike to get to the wall, but he turned to look at Lily, who had folded her arms across her chest, disapprovingly. "Then what am I supposed to do? I'm not an animagus." "We can transfigure you into a little bug," James offered cheerfully, but Lily shot him a look. "A ladybug." "Or a flea," Sirius suggested, which earned him a glare as he turned back and continued walking. "I am not turning into a bug," she said, "or a flea. It'll be for a second. You know I'm still very good at it." "No, because then you'll start calling me names." Sirius looked at the two of them, as he saw his old friends fighting. But they weren't old, they haven't aged a day, the same as when they had died. They had been young, far too young, so many moments they didn't have, so many fights they had not managed. Harry was going to love them. And he was reminded of someone else, another couple, and he chuckled lightly as they turned to him. "Sorry, I forgot how you guys fought." "We're not fighting. It's a healthy discussion," Lily stated, as she stepped past Sirius. "Now, where's the wall?" But Sirius and James smiled at one another as they made their way through the grounds. But Sirius thought about them, thought about Harry. He didn't know how he was going to react to this. It was big news. While he had been certain that he'd be happy, a lot of bad things had happened to Harry. There was a lot of doubt in him, a lot of hurt. But he knew, deep down, that he wanted his parents back. They could all have the life that they had wanted to have so many years ago, the one that had been taken. Of course, Voldemort was still an issue, but it was something they could handle together. As a family. "How do you even find this anyway?" James asked. "Why didn't you just go through the gate? Or did McGonagall finally ban you from school grounds cause you couldn't be trusted?" "Seems likely," Lily said, as she trekked up beside them. Her house slippers were not made for climbing, even transfigured. But to their surprise, Sirius said nothing. He kept his head down. "Padfoot," James said, as he reached for Sirius' arm, stopping him in his tracks. "Come on, you've been avoiding talking to us since we left the house, just tell us." Sirius' gray eyes met James, and then Lily's, who he turned away from. They were too similar. "It's too much to tell you," Sirius said, It'll all make sense when we get to Dumbledore, he'll tell you everything. Well, can you at least tell us something else about him? Lily asked, as she looked at Sirius. His friends? Ron and Hermione, Sirius said, although, honestly, I always thought Harry and Hermione were a little more than friends. James and Lily looked at one another, surprised. Really? Yeah, Sirius said, smiling at them. Oh, you'll love her, Lily. She's the cleverest witch there ever was, even more than you. They started to walk as Sirius recounted the first time they'd met. She took a swing at me, kicked me right in the shin. Sirius let out his dog-like laugh. Man, she was really something. Wouldn't leave Harry's side for an instant, even when they broke me out of. Of what? Sirius turned to James and Lily, realizing he'd said too much. Sirius, what happened? They said, and he swallowed as he looked at them. Why did she attack you? He looked at them and then he sighed. If he had to tell them, he should tell them now. What? They all looked up as something fell on Sirius' face, and he reached up to wipe it away, ash smearing on his hand. What is that? Snow? James asked, as Lily looked at her hands, a white dust covering them, the ground covered with it. It's too hot for Crestiemes, James said, as he held out his hand. Pad. Sirius had rushed away from them, heading towards the place where the wall stretched along the grounds, and Lily and James raced after him, but they all stopped short when they saw it. What? The wall was gone. Not gone but destroyed. It lay in shattered remains at the base, stone by stone, brick by brick had been taken away. They looked at it, and they saw the marks. Scorches, dark magic, they could feel it in the air, they could feel it as they walked through. And in the distance, smoke billowed. What? There was no need for them to transform, no need because the enchantments were down, because there was no magic holding them back. No, James said, it can't be, because Hogwarts stood right across the lake, they could see it clearly, standing on top of the mountain, but it was not the Hogwarts they knew. This one had been brutally destroyed, turrets barely hanging from its wood, stones still crumbling down and landing in the lake. Fire burned, and the smoke still continued, shifting with the wind. Oh God, Lily said, as she held her stomach, as she looked at the castle, there were tears in her eyes, pain in her chest. Oh God, James. He held her, but he was in too much of a shock to really know what was going on. Harry, it was the only word said, the only name they had in their mind, and Sirius transformed into Padfoot and began to race up to the castle. It took longer for Prongs, as Lily had to climb onto his back and hold him around his neck as they followed Sirius. But her heart was racing, she was shaking as they rode along, as her eyes trailed and saw what was ahead of them. But she could see it, the destruction. It felt like hours before they got close enough to see the Quidditch pitch, which Lily had hated from their schooldays, as she had never understood the game. In ruin. Even though she knew that it was impossible for that to happen, it was enchanted, as was Hogwarts, to withstand anything, storm or fire. But she saw it now. Half of it was missing, burned, the towers collapsing into kindle at the base, blackened, like a skeleton half rising to meet them. Death. It was heavy with death. Had this happened when Sirius had disappeared? She had the feeling that it was more than just a few hours, because James and Lily had only thought it had been a few hours as well, but it had been longer, far longer. Nothing could do this in a few hours, nothing in the world. Lily's eyes found a body, stranded on the ground, facing downwards. She closed her eyes and held onto James tighter. She didn't know if he had seen it, she didn't know if he would stop, if they would stop. Were they running into danger here? They had just gotten to this place, to this world, after being gone for so long. Where was Harry? Was he in trouble? Was he hurt? She shut his eyes and prayed, wished, thought of her son, with his large green eyes and his black tufts of hair in his crib. Prongs started to slow and Lily opened her eyes to see the walkway up to Hogwarts. The last time they had been here, they had entered for their final year at Hogwarts, because that was the last time you walked through these gates. When you graduated, you didn't leave this walkway. You stepped into the little boats and sailed away, just as you had in your first year, but this time changed, grown. Hogwarts behind you, the world in front. Her breath caught in her throat as Prongs stopped and, after a moment, she slowly slid off of him. The castle lay in ruin before them now. It was clearer than across the lake, and she thought that maybe the smoke had just exaggerated the ruin, but now, she saw it as clear as ever. It was worse. far worse. The edge of the bridges showed holes, cracks, it could not be stable and yet it had to be. This was Hogwarts, nothing could see it fall. The turrets collapsed, burned to ashes, there were rocks, explosions, dust still settling as if it had just been so recent. This was so recent. The smoke was thicker here, the smell of burning, the ash, it fell and left a blanket on the ground as they moved forward, as James's hand found hers. Padfoot had run ahead, he had gone forward, to explain, to try and talk to the people that stood there. But she watched them, heard how they screamed, how they stepped back. Warning. Danger. But she couldn't focus on them, the smoke stinging her eyes, making her blink tears down her face, blackening their faces as if they were facing the fire. Lils, James said, as she turned her head to see people standing in a group, looking at Sirius. Lily searched for her son, 15. She remembered James at 15, she remembered him being so fresh-faced, so eager. Sirius said Harry's eyes sparkled, that he was so full of life. They got closer, they could hear them. Got to be some sort of joke. Can't fake an animagus form, it's not possible. And then, Harry, please. They saw him, Sirius, stepping towards him. She only had a vision of him as her baby, her son, swaddled in a light blue blanket, with his name embroidered on it. She only saw him as the baby that had come into this world, his arms stretched out, his face screwed up, arms reaching out for something, for someone. He had calmed when she had held him, when he had realized that he had never lost his mother, she was still there. She swore she'd always be there. A boy, 15, that's what Sirius had said. But that wasn't who she saw. Green eyes met green. Harry, he turned his head, as if the name was unfamiliar to him, and Sirius stepped forward again but Harry stepped back. He gripped his wand tighter and Lily grabbed Sirius, to stop him from going forward. No, you can't be here, he said, his voice low, he was grown. This was no child. How much time? He had green eyes, but they were darkened, cloudy, they were heavy. He had James's face, the same shape, but there were differences. Harry was his own person. His hair had grown long, his body was thinner than what she would have imagined, and she knew that was new. They were new things about him. And she felt a jolt of fear as she wondered what had happened. The boy named Harry turned, he was shaking his head, muttering something under his breath as the crowd parted to let him through. His shoulders were hunched, as if he was carrying some burden, as if he was suddenly weighed down. As if he were. Harry, please, Sirius said, his voice a desperate rasp. But he walked faster, he covered his face, ashamed. He was ashamed of them. Harry, she said, as she stepped forward, and the group of people gasped. She was no longer an image, a ghost of his mother, but a real living, breathing person. He stopped, just enough that she knew that he had heard her, and she hoped that he turned around, that her voice would bring a memory to him. He had only been a baby when they had died, but surely he had to remember her voice. He had to remember her. But he kept on walking, as if it didn't matter at all. She turned to Sirius, so did James. They looked to him for answers but he was just as shocked at his appearance. Shocked and bewildered at how much time had passed. She turned back to the others. Where was Dumbledore? Where was Mad Eye? Where were the other Order members? What had happened? Lily. The voice came out of nowhere and she turned and saw Remus Lupin, standing beside them. He looked just as worn, just as tired as the rest of them, and he saw a fear in his eyes as she moved towards him. It must have been strange for him, to once be the last one standing, to now be face to face with his old friends. I'm dreaming, he said, as he stepped towards them, because you can't be here. We're here, Moony, James said, as he stepped towards him. Sirius was still standing, looking at where he had just gone. Lily stepped towards him, the realization that she had, that she and James had. It had been longer than a few hours. I don't understand, Sirius said, shaking his head. Padfoot, Moony said, and Sirius turned to Moony. But his eyes were on Lily. Lily Bean? Remus asked, their names for one another. Once upon a time, Remus had told Lily the truth about himself, and she had loved and accepted him wholeheartedly. He had expected scorn or embarrassment, or shame and hatred, but she had been kind and loving. Everything that Harry was. And she stopped towards Remus and he took her in his arms as he cried. Oh God, Lily, he said, as he held her face. Oh, you're here, you're here. Out of the corner of her eyes she saw some of the crowd follow Harry, a few of the redheads, others remained with them, some she recognized, some she didn't. But they asked the same questions, they asked the same thing of all of them. How are you here? What happened to the castle? What do you remember? Where's Dumbledore? At this, Remus and Shacklebolt looked at one another, and they looked back at them. He knew that look of sorrow. When? Nearly 2 years ago, Remus said. That seems impossible, James said, as he wiped his tears and looked at the two of them. Who? Severus, Remus said bitterly, and Lily gasped. Sirius and James both paled. That lying, greasy, he's dead too. The words hung between them, like a hangman's noose. Dead. Dumbledore. Snape. We do not know all the details. We decided to let Harry and the others rest before we questioned them. Rest? Lily asked. Why? What happened? There was silence, and Lily feared the absolute worst. Never keep a mother waiting. Voldemort, Remus eventually said, and the three of them turned to him. Harry. His eyes settled. He did not know if he was the right person to tell them, if he was the right person to reveal this truth to them, but they would find out, just like he did. Harry killed him. They stood there, looking at Remus. He's a child, Sirius stated. He's 17, Shacklebolt said, as if that made a difference. Lily looked at Remus, and she shook her head, because a 17-year-old wasn't meant to kill the Dark Lord. He should be preparing for end-of-year exams. He should be getting ready to go out into the world, get an apartment, a job, get a life, not. But the grounds and the dead, and Hogwarts and everything was burning. It happened today, didn't it? Lily asked, and Remus turned to her and nodded. This morning? As that? Sirius looked at James and Lily. When we woke up. Remus blinked at them. What do you mean? They turned to him. He had a strange look in his eyes. We woke up, maybe, 2 hours ago. Lily and I at Godric's and Sirius was. In the Department of Mysteries, Sirius said. I thought, it had just been hours. Remus put his hand over his heart and he stepped backwards. Shacklebolt tried to calm him, but he collapsed on the ground. The realization of what had happened to him. Of him waking up in the Great Hall, surrounded by bodies. It hadn't been sleep. He hadn't been knocked out. It had been the same as the others, the same as James, Lily, and Sirius. He had died. He had been dead. Perhaps you four should all come inside, a voice said, and they turned to see Professor McGonagall. Her hair was half undone, falling to her shoulders, and she looked weary as the others felt. Professor, Headmistress, she corrected them, but there was a softness in her gaze, as she looked at them, as she remembered them as students, as she remembered them as friends, as parents to the young boy she had seen grow, and suffer under such great burden. She raised her hands to them. Hogwarts still welcomes you. Chapter 5 Chapter Notes double post cause I feel the story is going too slow. He sat on the ground, his head in his hands, but he could feel them, their eyes on him, their questions, their pleas. You must have done something, Ron said. It's always something you do, it's always. Ron. No, this isn't fair. It's not fair. I know he did a lot tonight, but this has gone too far, Ron said, as he turned on Harry once more. The Weasley family stood, the others. Hermione, Neville and Luna. Outside the doors were the others, Seamus, Cho, Parvati. They had all lost people tonight, everyone had lost someone, and they crowded around. Ron had his audience, Ron had what he wanted. No, Ron said, he doesn't get away with this. Not this time. This time he needs to tell us what happened. Why are they back? I don't know, Harry said, as he took a breath. What did you do? I don't know, you must have done something, Ronald. It was Molly who shouted, who put her hand on Ron's arm. He looked at her and then stepped back, knowing better than to go against her, but there was something in his eyes, a betrayal. Would have preferred me as a son, and then she stepped towards Harry, and Harry knew. He knew before she reached him. When she reached for his arm, he flinched, and she pulled away, but she was crouching down near him, her eyes looking at him, pleading. They were all pleading. Harry, dear, she said, her eyes pleading. Fred. Can you, my boy, my darling boy. His heart broke all over again. I can't. You can't, or you won't, Seamus said, as he stepped forward. Cho reached for him but he shoved his hand away. Don't he know how many people died for him? He died too. Cho exclaimed. Or did you forget that? Molly was still near him, still close to him. The same thing you did with Remus, don't you know? She asked. Can't you think of what you did? How did you do it? And he couldn't look at her, he couldn't look and watch the pain in her eyes as he admitted that he could not bring him back, he could not bring any of them back. He didn't know how. He didn't know why they were here. I don't know why they're here, he admitted. I can't bring them back. Harry, darling, it's Fred, you know. His whole time at Hogwarts Molly had always been like a mother to him. Now she was looking at him, pleading for him to help her, to bring back her son. But Harry couldn't do it. He could not listen to her pleas. I can't do it, he said. It must have been the Hallows, Ron muttered, from the other side of the room. Harry shut his eyes. The Hallows. What? Ron, what are you talking about? The Deathly Hallows. Oh, he hasn't told you, Ron said, his voice gaining strength again as Molly tried to reach for Harry, but he pulled away once more. He felt his heart racing, his breath shortening. He hadn't wanted them to know. It was meant to be a secret. Ron, Hermione said warningly. Yeah, you know that old story you used to tell us growing up? Ron said, as he looked at his mother, as she stood and looked at him. Ron smiled at their attention, smiled through his grief and pain as he looked at his brothers and sisters, the ones who were left, the rest of the people that were watching. That old story about those 3 brothers, yeah, turns out it wasn't a story after all. Turns out, that old invisibility cloak Harry had was the cloak. Blimey. Harry. This can't be true. Harry hid his face in his hands, his fingers gripping his hair. Yeah, and you know what? I bet you anything that he had the stone on him too, right? Ron said, as he looked at him, as he turned to the group of people that were filtering in. The resurrection stone. I bet he could have given it to us, given us a chance to say goodbye. See Fred one last time. Harry, is this true? Can you bring Lavender back? Please, my brother Harry, Fred, please. He felt the pain run through him. It felt like fire and sickness. Not even Ginny was near him. She didn't look at him and he didn't look at her. I can't, Harry choked out again. I don't know how. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass. I bet you were just waiting until you were alone, weren't you? You were waiting until you had the wand, Ron said, stepping closer to him, his mother turning away from Harry and finding herself in her husband's arms. You said you were going to give it back to Dumbledore. Said you were going to bury it so that nobody could find it, but you didn't. You had all 3 of them. You used them to bring your family back. Ron was standing in front of him, grabbing the front of his shirt, and he pulled him to his feet. Ron. Harry pushed him back, and they both stood facing one another. Harry knew that his wand was in his hand, but he wouldn't lower it, not unless Ron did. All 3 Hallows to the great Harry Potter, Ron said, his eyes brimming with tears as he glared at Harry. Another name for you then. The boy who lived, the savior, the chosen one, the Triwizard champion, the fucking master of death. Ron, stop this, Hermione said, as she went towards him. Stop it. It was only her voice that reminded Harry that there was some sense in the world, that she would be on his side. But she couldn't be. Oh, of course you'll take his side, won't you? Ron said, as he turned on her. You always take his side. You and him, isn't it, always? He opened his mouth to say something else. Harry saw it. The venom in him. He saw everyone watching, waiting to see what he would say. But Harry knew. His wand dropped into his hand and everyone gasped and moved back. Ron fell silent as he turned to Harry. His eyes went to the wand in Harry's hand. They both knew that Harry was faster. They both knew what he was capable of. What he'd proven himself to be capable of. I see what Bellatrix meant. You need to really mean it. There he is, Ron said, bitterly. I bet you think that because you killed Voldemort that you're above all of us now. But you didn't destroy the Hallows alone. You needed us. You needed all of us. Ron looked at him. You would have failed if it wasn't for us, Ron said. You did fail. Because you didn't save everyone. You didn't save Fred, or Lavender, or Tonks. No, you're the curse mate. You. Harry looked at Ron, the words sinking in. Harry knew it was true. He would have failed if it wasn't for everyone helping. And the fact that everyone in this room had been touched by something Harry had done, Not just the sacrifice, helped them live, it was the death. They had all seen death and it was Harry who had brought it to the castle. Pansy had the right idea. Ron, Hermione said, speaking carefully. I think we're all tired, we haven't rested, we're all on edge still. Harry nodded. That was the sensible answer. No, that's not good enough, Ron said, shaking his head, looking at Harry. You didn't lose anyone tonight. Harry looked at Ron, whose eyes were full of the same grief he felt inside of him. We lost Fred, we lost Tonks, we lost Lavender and Colin and... I lost them too, Harry said, his voice quiet, a plea still in them. Please don't leave me. But you didn't, Ron spat out. You gained them. You got your parents back. You got Sirius and Remus back. You didn't lose anyone. How is that fair? Hey. They all turned to see Sirius, Remus, James and Lily step in. Harry saw them and stepped back. He looked at Ron, who was glaring at him. There you go, Ron said quietly. Now you get everything, right? Not everything, Harry thought, as he felt Hermione's eyes on him. He looked at them all, saw their eyes, gazed on him, and he shrugged and stepped back. Harry Potter walked out of the room where he'd just been stripped to the bone, quartered and buried. Ron had been wrong. Harry had lost his whole world. Harry walked as far as he could, as far as his heart would let him. It felt so heavy inside of him, it felt so heavy and like it was bursting and burning and drowning in his chest. He walked and started to hit his chest, over and over and over again. It helped with the pain, it helped with the sensation of what it felt inside. It felt like it was what he had to do to restart it. He had to restart his heart because they had taken it from him. They had all taken it from him. But all he could think about was Sirius and his parents, and Remus. He had seen them in his vision, when he had turned the stone in his hand, and he had wanted them close by, he had wanted them to stay with him, but he hadn't thought this would happen. He had been scared when Remus had woken up, he had been scared when Remus had woken up and found him. He had brushed it off, thinking that because Remus was a werewolf, that the part of him had died, just like the Horcrux had died. It had made sense. But now his parents and Sirius were back, as if they hadn't missed a single day. Sirius had tried to talk to him but he had ignored him, he had pushed away, not wanting the ghost to hurt him, to destroy what he had done today. There was no escaping it now. Their hatred, the betrayal. He had brought his family back and he couldn't bring back anyone else's. They'd tear him to pieces. Harry collapsed near a wall, his fist still hitting his chest, as he tried to breathe in the air and feel the heat of the sun. When was the last time that he had felt the heat like this? That he had felt unburdened? He didn't recall. He had lost one weight and now he had another. Why me? He asked himself. Why can't I have peace? Creature, Harry said, and the house elf appeared before him. Master, Creature said, looking at him and bowing. He saw the same reverence that Dobby had once had in his eyes and it was hard for Harry to look at him, but he had to. I'm sorry we didn't come back for you, he said. I was relieved to see you were here. When Creature saw the Yaxley, he came to where Dobby was. That was your orders, your first orders. I want you to go to Hogwarts and work in the kitchens there with the other house elves. I remember, Harry said, as he sighed. He thought about the house, the last time he'd seen it. Creature had spent so much time in the kitchen, all the pans had been cleaned, the floor had been swept, the air smelled like his cooking. But Yaxley and the Death Eaters had all waited outside, they had been waiting for a moment of weakness. They've probably destroyed the house, Dobby, I'm sorry. It is not your fault, Master, Creature said. I knew you were alive somewhere, a house elf knows. Then he knew. Harry looked at Creature. I'm not your master anymore. I know, Master, Creature said, as he put his hand over his chest. The locket swayed gently. I felt it when you left. Harry's head fell downwards, tears escaped him, and he felt the slow and cold touch of the house elf's hand on his knee. It is okay, Master, you came back. Harry shook his head. I didn't, he said. Not all of me. He knew that there were still things that had to be done. Sirius was back, his parents and Remus. Harry inhaled shakily. But, I did, leave Creature, and, I suppose that means you are free of your service from. No, please Master, Creature said, as he grabbed onto Harry's legs, so tightly that Harry felt the pain through his whole body. Please. I will continue to serve. I will. You don't have to. You can stay here. My place is with the House of Black, he said. That is where my family is, that is where my master should be. Creature looked at him, and Harry felt his resolve weakening. Fine, Harry said, as Creature let go of him. Go back to the house and clean it up as best you can. I'll be there. Oh. He shut his eyes. Sirius is back from, I know, Creature said, bitterly. Master saw. But if you say that Creature is a free elf, then I choose my own master. Harry felt a stab in his chest as he looked at Creature, who bowed lowly to him, and then snapped and disappeared. The silence came and smothered him once more, the smell of the smoke, the slight breeze that came to his skin. He could hear the bugs begin to return, the slight crow of birds, as if they had been nervous to fly around this morning, but now were curious as to what had happened. Harry sat, right where Creature had left him, contemplating everything when he felt someone sit down next to him, and he knew it was her. He knew it was her because she had an air about her, a lighter air that always seemed to provide some comfort. I know you don't know, Luna said, as she looked at him, so I'm not going to ask you. Harry smiled. She always seemed to know what he was thinking, almost. How? Harry asked, shaking his head. Everyone else. Because you would not have hesitated to bring them all back if you did. He turned to her, half seeing her in the light. There were tear streaks down her face. There was dirt in patches. Her hair was a mess, a dusty light brown instead of the cool blonde she usually was. She had stood beside him, had fought beside him. He missed the girl with the radish earrings, the girl who he'd taken to Slughorn's party. She'd found him when they had been celebrating. She'd told him to leave, to let him be alone. She had understood, even more than Hermione or... He shut his eyes. They hate me, because I can't bring them back. I destroyed them. I burned them so no one else could do it. She said nothing. Bringing people back when they're at peace, I think that's kind of cruel, don't you think? Luna asked, as she closed her eyes and felt the warmth of the sun. I think, being alive is nice, but it's only nice because you know that it ends. Harry looked at her and then he looked out into the distance, and he closed his eyes and felt the sun on his face. They'll forgive you, Luna said, with an air of certainty. When all the hurt is gone, they'll remember what you did, for all of us. Harry took a deep breath and he nodded as he felt his heart calming, and he remembered her room. It was strung with golden chains. Friends. 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 Oh God, Luna, Harry said, as he opened his eyes and looked at her. He grabbed her hand and she turned to him, her eyes blinking. Your dad. I need to take you home to your dad. She smiled at him. Thank you, Harry, you're the first one to offer. And Harry felt something in him, a hope. At least he could do this. You can stay with us for a while, she said softly. You need to rest. He shook his head. No, I need to. She looked at him, sadly. You can't take everything on yourself. But it's my fault. I destroyed the Hallows, he said. I brought them back. I didn't mean to. I didn't want anyone else to use them. All of this was because of that. All of this was for power, and I can't. Harry swallowed. I can't face another war. I can't fight anymore. Luna put her hand on top of Harry's. It wasn't Hermione, who often gave guidance. It wasn't Ginny, who wanted the closeness. It was Luna. Luna Lovegood, who had heard the voices in the Vale, who had seen the Thestrals, who had her own demons. She was a friend. What do you want to do? Harry was looking to the distance, the question lingering, his mind swaying. What did he want to do? He wanted to help. He wanted to keep helping people, the ones that were lost, the ones buried in the ground somewhere far from their families. He wanted to go back. Back before the war. He wanted his life back. He wanted to be a kid. I don't know, Harry said finally, as he closed his eyes. I'm tired. Then rest, Luna said, as she looked at him. That's what you'll do. He looked at her and he nodded, and she took his hand and they both stood up. It was a small while before Harry could stand up, before he could walk with Luna, as she wiped a stray tear from his face and then took his hand and walked down the path to where they could disapparate. At least stay for a tea, Luna said, as she walked with Harry happily. Gertie root infusion would be very warming, and good for digestion. Harry smiled. Maybe just one. Nearby, a small beetle lifted off from the leaves of a bush and quickly traveled on a gust of ashen wind, towards the entrance of Hogwarts. It turned towards the rush of voices, it lingered, listening to them arguing, defending, crying and pleading. "Well, he's not dead," Seamus said. "He came back to life. It's like Ron said. Why does he get everything? Why can't he bring them back?" "There is no spell to bring the dead back to life," Cho said, tears falling from her face. "Trust me, I know." "He's the master of death," Seamus roared. "He can bring who we want back." The beetle moved up from the door and traveled down the corridor, whispered in hushed voices, as it lingered on a broken staircase. Luna went after him. "Well, you can go to him and bring him back." "Mum, I don't think I can." "If he brought them back, then he can bring your brother back," Molly said, as she smoothed Guinea's hair. "He has to. It's Fred." "Fred." "Mum." The beetle moved once more, lingering down the corridor, more voices. It latched itself onto a jumper, the jumper of a red-haired woman, as she stepped towards the headmaster's office. "I thought you said that they were his friends," the red-haired woman said, to another man. The beetle almost flew off when she recognized him, but it remained steadfast. "They were friends," Sirius Black said. "I don't know what happened. Something terrible happened." They stepped into the office and the beetle hovered up towards the shelves and portraits, lingering as it listened. It watched as Headmistress McGonagall picked up the pensieve and she took it to the shelf. She lingered, humming as she saw a memory swirling inside. "Strange, this wasn't here when I left." Rita Skeeter looked at the pensieve, and she wondered what it held inside. Chapter 6 Chapter Notes. I was holding Chap's back causer. Well, an exercise in self-restraint, but it is really slow, so I'm a post when I finish. Padfoot? Remus had asked when he had seen the dog walking up to them, as his eyes had focused on him. The dog walked forward, the same shaggy hair, the same matted side, the same eyes and snout. Remus had known the animagus form for so long that he could see it in his dreams. So when Sirius appeared, and they all gasped, he knew that there was no way that he could be lying. Still, he pushed Harry behind him, but he wasn't there, and for a moment, a brief moment, Remus wondered if perhaps he had died. Because this has got to be some sort of joke. You can't fake an animagus form. It's not possible, but he was there, standing in front of them as if he had never left, wearing the same clothes. Remus didn't know why he thought he would be wearing something different. He supposed it would have made sense, but they were the same clothes that he had worn when they had gone to the ministry, when they had gone to save Harry. Harry, Remus remembered holding him back as Harry screamed, as he roared in the pain of losing him. Remus felt the memory stab him like a knife through his heart. Harry. His voice, the same voice. Sirius was looking at him, at the young man that had once cried for him, and Remus saw the shock on Sirius' face. Remus tore his eyes away from Sirius at that moment, to look at Harry, who had grown so much in the months that he had been away, who looked far less than his father in this moment, far less than his mother. Lily's eyes had never been so dark, James had never been so haunted. But Harry wasn't looking at Sirius, he was looking at the people behind him. Remus turned and his heart stopped, his knees almost gave out. Lily and James Potter. Alive. They were in the headmaster's office, and Remus found it strange that the last time they had been all here had been when they had been students. But they were far from students. Remus had aged more than any of them had grown. Lily and James still had youthful faces, still 21 years of age. Sirius, he was still the same as when they had gotten into the Department of Mysteries. Remus, older than all of them, now felt so different from them. He had seen more, had lived more, had seen Harry grow up, something that the rest would never have. His son had almost been. And now he was here, and he was looking at them as Professor McGonagall brought them sandwiches. As she sat them down and told them about what had happened, she explained the prophecy, something that neither James nor Lily had known about. Something that not a lot of people knew about, and she told him what Harry was. The chosen one. He was the one destined to kill Voldemort. Dumbledore just told us we were targets, that they'd make examples of us, James said, as he looked at Lily, shaking his head in disbelief. We didn't know anything about a prophecy. Neither did the Longbottoms. Lily looked up, she remembered, Alice was pregnant at the same time that they were. Alice, oh God, Frank, are they? There was silence, and Lily and James held hands. If they had died, then surely They were put under the Cruciatus curse, Sirius said, his voice quiet, but full of guilt and anger, driven mad by the pain. Lily gasped as she sat there. She closed her eyes, unable to believe anything that was happening. Their son, their baby boy, had been destined to destroy Voldemort, and on that night, at Godric's Hollow, when Lily had sacrificed herself for him, it had happened. Voldemort had left, but then he returned, and he had only sought to kill one person. Only one stood in his way. Their son. But it is over now, Professor McGonagall said, with an air of finality. Mr. Potter, Harry did what he was meant to do. Voldemort is dead. She said the last 3 words with such proud and fierce force. They could tell that they were proud of Harry, proud of what he had done. But James remembered how Harry had looked, how worn and tired he had been. How he had stood apart from the others, how he had moved from the others. He remembered how they had turned on him in the room, how he had been alone, facing all of them. James and Lily had seen how they had been asking him, pleading with him, to bring back the others. And their son, a 17-year-old boy, had been unable to help. That was too much. It was too much. It hurt too much. The distance, the time, the war, the weight he carried. Where is he? James asked, as he looked at them. When he left the hall he turned to Sirius. Sirius had told them that Harry had friends, Ron and Hermione, and James had thought that they would be there, by his side, but they weren't. All those people, James began, anger rising in him. You said that he was. For the moment, McGonagall said, stopping James. Everyone needs to rest. We'll find out where Harry is momentarily. But I think he's probably returned to Grimmauld Place. No, he can't go back there, Sirius said from where he sat on the sofa. I won't let him. Sirius, Remus said, as they looked at him. He has nowhere else to go. I was there, Remus, Sirius said, as he looked at his old friend. He realized that he hadn't seen the gray hairs, or the lines on his face. Exhaustion, but so much more than that. Remus had gone on to have a life that nobody else would have had. Sirius had never been freed, he had never been proved innocent. Oh God, Peter, he said, as he looked at McGonagall. Does anyone know where he is? Peter? James asked, his head turning to Sirius. Lily looked at him. What do you mean? Isn't he in Azkaban? There was silence, and Sirius shook his head. No, he was never caught. James stood up, looking at all of them, his eyes blazing. At that moment he looked so much like Harry, so much like him that Remus could not help but smile, but it hurt. What do you mean he was never caught? And don't say that it's too much to explain, Sirius, because there's a lot of that going around and we need answers. What happened to Peter? There was silence, and Sirius was suddenly afraid to tell his best friend and Lily what had happened. That he had failed them. That he hadn't been able to protect Harry, hadn't been able to see him grow up, wasn't there for his first day like he and James had planned, hadn't seen him at his first Quidditch game, or teach him how to ride a bike or any of the important things, because he had been blinded by his grief that nothing else had mattered. He went after Wormtail, Remus said, finally deciding to pull the band-aid off. Now wasn't the time to tiptoe on eggshells. He went after Peter and Peter. He exploded the street, and he vanished as a rat into the gutters. Lily gasped and looked at Sirius, who turned away, ashamed. He was arrested and put into Azkaban, Remus said, charged with the murder of 12 muggles. There was no trial. I should have taken him. It should have been. Dumbledore wouldn't have allowed it, McGonagall said. The magic that kept Harry safe from the Death Eaters was blood magic. They looked at her. Albus looked into it. When Hagrid collected Harry that night, there was only one choice for him to go, only one place he would be protected. Who? Lily asked, but she had a feeling she already knew who it would be. Your sister and her husband. James, who had been leaning against the back of the sofa, shook his head and began to pace. Again. Sirius could only watch as he did. He could only watch as James Potter reeled with the realization that the Dursleys, the most magic-hating Muggle couple, had raised their son. Was he? James began. Is he? I'd feel a lot better about the hearing if I knew I didn't have to go back to the Dursleys. They must be bad if you prefer this place, said Sirius gloomily. Sirius hadn't thought about that conversation in a long while. He had been so lost in his own pain, in his own resentment of the house and what little he could do to help. They didn't really talk about how he grew up, about how he lived. But he remembered Ron saying something about how they got him the first time, bars on his windows. Sirius had laughed, thinking it had been a funny Muggle thing. Now, I don't know, Sirius admitted to himself, but perhaps to protect himself from a truth that he didn't want to look into. Why hadn't he talked to Harry more? He looked at Remus, who looked at Lily and James. He's a bright kid, he's so smart. And so kind, just like you, Lily. Always up to mischief, McGonagall added, has quite a string of detentions behind him. They were trying to say it, trying to alleviate their worries. Harry was a good kid, so he must have grown up in a good household. But it didn't vanish the look of Harry when they had seen him, the hollow look in his eyes. Whatever Harry Potter had been to them, as a child, he no longer was that person now. Remus, McGonagall said, you should head home too. They'd be waiting for you. They turned to him. Who? Remus looked at them all. He hadn't told them before, it didn't seem the time. It felt like days ago that he had invited Harry to go back to his house, to rest before they faced the world, but now he knew that Harry would never go home with him. I have a son, Remus said. He covered his face. You have a, Moony. I can't, Remus shook his head, his mum, oh God, Tonks. She was right beside me. The grief. The grief became before the joy, and Lily rushed to Remus and hugged him. She took him in his arms and hugged him as she rubbed his back, and he wailed. He's only a few weeks old, he sobbed. Weeks. And I woke up this morning too. Lily looked at Sirius and James, the realization. The boy had almost been an orphan too. Until they had all come back. Harry was walking up to the castle along the route to Hagrid's. The bridge was gone, but Harry didn't mind the long walk along the front of the castle, through the greenhouses. He had left Luna and her father, had skipped out on the tea, and had thanked him for his help with the Hallows. He wanted to tell him that they were destroyed, he wanted to get his approval for it, since he believed in them so much. But Harry remembered how he had been betrayed by him. They had almost captured them. Hermione had been screaming on the Malfoy floor, it had been too close. The path around Hagrid's hut was badly trampled by the giants, by the ones that had come in. There were probably a few bodies trapped inside, but Harry didn't have the strength to help, not yet. Help bury the bodies, find them. He had offered it to Shacklebolt, to offer his services, to amend, to make peace. It would take more than that now, more than just his time and work to get him to make peace for what he had done. He'd brought them back from the dead, just his parents, just Sirius and Remus. Selfish. Liar. The fucking master of death. Ron's voice rang through his mind. It echoed in his chest cavity where his heart used to be. He needed a bit more time alone, a bit more time to. Harry. He looked up when he saw her, Hermione. His first instinct was to go towards her, to take her in his arms, to touch something real. Something true. It had been hours since she had found him, since they had lay in bed together. Hours since he had kissed her, but then everything else had happened and the two of them hesitated. He hesitated. He looked past her, wondering if someone was near. If he was near. But she seemed to know why he was lingering, why he was hesitating, and she smiled at him as she took the Meruator's map out from her back pocket. They're all up at the castle, she said, as she moved closer to him. She had showered, her hair was still wet, and she was wearing cleaner clothes, but the look in her eyes, that was something that was still the same. Harry didn't look at the map, he didn't care, all he cared was that the two of them were alone. She held out her hand and he took it as they walked the short distance to the Forbidden Forest. They got to a grove of trees, still in sight of the path. It had been here where they had hidden before. Here they had saved Sirius and Buckbeak from death. Now the two stood here, hiding in the shadows. He reached for her as soon as they were sure they were alone, and she didn't hesitate. They wrapped their arms around one another, their lips meeting hurriedly as he pushed her against the tree, as she wrapped her arms around him. "Oh Harry," she said, as she hugged him, as her lips peppered kisses on his face, as he shut his eyes and breathed her in. "Oh, your parents in." "I didn't mean to bring them back," Harry said, holding on to her, and I did lie when I said I." He felt the guilt hit him, and he pulled away from Hermione. She looked at him, still holding his face, still breathing heavily. "Ron's right." "What?" she said, as she looked at him. "No, of course he isn't Harry." Harry pulled away and she followed him. He was all muddled because of the Horcrux. He still has all that pain to work through, all that suspicion and anger. Before, it was just grief and stress about this morning, that's all. This morning, the sun was moving to set now and the two of them were hiding in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid seized Harry and Hermione and hoisted them off the path behind a towering oak. Harry smiled as he looked around. It seemed so long ago that they had had their first detention. He remembered the weeks afterwards, how everyone had been angry at them because they had lost so many house points, and how Hermione had hated him because she had gotten detention for sticking to the rules. We had our first detention together here. She tilted her head at him. The memory was soft, from so long ago. She moved towards him, her hand on his chest, moving up to his face, to hold his head as his eyes closed and he leaned into her warmth. The first time Quirrell attacked you. He turned to her, eyes half open as he did. Who would have thought, eh? He was smiling, but there was no light in his eyes. She reached for him and he didn't move away when she did. He closed his eyes at her touch. He breathed in her scent as her lips met his, as she pulled him towards her once more. You said we'd stop. We will, she said, as their kisses deepened. I just want you to know. His hands were on her waist and he breathed in her fresh scent. His hand went to the base of her neck, and he kissed her softly, his teeth moving against her skin the way that she usually liked it, but now she pulled back. What? She looked at him. No marks, not anymore, Ron. He nodded and he looked at her. This was finished, their moments were gone. I'll be at Grimmauld Place, he told her. That's where, there's work to do. She nodded. I'll go to Australia. Shacklebolt said that he'd take me there from the ministry. That he would get some help from the Parliament there. She held his face as they leaned against one another, as they hugged and pressed themselves against the tree. Harry, she said, her fingers going to the collar of his shirt. We can't, Harry said. We said, didn't we? We decided together. She looked at him, sadness and regret in her eyes. But this wasn't your fault, Harry, she said, as she held his face. Bringing them back wasn't your fault. It's just the grief, that's all. I destroyed the Hallows, Hermione, he said to her. I told them, they were in front of me like ghosts, and all I wanted was for them to be with me. Harry looked at her, he pressed his forehead against hers. I didn't think. Hermione held him tighter. Harry, no one has done what you've done. No one. You could never know what could have happened. She kissed him again and he breathed her in, kissing her back as the map crinkled in his hand and they pulled back to look at it. A figure was coming down. Hagrid, Hermione said, as she looked at Harry, and they both knew that their time was over. The both of them kissed once more and then held hands for as long as possible as they walked back up to the entrance, as they stood at the gate. There were more people, more would come to gather the dead. They had to build makeshift grates, to flow people away, to clean things, to start rebuilding. They would no longer return here, and as they walked, and they let go of one another's hands, now something non-permissible, they seemed to realize that their future was being set in stone, just like Hogwarts would be rebuilt. It would never be the same, it would bear scars, it would be something new, not quite home. Harry saw Shacklebolt waiting for them, waiting for Hermione to take her to the Ministry of Magic, to get her to Australia to find her family. Hermione, Harry said, as they approached. Yes, Harry? He turned to her and gave her a smile. He mustered the small strength he had, the small joy, the memories of them together. And he pointed to his glasses. She turned to him, eyes filling with tears as she took out her wand, and waved it in front of him. Oculus Reparo. The glasses, which hadn't been broken, but had been slightly twisted from the moment he had collapsed in the forest, from the moment his body had been flung around, from the moment he had killed Voldemort, now fixed itself. And he was looking at her as a stray tear fell down her cheek, and he nodded at her as he tried to keep his own within his chest. Come back safe. Okay. She nodded. Stay safe. It wasn't a request, it was an order. And Harry watched as she looked at Shacklebolt, who came up to him and held out his hand to Harry. Sir, the thing with my parents. I understand, he said. I think it would be inadvisable for you to go to the ministry. I will see you tonight. Harry nodded to him. Of course, things were different now. He looked at Hermione, as she looked at him, her brown eyes gentle and wanting. But they said nothing to one another, letting their last moment linger, a good ending, for now. But Harry watched her with an ache in his chest as she and the minister began to head to the nearest grate. She turned once more, just before she got into the fire, and mouthed one word. It hit Harry in his chest and he nodded. She disappeared in a billow of green fire and Harry was left alone. Harry knew he should take the grate, but he preferred to apparate. He preferred to imagine her hand was in his as he walked off the grounds once more, as he forgot his parents, as the air turned cleaner, as the sun began to lower and lower. They'd find him, he knew they would, but for this moment, Harry wanted some levity. He didn't think about his parents, or Sirius or Remus. He'd never had to think about them before and it was a hard habit to break. Once he got to the edge of the borders, he disappeared and appeared suddenly at the steps of 12 Grimmauld Place. Sirius also left number 12, Grimmauld Place. Once Harry would have been despondent to have the house to himself, but he remembered Hermione, Ron, Kreacher. How they had all been here before the war had truly begun. Before they had lost hope for it, before Ron was gone, before him and Hermione. It had been before everything and now it waited after everything. The door opened, recognizing him, and he stepped inside, home. Chapter 7. The house was completely destroyed. If there had been walls, there were only skeletoned pillars left. It felt the same as when he saw Hogwarts destroyed, but perhaps it was worse, because Kreacher was sobbing so loudly it was like a knife being drawn across Harry's skin. He stepped towards the house elf, who was huddled over the ruined portrait of Walburga Black. It had been ripped to shreds. Her loud and shrill voice would no longer echo in the hallway, would no longer insult those that were there. Kreacher, Harry said, as Kreacher pulled the portrait closer to him, as if scared that Harry might ruin it, might take it, throw it away as Sirius had done. Kreacher, let me see, please. Eventually, Kreacher let Harry see the portrait, and he took out his wand. He knew that Kreacher would have been able to do it. He respected their magic, but he knew that he wouldn't have been able to do it without Harry's permission. But this, perhaps, would help. Reparo, he said. The painting stitched itself back together, the portrait there, but pieces torn, marked, scarred. She no longer moved but she was there, and Kreacher held it close to him. His eyes closed as he sobbed. Harry turned away from him and then looked up at the walls. The heads of the house elves had been torn off the walls, had been thrown, the wallpaper had all been ripped. And Harry could smell something. It smelled like a night so long ago. Werewolf, Harry whispered, as he looked at the claws and marks on the floor and ceilings. They let werewolves in here. The ministry had to be told. They had to be told about the werewolves here. Harry had to make sure that the families were safe here, that everyone was safe. And he had to make sure that he could stay here. With Sirius alive, things might be difficult, but Harry couldn't tear Kreacher away from the house, and he couldn't bear to see it torn up like this again. Sirius had always hated it, but Harry, since he was a boy growing up in a cupboard under the stairs, he'd wanted a home for himself. Every surface now shone. Copper pots and pans had been burnished to a rosy glow. The wooden tabletop gleamed. Hermione being served coffee and hot rolls by Kreacher. He felt a pang in his chest and Harry raised his hand into a fist and began to hit his chest as he walked, trying to get it beating again. This was his home, he'd make it so. Harry looked up at the walls and he began to walk out into the hallway, to the main rooms. The tapestry that had been stuck onto the wall was torn to shreds, the couch was tipped over, everything smelled worse than it did before. It took a moment before Kreacher came in, to see the rest of the house, and Harry saw the immense work that had to be done. You can't do this by yourself, Harry said, as he looked around. Kreacher, you need help to clean all of this. I can see if some of the house elves from Hogwarts might help. They know of you, from what Dobby has told them, and what I have told them, and what you did for all of us. What you did. Harry felt his throat constrict a bit, and he looked up at the walls, eyes stinging. Dobby would have loved this place, to clean up and, wait, Harry's eyes widened and he turned to Kreacher. Is Winky still at Hogwarts? Winky, sir? Kreacher asked, and he nodded. She was a friend to Dobby. And she's a friend of mine, Harry said. Do you think, if she wants and I can pay her? No house elf would want to pay, sir, Kreacher said, only Dobby. I will pay you, and her, a wage, Harry said, his voice removing any trace of doubt, and any other house elf that comes to help you fix, and they can take the money and put it aside, to bury the house elves that died today, too, as a way to remember Dobby, and everyone else. Or just, as a token, a gift, to know that I won't forget what they did today. What you all did. You were all so brave. Creature looked like he was about to protest and cry at the same time, but he instead bowed his head. Let them come and fix it, you decide what needs to be done, Harry said, and he stood up a little straighter. You're this house's house elf, Creature. It's up to you, you understand? Creature looked at Harry, and straightened his back and lifted his head proudly, as if Harry had bestowed him the greatest honor. Harry wondered how long it had been since someone had told him that he was in charge, that he could honor the house like he wanted to. I do not think Sirius ever saw Creature as a being with feelings as acute as a human's. As much as you can. I mean, it could do with a few less walls anyway, Harry said, looking around. And if Creature wants a place here too, then she's welcome. Serve the House of Black, sir? Creature asked. Harry looked at Creature. He was much older than Dobby, than Winky. His puffs of white hair coming out of his ears. Harry didn't know how much time house elves lived by, but he knew one thing. They lived to serve families and houses, and as long as Harry believed this was his house, and Creature was his house elf, he would invite Winky in as well. For Dobby. He'd do it for Dobby. You'll be in charge, Creature, Harry said. You belong in this house. Harry looked at the portrait that Creature had by his side and then he looked at him. Creature, would you let me give you a bedroom? A bedroom, sir? No, I couldn't possibly. Your room won't fit this in it, Harry said to him, gesturing to the portrait. And I want you to keep it. Anything that you find that you want to keep, you will keep it in your room. You can pick any room you want. What about when the master has guests or children? Creature asked, and Harry felt like he had been punched in the face. I am sorry if I said something to offend. It's not offensive, Creature his voice broke, I just don't see that happening for a while. He looked at the house elf and he took a breath. Start with what I've asked you to do, he said. You must rest, master, Creature said. I will prepare some food for you. No, Harry said softly as he walked into the large dining room and he pointed his wand at the table. Reparo. Master, no. I need to help, he said. I need to go too. But he remembered how Luna had looked at him, how it had been to see her jump into her father's arms, to be reunited. Harry might not have that with his own parents, with Sirius, but he could give some of them their families back, he could find some of the missing, some of the dead. That was how he'd make amends for everything. A hand touched his leg, and he was surprised to see that he had drifted off while he had been talking to Creature. The house elf looked at him with careful eyes. You look like Master Regulus, he whispered, and his bottom lip trembled. You will come back, sir, won't you? Harry looked at the house elf and nodded. I will, he said. I promise. Because even if Harry didn't have anyone on his side right now, he had Creature, waiting for him to come home. And he'd not done it once before. He still remembered his bright eyes, telling them that he'd have a steak and kidney pie waiting for them on their return from their adventure. And what an adventure it had been. Creature was looking at him. You're in charge while I'm gone, Harry said, a small smile on his face as Creature got a determined look in his eye. Keep an eye on the other house elves. Creature gave a low bow and then he stood up and disapparated. Harry smiled at where he had stood and then walked through the hallway and towards the door. The door had barely closed behind him when he disapparated, straight to the ministry. It was different from what he remembered. He did not imagine that the Ministry of Magic had been this empty before. Of course, it would take some time to take down the barriers that had been put up during the Umbridge administration, and more security measures had been taken. Trolls now lingered near the front. Pictures of Harry, #1 undesirable, still littered the hallways. Amongst others, the Daily Prophet, WHO defeated, the boy WHO lives wins, the dark era over, the war over. To some, a few staff members trickled in, and Harry moved in with them. Gone celebrating, hangover for a whole week. Brew us a potion so we could keep working. He knew his way around so easily now, since the month that they had been in here, stalking the place. And no one would recognize him. He looked nothing like the pictures that they had on the walls. But there was still so much work to do. But it didn't seem like much work was happening. People that were working, confirming the news, did so with some hesitation, as if the news of Voldemort's defeat was still unclarified. Others were rushing and screaming and jumping and being thrilled that he was gone. They ran around and gave everyone party hats, as if this was a huge celebration. But most of them were with their families, visibly mourning. Some, who had been under the imperious curse for months, realized that they had months missing from their mind. The fear of what they had done, of what they had been forced to do, came to them there, and Harry could hear them sobbing from their desks. They had nowhere else to go. Harry would remember that. The room with the minister was filled with people. This was different. No one was crying, celebrating, or suspicious here. People were rushing, working, their brows heavy as they went through each and every paper in front of them. There was much to undo. Harry stepped forward. "I'm sorry, no one is permitted to see the minister unless, bless my soul, it's. Harry looked up at the guard that stood in front of him, and he looked at the door. "Can I see him?" Of course, the guard said, as he turned around and puffed his chest out proudly. "Make way. Harry Potter here to see Minister Shacklebolt." The room fell quiet. Everyone turned to look at Harry as he stepped in. He was used to this. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, liar. Thank you, Master of fucking Death. We owe you a great debt." Selfish. They all watched him, in silence. Harry would have said it was reverence, but he didn't focus too much on it. He kept his head slightly down, focusing on where he was walking, focusing on the path to Shacklebolt's office. "He looks so young," he heard someone say, and Harry took a breath. 17, Harry, Shacklebolt said, as the door opened and he moved toward him. "I told you I would see you later." "It's urgent," Harry said, as he looked at him. "Grimmauld Place, is it?" "It remains yours," Shacklebolt said, as he reached for some paperwork. The office of the Minister for Magic was filled with scrolls and parchments, all hovering and waiting for his signature. There was a house elf in the corner, typing away on a magical underwood typewriter, who looked up at Harry when he entered, eyes wide and full of awe. Harry smiled at them, and they giggled and blushed and continued to type away, even with Sirius. "It remains yours," Shacklebolt said, as he looked at him. "But surely you did not come here for Hermione's in Australia." The Minister of Magic looked at him, and Harry tried not to reveal too much, but he gave a soft and cautious, "Yes," and Harry calmed. "You know, I want to do the thing," Harry said. "I mean, I doubt that the goblins would let me near Gringotts after I broke into a top security vault. But I want to help the families of people, bring back their bodies, and help the people that had been under the Imperio curse." Shacklebolt looked at him. "Harry, you need to res." Harry stepped forward. "There's no time. When everyone finds out that my parents and Sirius are back, they will want my head. They will want me to bring everyone else back. And you know what, it's true. I had the Deathly Hallows." Shacklebolt gasped. "And then I destroyed them. Because that was what Voldemort was after. He wanted to be Master of Death, and I destroyed them so that no one else could be. No one else would ever chase after it." Harry took a breath and he collapsed in a chair. "They'll never forgive me." "Harry, you underestimate." "I know," Harry said. "Look at Ron, the Weasleys, they've just lost someone." "Everyone's lost someone," Harry said, "but you said it yourself, they'll be looking for someone to blame. So give me the work, give me an occupation." He looked up at him. Shacklebolt looked at him and then he sighed as he went to the side of his cabinet and took out a roll of paperwork. "If that is your wish then, so be it," he said. "I will ask Gringotts to make a financial statement for you, as no one mentioned to you that you also came into the Potter inheritance once you turned 17. Harry blinked at him. "What? Oh yes, the vault you have now is just for your studies. The Potter vault is more extensive, and as Sirius heir, you also take on the Black Vault as well. Of course, I do not have a clear number for how much that relates to, but it should be more than enough for what you wish to do." Harry sat there, and he nodded. "And the Ministry would like to pay you and Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley a sum in thanks for." "Give mine to charity," he said. "Give it to St. Mungo's. I don't need it. Harry took a breath and Shacklebolt looked at him. "I will come and see you once I have the paperwork collated, if there is no protest from Sirius or your parents in regards to the vault." "They're dead," Harry said. "They've had no protest before, they shouldn't have now." Shacklebolt looked at him, shocked. "They're your parents." "I've never had parents," Harry said, feeling the pain of it. A few months ago he would have given anything to see them, to touch them. Merely a day ago, hours ago, he wanted to hug them, to feel them, to know that he would be safe and with them, one day. Now, he dreaded a moment with them. They were forcing his hand, in more ways than one. Will you allow me to open a flow portal to Grimmauld Place? Shacklebolt said, and Harry nodded. Sure, whatever, Harry, he said, as he looked at him. If you need to rest, there is a sofa on that side of the office. No one will disturb you and I need to get home. Creature's waiting. Then take this, he said, as he stood up. He went to a section of his wall and took out a small vial. Harry recognized it. Dreamless sleep potion. It is only for a few hours, but it will serve you well. There is, oh, werewolves. Werewolves? The Death Eaters, they got into Grimmauld Place, Harry explained as he looked at the small vial. A few hours sounded nice. They let loose a few werewolves, if you could. I'll send a few agents off to check on the neighbors, he said. And we'll redo the wards for Grimmauld Place. Make sure that they are still active. We will need your help as the heir and owner to set them though. Harry couldn't help but look at him and chuckle. It seemed strange that after all these years, of being doubted, of being treated as a child, he finally met someone that didn't treat him as such, that was actually looking out for him, that listened. You'll make a great minister for magic, sir, Harry said, and Shacklebolt looked at him and smiled. Thank you, Harry Potter. It was a few moments later that he was vanishing into the fireplace and appearing to chaos. I order you to tell me where. Master. Creature bowed as he saw Harry, and Harry was staring at Sirius. He looked just like he had seen him the last time, at the ministry, the same angry face, the same everything. He wasn't real, Harry thought to himself, and he blinked and began to walk away. Harry, it was his mother, it was Lily who tried to speak to him, but Harry held a few hours of uninterrupted sleep in his hands and he was not going to let anything stop him from taking it, not even the ghosts that seemed to have followed him from the castle. He walked past all of them, heading for the stairs. I'll eat in my room. The master bedroom, master, Creature said happily, as he followed after Harry. The change in the house was already obvious, and Creature seemed to have gotten a lot more than just Winky in to help clean up the house. They seemed thrilled to be here, to be serving the house, to be helping. Of course, there was a lot to be done at Hogwarts, but Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Who had been Dobby's friend, who had defeated the Dark Lord, twice. Who was kind and generous and who understood the house elves. He was worth the time. They all bowed at Harry as they walked past and he smiled at them. And Creature has told Winky about your plan for a room, and we decided it would be best if we share the third bedroom on the second floor. Sounds great, Dobby. Harry stopped walking, and Creature looked at him sadly. He put his hand on top of his. I'm sorry, I just. You forgot, Master. I understand, Creature said. I am sometimes thinking of you like Master Regulus. Harry turned to Creature and smiled. Don't forget to give me a list of the names of the house elves that served. When I have my money, you'll all be given your gifts, sir, Creature said, as he looked at Harry. Winky and I thought it best if you phrased it as a gift. Harry looked at him and nodded as they headed up the stairs, and towards the master bedroom. There was still a slight scent of hippogriff there. Perhaps the werewolves had not liked it. But it was clean and there were fresh sheets. And Harry knew that the Hogwarts elves had taken care of this room, because it was exactly like going to the dormitories. Harry looked at Creature as he took the soup that they had left for him and began to eat. Winky made the soup, sir. She thought a nice potato broth would settle your stomach. Tell her thank you, he said, it's delicious. Master, what is Creature to do with your guests? I'll talk to them when I've rested, Harry said. Shall I have Winky feed them, sir? Harry took a breath and nodded. Yes, Creature, we give guests food, and God, I don't know, prepare some places for them to sleep. I don't care where. Creature bowed as he looked at him, and then he vanished. In the room, Harry ate his food in silence, filling his stomach up enough to be satisfied. But then, he opened up the vial given to him by Shacklebolt and he drank it down. He barely made it to the bed before its contents worked on him, and he collapsed on the bed sheets. Chapter 8. He shouldn't be here, Sirius said, as he looked up at the house as it appeared in front of them. Harry hadn't returned to the castle, but this was the first place where they had to look for him. The Weasleys were surely the last place that he would go, much to Sirius' surprise, and Hermione had apparently decided to travel the world. Harry was left alone and Sirius was angry at the other two for leaving him. We can do a tracking charm, James offered, but it would be useless. Harry was already over the legal wizarding age. He was a young man now, an adult. He could take care of his own affairs and no one would be able to find him if he didn't want to be found. "We'll start here," Lily said. Then, that was the truth of the matter, they had no idea where to start looking for him. Harry Potter was a stranger to them. He had been a stranger when they had seen him at the castle, and when everyone told them what he had done, what he had to go through. "Okay. Brace yourself," Sirius said, as he tapped the door with his wand. "It's not the old house that." It creaked open. "It used to be." Lily gasped as she stepped inside, as they all did. Sirius had always painted a picture of the Black House, how it was dark, old-fashioned and wasted. How the family name went so far back that its lack of taste and decor had followed it into the future. In his own mind, he had seen the house torn to pieces, like a wild animal had been placed inside. There was no doubt that there had been. But that was not what they saw now. They stepped inside to the most substantial space they had seen. The side wall that had once held the portraits of his family were now bare, the bare bricks showing as the wallpaper had been mostly torn down and ruined anyway. The portraits, which had been ripped to pieces, were missing. On the side where the wall stood to separate the dining room, was open, the room expansive and full. The table, fixed, worn and faded, lay on its side. The carpets had been pulled up, removed. The smell that had permeated it, mostly gone with it, vanished. Ahead of them, the staircase, which Sirius remembered had never been quite so clean, now shone. There was still damage, so much damage, but the space and breadth of the house was now clear. The dust was gone. The threadbare carpets had been removed, the tiled and wooden floorboards now visible as they stepped through. "Blimey, Sirius, you never said it looked like this." His heart was racing, it never did. "Filthy, disgusting creatures, violating our house." And Sirius was back, remembering and hearing Creature's voice as he walked through. But he was surprised by him, seeing him in a dark gray robe. He looked clean, his ear hair fluffy like cotton wool, his eyes still as large as ever. He stopped when he saw Sirius. "You, Creature, what are you doing with?" Another house elf came past, and Creature turned to them and then gave them a new order. And Sirius recognized the emblem on their tea towel clothes. Are you ordering Hogwarts house elves?" Sirius said, aghast. He knew who they were. How many times had he and James gone down to the kitchens to steal food, especially after the full moon where Lupin couldn't make it to the Great Hall for food. But they were here, at least half a dozen, and he could hear more upstairs. It was an absolute travesty. "Master has placed me in charge while he is gone," Creature said. The house was ruined. Sirius wasn't listening to the house elf. He was too blinded by his own anger, by his own hatred of the house and of Creature, by the thought that Hogwarts house elves, his home, where he had been safe and welcome, were now here, where he had always felt trapped and scared. "You should have left it ruined. You are no longer my master." "How dare you talk back to me?" Sirius said, and James put his hand on Sirius' arm, shocked by his behavior. Sirius had always told him that Creature was a horrible creature, horrible to him and to anyone who entered, but it seemed that the vial was matched between the two of them. "Sirius, stop this." "Where's Harry?" Sirius asked. "He was here, wasn't he?" "He did not mention you would come," Creature said, eyeing James and Lily behind him, "nor that you would bring more." "What? Filth? Mudbloods?" "Sirius," James shouted, as he looked at him, "stop this." "Guest," Creature finished. "Master has been through enough." "How dare you talk to me about what Harry has been through?" Sirius said. "You were the one that told him that I wasn't home, the day that I was killed. You're a liar, a bad elf." Creature kept his eyes still, and Lily looked around to see that many of the other house elves were staring at them. They were being watched, and they had all reacted when Sirius had called Creature a bad elf. "Sirius," she said, as she reached for him. "No," Sirius said, rounding on Creature. "Where's Harry? I order you to tell me where." There was a flush of green light from the flow entrance in the main hallway. Creature had managed to clear it up. It once used to welcome the most honored of guests into the house. Once used to be the way that the old master would enter, but it had been boarded up when Orion Black, Walburga's husband and Sirius' father, had put a stop to the parties and festivities. The reason that the society was being integrated with too much filth, those of impure blood. But Harry stood there now. "Master," Creature said, as he rushed to Harry. But Harry was looking at Sirius, and Sirius saw the look on Harry's face. Lily looked at her son, and she wanted to step towards him, and wanted to speak to him. He looked different, so different from what she had imagined him to be like. But there was an exhaustion in his eyes, he had a glazed sort of look, and he was looking right through them, as if they weren't really there. Harry, Lily began, but he didn't stop when he moved to his stairs, when he spoke to Creature and carried on as if they had not just reappeared from the dead. He's tired. James reasoned, look at the state of him. But she didn't know if he was trying to comfort her or himself. Harry hadn't even paused as he made his way up the stairs. They watched as the other house elves seemed to jitter at his presence, as they bowed to him as he walked past, but Lily felt her knees weaken, she felt cold, unbearably cold, and James was grabbing hold of her. Sirius. The sound of his name and the urgency of his tone made Sirius turn and look at Lily. He took hold of her and took a breath. Kitchen. There's a table there we can sit at. Winky had felt when Master Harry had come into the house, and she felt something stir inside of her chest as she did. She prepared the soup for him, to be served where it needed to go, and she felt the intuition in the back of her mind. Master bedroom. With a slight movement she placed a hot roll next to the potato broth and sent it up with a snap, and she beamed when it disappeared. Finally, she had that feeling once more. At Hogwarts it had been so difficult to ignore, so difficult for her to ignore all the wants and needs of the students. Everyone needed something, everyone wanted something cleaned, there was always food to prepare, always something to do. It had been distressing. The butterbeer had helped quell the feeling a little, but it was a house elf's duty to do the work, that was the mark of a good house elf. And she had been a bad house elf, a very bad one, which is why her master had given her clothes. Now she had a uniform, a dark gray interim robe that Creature wore as well. These were the robes that they would wear until the master chose his colors. Her chest swelled at the thought, the top of her ears tickling at the thought that she would have a master, that she would see the start of an establishment. Her mother, and her grandmother, and her great-grandmother had once told her about the time of the establishment. The time where the great noble houses established their colors, their sigils, their rules and house elves. Of course, all the great old houses had their establishment centuries ago, their blood was pure, but it did not lessen the feeling now. For Harry Potter was a great wizard. A great wizard that took away the Dark Lord, who had brought her here, had asked for her personally, to be his house elf alongside Creature. She would serve his house, and she would do it to the memory of Dobby, who would have been proud to serve young Master Potter as well. And of course, he would need help. Of course, that was no fault of the new master. She had seen the house when Creature had brought her, in such a state after the werewolves had come in. Everything was being stripped back, and she and Creature would help the new master set his roots. He was still so young, and this house was old, but everything needed to be new. The kitchen had been such a mess, all the pans and pots had been broken, the tables torn apart. But Winky made it shone like new. It would be a new house, a new great house, Winky was sure of it. But she also knew that she had to take care of the great Harry Potter, as Dobby would have wanted. Because she had seen him fighting, along with the others, Creature said he needed help, not just for the house, but because he had seen so much, he had suffered so much. Winky had taken care of young Master Crouch when he had come back from Azkaban. She remembered how he had been, how his father had made him. She would take care of her new master, she would make sure he was safe under her care. Creature can't stop us from getting some water. She turned when she saw the three come in, and she hesitated. She thought she saw Master Harry, but it was not him, nor the kind young girl she had met in the kitchens, nor was the man. The man was Sirius Black. Water, Sirius said. Get me some water. An inkling told her that she could follow the order if she wanted, and she did. For Master would not want her to be rude and not help his guests. She got a glass of water for her as she prepared 3 bowls of soup with hot rolls. Then, she got tea for the lady and then returned to prepare food for the other house elves. They were also Master Harry's guests, and he would want them taken care of. Harry Potter was indeed a friend to all house elves. Didn't even look at us, and she listened. What happened? The war, the battle, just needs time. Her old master always told her to listen to the conversations of others, to always tell him what they had said, so that there were never any secrets. While she could not forget the secrets that she had heard in her ancestral home, she knew that she had a new master, with new rules to follow. She did not know if this would please him or if he would punish her, but she had once been a good house elf. She wanted to be a good house elf again. They sat in the kitchen as they finished eating. Sirius had very little appetite, but he ate because it wasn't something that creature had prepared. Every now and then there was the sound of house elves apparating or disapparate. There was movement and carpets and things being taken away. And then, it slowed, and it became quiet. They seem to have finished up, James said, looking at Sirius cautiously. They shouldn't have even been here, Sirius said, as he looked down at his bowl of soup. He shouldn't be here. James looked over at Lily, who seemed so much more tired than before. They hadn't rested, or perhaps, they had rested too much. The last time they had. Where can we sleep? James asked Sirius, and Sirius shrugged. I don't know, I don't live here anymore. James turned to the house elf who was cleaning up their dishes. She had large eyes and a round nose, like a tomato. Excuse me, Winky, sir, my name is Winky. Winky, James said, is there somewhere we can sleep? She seemed to consider it and then nodded. Master Sirius' old room. I'm not sleeping in there, Sirius said, and Winky seemed to back away at the tone in his voice, but James put his hand on Sirius' arm and looked at him. Pads, he said. We're tired, we won't see Harry until tomorrow, and we have nowhere else to go. Sirius looked at him and then he looked at Lily, who was resting her head on James's shoulder, her eyes fluttering closed. He eventually nodded and they stood up and headed out. James gave a small thanks to Winky, who reminded him of Snugglepout, who was his old house elf when he used to be a boy. When his parents had died, they had left Snugglepout to him in the house, but when they had died, James and Lily decided it was best if he went with other house elves. He wondered if they could have saved Harry, if they would have been able to take him away, take Lily away as well, if they had kept him. His regret turned into a lump of coal inside of his chest. He felt so heavy with so much regret. The house was cleaner than even the last time they saw it. The carpets were completely gone, the floor shone, the ceilings were cleaned and the smell, it was fresh. But James could only concentrate on Lily and her weight on him, and Sirius, who walked ahead of them, slowly, taking in the old house as if he were a stranger. He supposed they were all strangers. Sirius' room had been cleared up, the wallpaper had been ripped down. James knew that Sirius had probably had the same problem in his house as he did here. Posting pictures and posters all on the wall just to annoy his family and whoever came in. He was more respectful with his parents, but he could tell that the blank walls disturbed Sirius. Here, take the bed, Sirius said. I sleep better as a dog anyway. Just sleep in the other bedroom. That's Regulus' room, Sirius told him. Besides, I don't think that we should be apart. James looked at him and nodded. Some pajamas, Hogwarts style, had been placed on the beds. Lily and James changed in the bedroom and Sirius changed in the hallway, stepping in as Padfoot. I'd kill for a shower in the morning, James said, as he pulled Lily close to him. She was already fast asleep, holding onto James's pajama shirt, like she always did. It did not help that this is what their night should have ended up like that night, Halloween night. They should have put Harry to bed, they should have changed into their pajamas and then got into their room and slept soundly, tired, but ready for a screaming toddler in the morning. This is what their life should have been. It took so much longer for James to fall asleep. Even when Sirius started to snore and Lily continued to doze, James could not stop thinking about his son. Harry had looked terrible. He hadn't wanted to say it to Lily, to Sirius, but they had probably noticed how thin he had looked, how disheveled and dirty he looked. James had almost wanted to say that he looked like Snivelus. Fuck, he was dead now too. He held Lily closer. Sirius. Remus, was Peter alive? Did anyone know? He had been so angry at Peter, so angry that he had betrayed them, but now all James could think of was that Harry had been so alone for all these years. Had Sirius not thought about Harry when he confronted Peter? When he had been sent to Azkaban? James ran through all the clues that Sirius had dropped, that he had not raised him, that he had not been there. Hermione had attacked him, but then helped him escape. Harry hadn't known who he was. What about Remus? Had Remus gone to see Harry? Had Petunia treated him kindly? 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind and he couldn't sleep, he couldn't be still and calm. He let Lily rest as he got up from the bed, and he thought about Harry. His feet seemed to lead him where he wanted to go, where he needed to go. The light from his wand ignited the passageway of what James assumed was the higher floors. And then his eyes caught on the ornate doors at the end of the 4th floor, and he knew. Like he always knew. Last night he had made Harry laugh with colored smoke, he had held him in his arms. He stepped further towards the door. James had kissed him goodnight and promised him he'd see him in the morning. He reached it, and lifted his hand to touch it. Harry had had a slight fever a few days ago, and it had gone down, but James hadn't been able to stop waking up to check on him. He touched the door handle and was tempted to open it. Harry was looking at them, eyes wide. He killed Voldemort. James let go of the door handle. Was he scared of his own son? James stared at the wooden door for a long time before he finally turned around and headed back to Sirius' room. He fell asleep a good while later, mainly of exhaustion than anything else. He woke up a few hours later. In his mind, in his dreams and memories, he saw Voldemort coming through the door. Take Harry and run. James had died believing they'd made it out, but the nightmare had really only just begun. Chapter 9. Neither Harry Potter nor Kingsley Shacklebolt had any reference frame for sleep or rest anymore. During the war both of them had rested while they could, between Death Eater attacks and Harry on the run with Hermione and Ron. They rested when there was time to. Harry had slept a full 3 hours with the potion. It was a shame that the effects of it had lessened for him. He'd been drinking it since the Triwizard Tournament, had needed to stop during the summer holidays, but he'd had to take it over and over when it came to the deaths. There was always death. Now, a simple potion didn't have the same effect on him, but the lack of sleep served him better during the hunt. He didn't remember when he'd last slept a full 8 hours. Harry still felt as if he had not slept at all. He felt weary, like he was dragging himself. And he had certainly done that when Kingsley had appeared at 4 a.m. on his doorstep, and Creature had come to inform him. "Thanks, Winky," Harry said. As she put a pot of hot coffee in front of Harry, she seemed to always have it at the right temperature to drink, just sweet enough so it didn't spoil the sweet buns that she also laid out on the table between them. The kitchen was the warmest place in the house still, and the place that comforted Harry the most at this moment. He needed the noise, the warmth, the comfort of company. He wouldn't be able to stand silence and complacency. "So, a Gringotts representative will see you," Kingsley said. "Under guard, of course, and you will not be permitted to use your wand." Harry nodded as he took a bite of the bun. "Fair enough. And we have already checked up on the neighbors and they seem fine. All the tests have come up negative, although there are traces that they've been obliterated several times So, what?" Harry asked. Chances are that they may have heard or seen something, and someone was sent out to obliterate them. There are also the chances that they were tortured, and that they were obliterated afterwards, so it will have lingering effects on their mind, but they will have no idea how it occurred." Harry closed his eyes and nodded, running his hand through his hair as he remembered that Winky had tied it up for him that morning. They seemed to have divided up the household chores. Creature was in charge of the house. He had made a list of things that they needed, things that he had to show Harry how to do and organize for the house to run as it should. And Winky was devoted to taking care of him. She had laid out clothes for him, had tied up his hair when he thought of tying it up, and had cleaned his bedroom for him when he had been in the shower. "What about what I told you, the fund for survivors?" Harry knew that Kingsley probably needed to go home and rest, and that as Minister for Magic, he had much bigger things to deal with than just his own personal affairs. But Harry didn't have a guide growing up. Dumbledore should have sat him down to explain these things to him. Hell, even Professor McGonagall should have explained it to him. He realized that they didn't because he had been a literal child, a child that would not have understood how this all worked. But now, after the war, with the Weasleys turning their back on him, Hermione leaving for Australia, and the world taking a long-needed breath after Voldemort's demise, it felt like years since he considered himself a child. "Well, seeing as what the bank says," Kingsley stated, "it will be no problem. And the Wizengamot would want to speak with you, hear your perspective on what had happened. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger as well." Harry shut his eyes, realizing that Ron would have to talk to them. He just imagined what he would say in all his anger. When? "Not for a few weeks," Kingsley said. "Most are returning to their families. They were under the influence of the Imperious Curse. They need a break. The world needs a break." Harry knew what he was trying to say. He was going to tell Harry that he needed a break as well, but Harry couldn't stop. He couldn't allow himself to feel things yet. He had work to do. He needed the occupation. He needed to keep busy. He couldn't just shut off anymore, not after 7 years of running for his life, of hiding, of being scared of the big bad Voldemort. It was a very hard habit to break. There's a forest. It's just outside London. Hermione went camping there once with her parents, he said. There are snatchers. There were snatchers there. I can go there and find where they took some bodies in. Harry, you're paren. And we can start returning them to their families. I know that a lot of people will want to help, but only those that aren't available, and maybe you can get some Aurors to talk to the snatchers. I'll double what they got from the old ministry to find the location of bodies. Harry, you've done so much. I mean, surely there's enough money if I have 2 major vault names under my name and... Harry. I can't. Harry stopped and took a breath, and he looked at the table in front of him, focusing on the grains, moving his finger along them. I can't. I need an occupation, a routine. I need something to do, or my head, everything will. You need to let it, Kingsley said. I can send a healer. God, and let them tell the world that the boy who lived is in fucking sane as well? Harry asked, as he looked at Kingsley. No, put me to work. I need work. Kingsley looked at Harry. He looked like so many others when the First War had finished. Although that one had been different, people had lived in fear. Voldemort was still just a figure in the shadows. He had never gone as far as he had this time. And the pressure hadn't been on just one person to stop him. At some point Harry would break. Harry, you need to take it easy, he said. I just need a license for apparition, Harry said, ignoring the comment. I never took my test, but I can do it. Been doing it for months. I don't need a reason for the Wizengamot to take away anyone that I find, and maybe 1 or 2 Aurors to help. I'm not too sure how to locate bodies or unbury them. I can ask Hermione for help. I'm sure she knows a spell or 2. Of course, Kingsley said. I will try and get someone on it. What about Remus? Harry's eyes moved and he nodded. Yeah, Remus, no. He'd want to be at home. Tonk's dad, it'd hurt too much then. The young man's eyes drifted and Kingsley reached over and tried to take Harry's shoulder, but Harry flinched visibly, and he pulled back. We'll have someone come over and redo the wards. I can do them, Harry said. I don't want anyone here. It has to be you or McGonagall or... Harry took a deep breath. His mind was racing. He needed to focus. Gringotts first, he said, and then I can go to the ministry. Best if you avoid it for now, Kingsley said. There's an influx of people, and so much work. I'll come by at the end of the day. Harry nodded as Kingsley thanked the house elves and then headed back into the main room to use the flow grate. Harry took a breath and then looked at Creature. Will you come with me to the bank? Yes, master, he said, and there are a few other things that we need to organize while we are in Diagon Alley. And your guests? Harry blinked at Creature, and he stiffed a yawn. What guests? Taking on a house like Grimmauld Place was a lot more complicated than Harry had thought. It wasn't just the choice of carpet or no carpet, rugs or no rugs, it was the maintenance of the house as a whole. There are 2 vaults in the second basement that need to. Second basement? Harry asked, surprised. There's only one? The second basement will only appear to the true owner of the house. It holds the vaults for house spending and personal spending. Harry had wondered how Creature had gotten money to buy the ingredients when they had been hiding there after the wedding. But that's black money, isn't it? Why didn't it appear to Sirius when he was there? Master Black was no true owner of the house. He shunned it, Creature said, spitting. He hated it, so the house hated him back. I am sure that you have seen the door and can access the vaults if you please. They were walking down Diagon Alley. It was completely still early, which meant that it was completely empty, and Harry was happy about that. And he was glad that Gringotts was open all the time. There was no rest for profit after all. So, I'll have to get money from the vaults and put them in there for you to spend on things, right? That is correct, master, Creature said, and if you will be wanting to add carpets and wallpaper. Can we talk about that later, Creature? Master, Creature said, looking at Harry and making him stop. The Gringotts goblins will take more kindly to you if you present like the lord of the house, which is what you are. They only respect gold and treasure. But you have the 2 largest vaults in the bank, Creature said. They will want you to continue your services with them, so they will respect you as well. Harry looked at Creature and he seemed to understand. He had to act like a Malfoy to be treated like a Malfoy. The doors opened as Harry walked inside. His eyes looked to the floors, new tiles, and the ceiling. The chandelier had been replaced by much smaller ones, at multiple places. And he could feel their eyes on him. "I'm Harry Potter, I wish to." "Yes, we were waiting for you," the goblin said, as he gestured. "You will be seen by Quarkook, the last door at the end of the corridor." The goblin waved his hand to the gates, and Harry turned to see them opening for Harry. The goblin had dismissed Harry quickly and was already working on some new paperwork, measuring out the gold in his hand and ignoring Harry completely. Brusque, thought Harry. Harry began to walk down the corridor, towards the door that had been pointed out to him. He was aware that there was more security here, two wizards that could not hide the look on their faces when they realized who he was. He turned to look at Creature, to only realize that he was not beside him. Creature, wah. The house elf was still standing by the entrance, his eyes staring at Harry from the distance. Creature pointed to the floor of the bank and Harry looked around as if he was supposed to know what he was supposed to say. "Creature, come here," Harry said, and then, Creature crossed the line. Harry waited with confusion as Creature reached him, and he looked away from Harry. "A house elf must be ordered over the line, Master Potter," Creature explained. "Ordered?" Harry asked, and then he remembered when Lucius Malfoy had ordered Dobby around like that. How he had pushed him with his stick, how he had ordered him with vial on his tongue. It probably has something to do with the fact that house elf magic works differently. Hermione said. A house elf could probably break into Gringotts if they wanted to, if they were ordered, and so that goblins placed magical barriers to restrict their movement. Harry smiled as he turned to look at Hermione. He swore she had been right beside him, but he stopped when he realized, no, she's not here. They reached another barrier, and Harry felt somewhat indignant that he had to turn to Creature and say, yet again, "Creature, come." "You get used to it, Master," Creature explained to Harry, something that Creature had learned he had to do with his new master, as he knew so little about the rules of house elves. But after hearing Hermione's voice in his mind, all he could think about was what she would think of him if she saw him doing this. He took a breath as they got to the office door. "Remember, Master," he said, "you hold the great vaults. Act like a Malfoy to be treated like one," Harry thought. But Harry Potter didn't want to treat people like Malfoy had. "Welcome, Master Potter." Harry looked at the piece of paper in front of him, trying to locate the number of how much was in his vault when he finally realized that the account number at the top of the list wasn't an account number. "Oh. This is, of course, consolidated from all the accounts under your name. Within these are the smaller vaults, your private funds which I believe you were using for school and of other Black and Potter family members, who all maintained their own accounts. However, as you are the only one of the house now, you can maintain them for any dependents you may have in the future." Harry tensed but said nothing as he looked at the 12 smaller vaults, including the Grimmauld Place vault, which is what Creature had told him about. It was still rather full, so Harry didn't have any intention to add more into it, but at least he had less to worry about. "Minister Shacklebolt has stated that you wished to convert your private account into a fund for assistance after the war. We would recommend you remove it from the main vaults and instead create it as its own entity. It is more secure that way. You will also need to fill out forms and the initial fee will be taken from the starting balance." More papers were put in front of him and Harry tried to not groan, but this is what he wanted, and he knew that Hermione wasn't going to be here to always read the fine print of these things. So he took the paperwork and held it in his hand until Creature reached over and took it from Harry. "Oh, thanks, Creature. Then there's the issue of debt to Gringotts." "Debt?" Harry asked, and then Quarkook pointed to the ceiling, and Harry realized that he meant the dragon incident. "You've already fixed it, haven't you?" "Yes," he said. "But the dragon that had been guarding the gate, the one you let loose, must be recaptured and replaced. And if not, we will need to obtain and train an entirely new breed and species." Harry looked at Quarkook and he blinked. "You were torturing it," Harry said in a low voice. "You can't recapture it and put it back in its cage, and nor should you get another one to take its place. We were only securing the vaults from any would-be thieves." "Well, that didn't exactly work, did it?" Harry retorted back angrily. Quarkook looked at Harry indignantly. "You are correct, Mr. Potter." "Master Potter," Harry said, looking at Quarkook, who seemed suddenly taken aback by the change in Harry. But there was something else. It seemed that being reminded of how the dragon had been treated, how Harry had gotten into the vault with Hermione and Ron, how he had been betrayed by Griphook, had stirred something in the young man. And Harry leaned forward, with anger in his eyes. "I will not pay for you to chain another living creature in the depths of this place," Harry said. "As you can see, I do hold quite a substantial amount of gold. I can go elsewhere to place it." Quarkook looked at Harry. "No family has ever—" "I am not a family," Harry stated. "I will pay for damages, of course, but not for another dragon, not to guard my gold. I will just store it elsewhere, and I will ask others to do the same. I have a very well-known name in case you hadn't realized." Quarkook did not know if Harry was bluffing, but just the idea of it, the thought of him spreading the news that he did not support Gringotts, told him to keep his mouth shut about the dragon. Still, Quarkook looked put out and he put the paperwork for that aside as he grabbed another file. "You have 2 other houses besides the manor." Harry sat back in his chair, feeling as if he had won the match but not the battle, but feeling too exhausted to care. The anger that had just fueled that small outburst seemed to take all his energy away, but he didn't want to show that to Quarkook. "Inherited to you the Godric's hollow home of your forebears, as well as the summer house of the Potters." "Summer house?" Harry asked, as he gripped the arm rest on his chair. He felt Creature near him. "What summer house?" "It is a summer house that the Potters used to live in. It dates back to the 1700s. Quarkook handed over a piece of paper to him. 346 hectares of land, and a manor house. Harry looked at the house and he wondered, was he ever meant to find out about this? Had Dumbledore known about this house? Had he kept it from him? And alongside Grimmauld Place, the Black family also had a small estate in Scotland, which you would. Harry took that piece of paper too and he took a deep breath. Sirius and Harry would have been there, if he had lived, if he hadn't gone to the ministry. This was too much. Harry had died yesterday morning. Who would all of this had gone to? Would it have gone to the bank? He had no heirs, he wouldn't have had the time. Like a pig to slaughter. What would have happened to his gold? To his bank accounts? Would they have gone to Narcissa? The woman that had? Is Draco alive? Harry's head twitched as he felt her breath on his cheek, as he remembered lying on the ground. He remembered waking up on the ground the first time they had apparated out. Creature was waiting, steak and kidney pie waiting for you, Master. Creature? Master Harry will revise this later, Creature said, as he took the paperwork from the goblin, who seemed somewhat taken aback by Harry's sudden change in attitude, and then at Creature, who spoke on behalf of his master. Very well, Quarkook said. Once you have decided upon what you wish to do, do not hesitate to return to Gringotts to confirm everything. Harry felt Creature's hand on Harry and he nodded and stood up. He managed to walk out with Creature and he saw the crowds of people starting to mill around, and then, a little girl. Mummy. Mummy, she said, pointing, and Harry turned to Creature, who took his hand and quickly apparated back to the house. Harry staggered as they landed and Creature carefully led him up to the bedroom. The young master was asleep before he could undress once more, and Creature looked at him with sadness in his eyes. Master, you promised you would come back, he said to him softly as he covered him with a blanket. Come back, Master, come back. Chapter 10. Sirius had woken up early. He had heard Harry climbing the stairs and wondered where he had been for these past few hours. But he had to admit to himself that he was too cowardly to go and ask him himself. But he walked out onto the landing and heard the door to his mother's room close as Sirius stood there, looking into the darkness. Looking back at the sleeping James and Lily, Sirius walked downwards, towards the main entrance, of what was his house, of what was left of the house. It had been stripped back completely, the wood was polished and shone, the walls were bare, free of that ugly wallpaper, the carpets had been removed, the portraits taken down. Or rather, picked up from where they had once hung on the walls. The tapestry that he and Harry had looked at before he had gone to school in his 5th year, had been removed. What was left of it had been cleaned and rolled up into a huge mass at the end of the room. 5th year, that had been nearly 3 years ago, 3 years that he had missed. He had turned 17 and they had all missed it, they had all missed the moments and his birthday. Sirius didn't even have a watch to give him. Had someone given him a watch? It was traditional. It was, he should have had a normal life. Because then he would have just thought about graduation, they would have argued about him getting a motorcycle, a license. They would have talked about girls and how Hermione's breath caught when she looked at him, how obvious it was. And Harry wouldn't have had to live with the Dursleys, no, Sirius would have been allowed to be his guardian, to buy him things, to treat him better, to give him a whole life that he had deserved. But he had missed out on it. Harry had missed out on it. On someone else's mission, someone else's agenda. He stood in the living room and looked around as he heard Creature step down from the staircase. Sirius turned to look at the house elf, who gave him a nasty look as he headed to the kitchen. "You know the mark of a good house elf is that they're not seen or heard," Sirius said. "Master Harry likes to know he is not alone in the house." Sirius turned to him. "He isn't alone. You are dead," Creature said. "And it was your fault," Sirius said, as he looked at Creature. "You hurt Buckbeak and made me stay upstairs in that room. You told Harry that I was at the ministry. If you hadn't said anything, Harry would have never gone. This is all your fault." Creature tilted his head at Sirius, as if to say something, but thought better of it. It struck Sirius how Creature had never held back before, so why was he doing so now? Sirius looked around the bare room. "You were capable of doing this," Sirius said, looking around the room, at the house. "You were capable of making this house, to strip it of everything that it was. This is what I wanted. I wanted my own home, to make it mine, but this would never be your home, old Master Black," Creature said, his voice lilting slightly as he spoke, as he moved backwards towards the kitchen stairs. "The house would never recognize you." "Because I was banished?" Sirius said, snorting. "Because you refused the house, you hated it so it hated you back," Creature said, as he turned his head, and looked downwards. "Master Potter accepted the house and cares for it. He is a better master." Sirius felt fury rise in him. "Why, you little padfoot," James said as he looked at Sirius, and then at Creature, who had already slunk off into the kitchen. Sirius looked at his friend. "You should have heard what he said." "I heard what he said," James said, as he stepped into the living room. "Pads, what the hell is the matter with you?" Sirius looked at James, his friend. God, he still looked the same as when he had last seen him, but he was so different as well. He wasn't Harry, who had once had such bright green eyes, who now looked so drawn and distant, who seemed to look right through them when he saw them. As if they weren't there. "God, I don't know, it's this house, it's him, Sirius began to pace, and then he looked at James, who stood there, in his pajamas, and he turned away. The guilt for letting Peter be the secret keeper, the guilt for going after Peter, for not seeing Harry grow up, for dying before he could see him graduate, for not protecting him. "Padfoot," James said, as he took a step into the room, as he looked at his friend. "Sirius." Sirius cleared his throat as he looked around. This place should have been ours," he said, as he walked around. I didn't want it, I didn't want Harry to see it, but now, it's like." Sirius shook his head. "I could have given this to him," he said, "a fresh start." James stepped into the room. He tried to catch his friend's eye. "Sirius, what happened? To you and to Harry? Please, Lily's upstairs, He moved towards Sirius. "We've missed out on 17 years of his life. You said you were taken to Azkaban, did you? Do you know how he was treated at the Dursleys? Do you know anything about why was it him? Why did it have to be him?" Sirius looked at him. "That's, if you can't just answer me one thing," James said, and Sirius braced himself. He braced himself for the question, for wondering if he knew the answer. God, there was so much of Harry that he didn't know, so much that he hadn't asked him. He thought he had time. He thought he. What house was he sorted into? Sirius blinked. What house? Sirius stared at James, and the worried expression on his face before he let out a laugh as he looked at him, and he reached for him and hugged him, pulling him into a tight embrace. "Oh, prongs," he said, as he broke down, as James held him back. It only occurred to Sirius now how little they knew about Harry. They had heard about the prophecy, they had heard about what he had done, how he was in school, and all these small hints and clues. But nothing about who he was, what made him, him. "Gryffindor. He's in Gryffindor," Sirius said as he pulled back and looked at James. "Oh, and you should see him on a broom, James." "Really? Made the house team?" James asked. Sirius smiled at him. "First year, I heard." "What?" James asked, shocked. "But nobody makes the house team in first year." "McGonagall liked his medal," Sirius said, as his mood dampened. "At least, that's what Ron told me anyway." "Ron?" James asked. "That kid that was yelling at him?" Sirius looked down, and away. I don't know what happened to them. When they were here they were, wow, it was like looking at the two of us again, although, they weren't much for pranking, that was more Fred and George. You would have loved Fred, they opened up a joke shop, it was amazing. And Molly. Well, she was, her. Sirius remembered arguing with her most, trying to place his dominance over Harry as a parent, as a guardian. The thing is, it's been rather difficult for you to look after him while you've been locked up in Azkaban, hasn't it? He felt a shiver run through him, and he remembered her grabbing at Harry in the Great Hall, when she had been trying to get him to bring Fred back. It's just, the loss, that was all, and the truth was that she was right, Harry should have had a better guardian than Sirius. But Sirius had also been right, Harry should have been told the whole truth, so that he was better prepared, so that he hadn't fallen for creatures' tricks. Harry should have been told from the start. Sirius, James said as he looked at him. I'm sorry I didn't take care of little Pronkslet James, he said. I'm sorry I wasn't there for him. It wasn't your fault, it was my fault, Sirius said. When I got to the cottage, and I saw him, bleeding, and you and Lily I couldn't feel anything, I couldn't remember anything. I tried to take him from Hagrid, I almost cursed him but he said Dumbledore needed to protect him. He shook his head. And then you know who was gone and Merlin, everyone was celebrating. Everyone was so happy. It spread so fast, the news, and all I could think was, I'd lost my best friend. I lost Lily and Remus was gone, and Peter was out there. Peter was out there, no doubt he was going to play it off, say that it was tortured out of him. You can't get the secret through torture, and his house had been fine. We couldn't have known Sirius, a voice said from behind them. And they turned to see Lily, still in her night clothes. Nobody could have known it was Peter. But I should have made sure Harry was okay, Sirius said. I should have gone to Dumbledore but I was so angry. James pulled Sirius into another hug. We're here now, James said, holding Sirius close. Come on, let's do something, we've been stuck inside this place. Ha, Sirius said, looking at James. You don't know half of it. Then tell us Sirius, James said, we'll go for a walk, get some fresh air, maybe Winky will pack us some sandwiches and we'll wait for Harry to get up. He just came back, Sirius said, and they looked at him. When I woke up he was just coming back from somewhere. But it's still so early, James said. That's all right, Lily said, we'll ask Winky if we can take him out for lunch or something, maybe we can have a proper sit down and talk. Maybe get out of these clothes. James didn't want to tell her that it was probably too soon still, that Harry hadn't spoken to any of them, hadn't even looked at them properly. He might need more time. But Lily had a look in her eyes that told James that he should just agree, so he smiled at her and nodded. I think lunch is a great idea. In the upstairs bedroom, Harry dreamed. Harry sent another stunning spell at the Death Eater with the twisted face who had tied up Ron, but the spell missed, rebounded on the window, and hit the waitress, who collapsed in front of the door. Expulso! Bellowed the Death Eater, and the table behind which Harry was standing blew up. The force of the explosion slammed him into the wall and he felt his wand leave his hand as the cloak slipped off him. Petrificus totalis! Screamed Hermione from out of sight, and the Death Eater fell forward like a statue to land with a crunching thud on the mess of broken china, table, and coffee. Hey look, Wartcap powder, Sirius said. As he held his hand up, James was standing beside him, laughing as he donned some bright yellow rubber gloves. Lily turned to Harry, who felt 15 again. Better put these on, my love, better steer clear of the cabinet. But Harry had already seen Fred wrap his own hand carefully in a cloth moments later and sneak the box into his already doxy-filled pocket. He winked at him as Remus stepped in. Tonks was with him, carrying a baby, Teddy. Ah, you always come when it's lunchtime, don't you? Sirius said, no help otherwise. Well, I'm busy with other things. Please don't snog in front of Harry, James said jokingly, as he covered Harry's ears, the rubber gloves half silencing the world. He's still an innocent child. Harry looked out the window to the flower beds below. He was leaning against it, watching and wondering if, during summer, the flower beds burst to life with color. He wondered if there were birds singing, if the air smelled like honey, if the village down the road was inviting and welcoming to strangers. A shadow passed behind him and he turned to see Hermione walk in with the pregnancy test in her hand. His breath caught, and she looked up at Harry, her eyes filled with tears. Can you believe this is our life now? He took a breath. Life, all right, Evans, said James, and the tone of his voice was suddenly pleasant, deeper, more mature. Leave him alone, Lily repeated. She was looking at James with every sign of great dislike. What's he done to you? Well, said James, appearing to deliberate the point, it's more the fact that he exists, if you know what I mean. Many of the surrounding watchers laughed, Sirius and Wormtail included, but Lupin, still apparently intent on his book, didn't, and neither did Lily. You think you're funny, she said coldly. But you're just an arrogant, bullying toad, Potter. Leave him alone. I will if you go out with me, Evans, said James quickly. Go on. Go out with me, and I'll never lay a wand on old Snively again. Harry walked down the forest. He knew this part. A part of him wanted to stop, wanted to go back to the castle. He didn't want to do this, he didn't want to be here. He wanted to go home, but he continued to walk, his body moving on his own. He stood in front, he couldn't hear them, he couldn't see them, he could only see him, in front of him. Voldemort had raised his wand. His head was still tilted to one side, like a curious child, wondering what would happen if he proceeded. Harry looked back into the red eyes. He wasn't scared. But his heart was racing. What happened afterwards? He'd already done this once. What happened the second time? He saw the mouth move and a flash of green light. Harry Potter shot up in bed, covered in sweat and screaming. He looked around wildly. In front of him he saw him, Voldemort, in his black cloak and his glowing red eyes. Harry grabbed onto his wand and pointed in front of him, ready to call out a spell, but in the time it had taken for his eyes to turn away, he looked back and saw that the shadow he had seen had just been that, a shadow, the red lights just a reflection of the glow from the gas burners that had been burning on low around him. Harry took a breath and he put his wand down, but his heart was still racing, his mind still reeling from the dreams, and he blinked and nodded. It's not real, it's not real, it's not, Master. Fuck. Winky, Harry said, shouting at the house elf, as it cowered back, as Harry lowered the wand that he had raised. I'm sorry, Moss Master. Harry took several deep breaths before he looked at her. No, I was. You just scared me, that's. He swallowed. What is it? He asked, as he reached up and wiped the sweat that had accumulated on his brow. Master received a letter, Winky said, as she handed the letter to Harry, and he thanked her and apologized again as she told Harry that she would prepare a bath and clothes for him. Thank you, and I'm sorry, he said, as she walked away. Harry took a deep breath as he looked at the letter in his hand, and he frowned when he recognized it as Kingsley's. Harry, too busy for me to leave the ministry, if possible, come to my office and we will discuss the fund here, and sign documents, Kingsley. Harry took a deep breath as he sat there, remembering what had happened just hours before. Or, he had no idea how long he had been sleeping. Winky? Yes, Master. How long was I asleep? 3.5 hours, sir. Harry knew that wasn't enough, but perhaps he could get another vial of dreamless sleep. While he was out, and he did need to see Kingsley and ask him about the Gringotts Bank and his funds for. He doesn't get away with this. Not this time. Harry shook his head, taking the image of Ron from his mind as he got up. He had to work. He had to go and work. Winky had prepared some clothes for him as Harry bathed, and when he was done, he walked out to see them laid on the bed. Harry had a feeling that they were from Regulus' closet, fixed or mended from there. It was certainly not Harry's style, but he had no other clothes. He looked at Winky. Is it possible for me to get clothes? I mean, other clothes? Like t-shirts and jeans? She blinked at him. T-shirts? Of course, Harry thought. Wizarding families didn't wear Muggle clothing. Neither Creature nor Winky would know anything about that. Nothing, that's okay, this will do, Harry said, but he knew that he would miss his trainers and t-shirts far too much for him to handle this wardrobe change for too long. But perhaps, for the current state of things, it was perfectly suitable. I'll be at the ministry, so I'll probably just eat there, so don't worry about food. Winky seemed to look at him, with wide eyes. But Winky hasn't prepared lunch for you today, the red-haired woman. Fred. Can you, my boy, my darling boy? I won't eat with her, Harry said, quickly, and he closed his eyes and took a breath. I mean, I don't want any more visitors to the house unless it's the Minister for Magic or Hermione Granger. Is that understood?" She nodded, "Yes, master." Harry nodded as he finished getting dressed, feeling most unlike himself, and Winky tied his hair up before he headed down the stairs. He hadn't had a chance to look through the bank statements, but Harry had already made up his mind about several things, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. He took a breath as he nearly got to the bottom of the stairs, and then he turned to see a figure at the end of the hallway. "Harry," she said. Her hair was down and she was wearing a soft dress. "Did you sleep well?" He looked at her. "We've been waiting for you," she said. "We want to have lunch, as a family. Won't you join us?" Harry just kept on watching her, and she came closer. He tensed, slightly, but she seemed to stop at seeing him be nervous. She stood still, half in the shadows. "Won't you join us?" she repeated. Her voice was soft, just as he had imagined in the dream. "They want wizards on the street to think you're just some stupid boy who's a bit of a joke, who tells ridiculous tall stories because he loves being famous and wants to keep it going." "Harry," Lily said again, as Harry swallowed and blinked. "Yeah, sure," he said, as she smiled. Harry finished walking down the stairs, his eyes focused on the steps before he turned to the hallway. There was no one there. He didn't know what he had expected, but he reached up and put a hand over his face, as he took a breath and held onto the railings of the staircase. He closed his eyes and turned the stone over in his hand 3 times. The flow grate was in front of him and he didn't hesitate to step towards it, shaking the ghost and the dreams from his mind, as he flung it down, and disappeared in a plume of green smoke. Kingsley looked up from where he was, and he looked at Harry as he stepped inside. He saw the pale look on his face. "Harry, you look ill, should we reschedule?" Harry looked up at Kingsley and he wondered what he would think of Harry if he told him that he had seen his mother's ghost in the house, that she had spoken to him, as if she were real, that she had almost gotten to him, almost. "No," Harry said, as he sat down. "I have nowhere else to be." Chapter 11. The cameras flashed around him as he stood there. They had been waiting for him to make an appearance, and word had gotten around that he had been seen with Kingsley, and that they had been talking, and, of course, everyone wanted to know what about. "We should announce it," Harry said, as he sat in the office. "Just tell them about the fund. I don't care if it's too soon, they should know that I'm trying to help them, trying to help." "Harry, you've helped enough." "It'll never be enough," Harry replied, looking at Kingsley. The older man sighed, and he looked at the paperwork in front of him. "Harry, there are still a few questions." "But this will help," Harry said. "You and the team can sort the questions out later, but, putting the fund first, letting them know it's there, it's." "All right," Kingsley said. "All right, we'll get a goblin and do it, sign it, and they might stop them for a while, but I'd rather that you face them after you rested." Harry smiled. "I don't do a lot of resting these days." The Minister of Magic looked at Harry Potter, and then he nodded. "Very well then, we'll get a representative now then." Harry nodded, and he ran a hand through his hair. At least he was dressed in black robes, suitable for the occasion. It took less than an hour to sign the documents. Quarcook from Gringotts had come to make sure that everything was ready and photographs were taken. A quick press conference was set up and Harry was told that he didn't have to say anything, that he didn't have to speak or even attend. But he did. He stood behind Kingsley as the cameras flashed around him, as his eyes stayed forward, as Kingsley was questioned on the fund for survivors, on the fund for helping locate and return bodies to their families, on Harry Potter and the official news that every Death Eater will be held accountable and responsible for their acts to the utmost degree. It was the first time the public saw Harry Potter, and he stood there as the pictures were taken, as he shook hands ceremonially with Kingsley, and as he stood behind the interim minister for magic, as he explained everything to the waiting public. But as soon as the press conference was over, everyone was trying to get to Harry. "Mr. Potter, this way." Daily Prophet. Comment on, any truth to the Death Eat, how did you kill? He was rushed out, and Kingsley was giving him a wide berth when they returned to his office. He stayed there for most of the day, hiding, watching Kingsley go through reports with Harry on where they could start looking and locating bodies of the missing and dead. There would be a task force, made up of Aurors and enforcement. "Harry," Kingsley said, as he looked at Harry after a few hours, "you should go home and rest." No, I can't rest." Kingsley looked at him. "Did you drink the vial?" He shrugged, as he leaned forward in his chair. I can't tell anymore. The older man looked at Harry but didn't want to offer more of the potion to him. It was, after all, an addictive potion that could have long-lasting effects on the mind, and that was one thing he didn't want Harry worried about. "Go home and rest," he said. "I will send word when we're ready to begin, okay?" The boy who lived looked at the minister for magic and he nodded. Once again he said his goodbyes and ventured out into the hallways of the ministry. Thankfully, no reporters had made it up to this level, except one. "Harry, how nice to see you." Rita Skeeter looked less like herself as she did in that moment. She looked better than when he had seen her last, but not completely made up. "I happened to come across a very interesting pensive memory," she said, as she tried to keep up with his long strides down the hallway. "Would you like to give a comment?" "No comment," Harry said, and he turned to her. "And now's not the time for you to be digging for dirt." "I'm not digging for dirt," she said. "The truth is far more interesting than fiction." He rolled his eyes as he got to the lifts when she rushed after him. The doors were barely closed when she shoved her hand into the doors. Harry noticed that her nails weren't as long as they used to be. The war hadn't been kind on anyone. "The lifts will rip it off, always," Rita said, and there was something about the way she said it that made Harry stop. As he looked at her, she had a small smile on her face. "Wah! I happened to come across a very interesting set of memories," she said, as she raised her eyebrow. "Material for my new book." "You wouldn't?" "Oh, I would," she said, with a smile, "but this isn't about that." She pushed the doors open and she stepped towards him, smiling, because she had his attention now, and he knew it as well. He clenched his jaw as the doors closed and the lift began to move them. "What do you want, Rita?" "I want the story that's due to me," she said. "The story of how you destroyed you-know-who." He laughed and shook his head. "Why? So you can twist it into a vicious little, you owe me." "I don't owe anyone shit," he said, "least of all you." "Really?" she said. "How would the world like to know about your parents, about Sirius Black?" He shook his head. "What are you talking about?" "They'll find out, they always find out," she said, "and not to mention, you and a young witch's rendezvous after the battle?" His blood turned cold. He breathed in her scent as her lips met his, as she pulled him towards her once more. "You said we'd stop." Rita loosened her grip on him, and she tilted her head at him, eyebrows raised. "Now I won't say a thing," she said, putting a single finger on her lips, and pretending to lock it, "but after everything that's happened, if someone found out about me it would be brushed away. They have bigger fish to fry. But your story, Harry." He swallowed, feeling the walls closing in on him, feeling his choices lessen. "Your story is legendary," she said. "Even more now. And people are hurting Harry, they're looking for someone to blame, and the ministry and the prophet have been doing a very fine job at that, but me. You know that I do not bow to these offices. I am interested in only what the readers want to know." Harry looked at her. "I told your story before, remember? You trusted me before," Rita said. "Trust me now." "I can't trust you," Harry said, but he knew that she was right. It was only a matter of time before it all wore off. People already wanted to know what had happened, where he had gone. The funerals would happen soon. They'd want to know how their family, how their sons and daughters died. And he had a feeling that they'd turn on him. They wanted the scandals. They wanted the deep knowledge that he was flawed. Rita Skeeter was one for scandal, but she had been honest and truthful once. She had gotten his truth out and she, sadly, was the only one he could trust. Besides, she knew about Hermione. "One interview," he said, as he looked at her, as she saw the smile appear on her face. "But you have to tell the truth." "Oh, I promise." "No, Rita," Harry said, as he looked at her. "You have to tell the truth. Because a lot of people were killed. A lot of families have been torn apart and you can't lie about anything that happened. You used to be a good reporter. You used to be honest and real. This has to be real, or I won't do it at all." She looked at him, the smile fading as she saw the look in his eyes. This was not the same boy that she had interviewed at 14. This was not the same child that she had seen at 16, almost 2 years ago. "Where?" he asked her, and she took a breath and smiled. She took out a card from her clothes and she handed it to him. He took it and saw a private address written there, and he looked at her, curious as to why she would be so willing to give her private home address to someone that clearly didn't like her. "Oh, don't look at me like that, Harry," she said. "I know that you wouldn't be willing to share all of this in the public eye, and I have some very lovely tea." He remembered Umbridge, and her tea dosed with truth-telling potion. Harry had to remember to not drink or eat anything while he was at her home. The doors to his floor opened and he was about to walk out when she grabbed his arm again. He turned to look at her and she was putting her quill away. "I'll see you tonight then, and for the record, Harry," she said, "thank you." Her tone of voice became normal, not high-pitched or sweet, not like she was getting a story, not trying to lull him into a false sense of security. Real. Harry turned away from her. He wanted to tell her that he didn't deserve it, that he didn't deserve to be treated like a hero. He didn't feel like one. This whole place didn't feel like home or comfort or safety. He had come home from a war, he had come back from death, and yet he felt like he could never come back, not really. She said nothing as she let his arm go and he began to walk towards the flow grates. They didn't even bother to hide their disappointment that Harry had not come to lunch, even though he had told Lily that he would. They tried to hide it, at first, as the first 5, 15, 30 minutes passed. And then they ate, assuming that he'd come by, but the hours went by and he didn't show up. They didn't get an owl saying where he was, Creature and Winky did not tell them, and so they were stuck there, thinking about what they had done, what had happened to make him turn away from them so readily. "We should go and see Remus," James said, as he walked up to her, as he put his hand on her shoulder. She paused for a moment and then shook her head. "I can't. Lils," he said. "I can't. Because Remus had a boy. He had a small boy just a few weeks old and Harry had just been a baby a few days ago, and now he avoided them. He spoke to her like she was real and then he'd disappear for hours. He broke her heart." "It'll be good to get out of the house," Sirius said, from the doorway. "Believe me, you wouldn't want to be cooped up in here." But he'll come back," Lily said. "It's been hours," James said, as he looked at her. "Please Lily, he'll come around, he just needs time." "He's had 17 years, Lily said, as she looked at James, as her green eyes met his hazel. I want them back. I wish we'd never come back." James held her hand, and he looked at her, his eyes strong, focused. "Lily Evans," he said. "You are your own person, you are your own woman, you are more than just his mother, you are you. You are allowed to take a break. You are allowed to live in your own world, away from him. He's strong. He'll survive. You'll survive." She looked at him and she took a breath as she remembered those words. It had been a few weeks after she'd given birth to Harry, and she'd been exhausted. He was a happy baby, but Lily had just felt so emotionally drained. She was so terrified, especially with the war, that she'd do something wrong. She'd not sleep, constantly checking on him. Constantly making sure that he was okay. She didn't let James do anything. She didn't want magic near him. She didn't want it to affect him, to accidentally hurt him. And then, one day, she went to have a shower. James had gone downstairs to get his milk ready and Harry had been asleep. It had been, perhaps 5 or 10 minutes that she was gone, and when she stopped the water, she heard Harry crying. Not just crying, but screaming. Lily ran in, a towel barely covering her, as she saw James holding Harry, as his mouth was wide open and screaming, and Lily locked herself in the bathroom for a whole hour. Afterwards, crying. Harry calmed down. He'd only been a little scared, and James held him as he fed him, hovering between the nursery and the bathroom door. He didn't want Harry to hear his mother, but he fell asleep easily with his bottle, with the arms of his father around him. And when James eventually got the door open, and he saw Lily, he soothed her, and repeated the same words to her. She was allowed to take a break. She was allowed to live in her own world away from him. And that was what she needed right now. She needed to be away from Harry, to accommodate the world that she had left. It was 17 years of time that she needed to catch up on. 17 years of memories that she wanted to know about, but they couldn't rush it, not now. "Come on, Lils," James said. "We'll go and see Remus." Apparently he was his defense teacher in 3rd year. Can you believe it? Armuni a professor. Lily smiled weakly. "And he's got clippings too," Sirius said. "We started to make a whole scrapbook." Lily looked at Sirius. "Why?" "Boredom mostly," Sirius said, as he looked at the two of them. "Mostly, we were like you. We wanted to know about him." "Who'd know more about him than you?" Lily asked. "Well, there was this boy called Colin Creevy, who apparently loved taking photos of Harry, had a whole collection in 2nd year of flying, until they stopped for some reason." James smiled and looked at Lily. "Photos, Lils." The thought lightened her up. and then she looked at Sirius. I don't just want to know about him, I want to know about you and Remus. Who was Tonks? My cousin, Sirius said, grinning at her wide eyes. Not like Bellatrix or Narcissa, Tonks' mum, Andromeda. She went on to marry a Muggle born against the family's wishes of course. When does a black ever do what they're told? James teased, as the three of them began to make their way to the fireplace. Exactly, Sirius said, laughing. Well, she went and had Tonks. She's a bit younger than us. Well, me and Remus, but she's awesome. You'll really like. He stopped and blinked. You would have liked her. Lily remembered Remus crying in her arms, and she realized that he was probably all alone in that house, all alone with a newborn. She remembered how that felt. She remembered how helpless she had felt, and with Tonks' death it was probably all the worse for Remus. Maybe we can stay with him for the night, Lily suggested. Give him a bit of a break? They didn't say it, but they all collectively thought it. Harry won't notice anyway. James put his arm around Lily and gave her a half-hug as they stepped aside to let Sirius throw down the powder first, but before he did, he turned to Lily and James. Let's hope he told Aunt Andromeda that we're alive, otherwise she'll be in for a shock. Well, luckily we have Healer Evans here to take care of her for us. Healer Evans, Lily thought. That's right, she had been a healer before all of this had happened. She'd had to quit before she went into hiding with Harry and James. She smiled at the thought that she could be a healer again, that she could help, especially after the war. That's what she had wanted to do before, when the war had raged. Her own world, her own life outside of Harry. She smiled at the thought and imagined a life where they all got to know one another, where she could be his mother again. And in a flash of green, she was gone. Time moved especially slowly, but it had been merely seconds from when the flames turned back to their normal color, that it flashed green again. Harry stepped out of the grate and he twisted his neck, hearing a loud crack as he groaned. Master, Creature said, as he popped in front of him, you have returned. Yeah, he said, as he looked at him. I have, something else I have to do tonight. Is it okay for me to get some dinner and we can go through some of that paperwork? Of course, Master, Creature said. We shall prepare the dining room. Won't you join us? No, Harry said, as he looked at Creature, and he took a breath as he closed his eyes. The kitchen's fine. Yes, Master. Shoes off and wash your hands before dinner, if you please. Harry nodded, and he couldn't help but smile at the memory. Creature shuffled away and Harry took off his shoes and placed them near the grate, as that was his main way in and out of the place now. He stared at his shoes for a long while and thought about how strange it was for him to do that. For months they had been on the run and their shoes had always been close to them. They had barely taken them off. Even when they were asleep they had been nearby. And when it had been the worst of it, when they had been close to the Dementors, they hadn't taken them off at all. The first time he had, properly, and completely stripped down for something other than a shower, was with Hermione. Her shoes had been right next to his, her clothes, jumbled with his, her body, her lips, her heat, her heartbeat. We can't keep doing this, she said. Harry turned to look at the voice, just a shadow, and he took a breath. I know. Ghosts. He looked up and saw the hallway where his mother had been standing. It had just been like when he had spun the resurrection stone. She had looked so real, so tangible. But Harry never forgot the disappointment of not being able to touch her, not being able to hold her and talk to her properly. Of not knowing what her hug felt like, of what she smelled like. He had memories, barely memories, but they faded each day. Tears fell from his eyes as he stepped into the dining room, empty. He knew it would be, but it still hurt. Turning away he headed to the kitchen, shoes off and washed hands, dinner, and then, Rita Skeeter. Chapter 12. He was thinking about Creature, thinking about how, just a few hours ago, they had sat and talked about the colors of the house. His house. Creature had told him that he had to start taking orders to redo it, that if Master had time, that he would just pick what had to be done, go to Diagon Alley, go to the ateliers, tailors, the seamers and tapestry makers, and start setting the basics for his house, if he planned to have guests over. Instead of Horcruxes and not dying, Harry now had to think about shelves, about somewhere to put the good silver, to buy silver, for guests and dinner parties. He had to decide on guest rooms, how many, if he wanted to enlarge them, if he wanted to paint the walls or return to wallpaper, if he wanted the floors sanded and polished. But the colors, he had to finalize the colors. The colors. Harry, a voice said, and he blinked and realized that Rita had finished writing her notes and was waiting for him. Right, yeah. Where were we? Harry was surprised by how easy it was to tell her things. Maybe it was because he was trying to piece it together himself, to make it make sense in his own mind. Or maybe it was because he was just so tired, he was so tired of keeping it all inside, or maybe he just wanted to get it over with, so that people would know, so that they would hate him sooner. Do you think Dumbledore prepared you for the hunt? Harry looked up at Rita, and he thought back. 12 years old, lying in bed, exhausted, stomach rumbling, mind spinning over the same unanswerable questions, Harry fell into an uneasy sleep. Harry was used to the lack of food, because he had suffered periods of near starvation at the Dursleys. Then, I don't want to be human. He learned to suppress any sign of pain or discomfort, for the other two showed nothing but impatience at the mention of the thief. Harry wondered whether they had fallen asleep holding hands. The idea made him feel strangely lonely. When he had been younger, Harry had dreamed of some unknown relation coming to take him away, but it had never happened. We couldn't tell you anything. Dumbledore made us swear we wouldn't. You will know, one day. Put it from your mind for now, Harry. When you are older. I know you hate to hear this. When you are ready, you will know. Another name for you then. The boy who lived, the savior, the chosen one, the Triwizard champion, the fucking master of death. Harry standing there by the door, staring at the dark red velvet curtains, now hiding one of the few people he had been sure would believe him. Harry felt a corrosive hatred toward Ron. Something had broken between them. Harry, Rita prompted. Yeah, Harry said, as he looked up at Rita, I suppose I was always ready for this. The quill scratched down his response. He turned to look at it, to read what she was writing. So far it had been accurate. Now, the three of you, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger and Harry Potter, the Golden Trio. Rita began. Famous for being so together, thick and thin. Was it like that during the hunt? Several times they stopped talking abruptly when Harry entered the tent, and twice he came accidentally upon them, huddled a little distance away, heads together and talking fast. Both times they fell silent when they realized he was approaching them. Then go, roared Harry. Go back to them, pretend you've got over your spattergroid and Mummy'll be able to feed you up and... The Horcrux does things to a person's mind, Harry said to Rita. It brings out the worst in you, but we handled it, the best way that we could. We took breaks, we took turns carrying it, and we worked together. So you're saying that there was never a moment where you thought that you'd never make it? Harry didn't blink, never. What about Ronald Weasley? I mean, he's left you behind before, she said, as she checked her notes. The Triwizard Tournament, I believe that he was right with the group of students that thought that you got into competition by less than honest means. Well, it turned out to be a Death Eater, didn't it? Harry replied back coolly, and she raised an eyebrow at him. Oh no, Harry, we can't have that attitude, can we? She said, as she leaned forward, thinking she had something on him. How do you consider Ronald Weasley? Harry looked at her. Hello, dear, she said. First time at Hogwarts? Ron's new, too. She pointed at the last and youngest of her sons. He was tall, thin, and gangling, with freckles, big hands and feet, and a long nose. But Harry, grinning widely, said, This is the best house I've ever been in. Ron's ears went pink. Ron, however, spoke to Black. If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too. There was a pause, in which the subject of Ron's departure seemed to rise like a wall between them. Yet he was here. He had returned. He had just saved Harry's life. He was my first friend, Harry said, trying to keep those images in his mind, and not the ones that came later, with the goblet of fire, with the tent, after the battle. And Hermione Granger? She asked. The two of them were seen together. How do you feel about that? Harry tensed slightly. If she knew about what he and Hermione had been up to after the battle, then this question was a trick one. She wanted him to reveal something, to share something, and he wasn't ready to do that. Hermione went to look for her family, Harry said. We all had to do things to protect the ones we care about most. We all had to sacrifice. But you sacrificed the most, didn't you, Harry? Rita prodded. You walked into the Forbidden Forest. You faced you-know-who, and you let him kill you so that he could destroy the Horcrux that he placed within you the day your parents were killed. That must have been devastating. How did you even feel doing that? knowing you might never see your friends again? Harry swallowed slightly, and he shrugged. But will it cover all three of us? Said Ron. All three of us? Oh, come off it, you don't think we'd let you go alone? Of course not, said Hermione briskly. How do you think you'd get to the stone without us? I'd better go and look through my books, there might be something useful. Harry felt his throat tighten again. Rita blinked at him, wanting Harry to cry, but Harry remained stoic. He took a breath. They would have been by my side if I had told them, just like they always have been, since the start. He took another deep breath. Honestly, I didn't know if it was the right thing to do, he said, looking at her. I didn't know if it would end, if they would end up destroying him. All I knew was that, when I walked into that forest, they knew what to do. I trusted them to finish it. And it's finished now. She smiled at him, but Harry knew there were more questions, more things he'd have to face. And there were. The questions went on, and Harry felt less and less. By the end of it, he felt like he had been drained of every single memory, of every single moment from the moment Dumbledore had died, to the moment that Voldemort had finally been killed. And then she was taking the quill, and the long parchment that had been rolling on the floor, and he was looking at it, his words mirrored in front of him, nothing extra, nothing false, just what Harry had said. She put her hands on her lap for a moment, watching him, as if deciding whether she should share her own thoughts before she reached up and took off her horn-rimmed glasses. Well, that will surely win me a Hickley. The interview had come to an end, and Rita was standing and watching Harry. It did not soften Harry's worry that perhaps this had been a mistake. He'd told Rita nearly everything. She was the one who'd tell his story, the story that everyone wanted to hear, and as he stood up and began to walk towards the door, he stopped and turned to her. You will keep to your end of the bargain, won't you? He asked, eyebrow raised. You won't say anything about. Rita reached out and put her hand on his shoulder. Harry, I've been a reporter a long time, she said. I know what scandals readers want, I know what intrigues they want to see, I know how to get to the truth of things, but there's something else I do know as well. You have to have a balance. You can't have good news without bad news, you can't have bad news without good. Rita Skeeter watched him. I swear that I won't, she said, but then a smile. But it wasn't as if I was the only one to see you together. He blinked at her. What? Oh yes, that young Weasley girl and her mother, I overheard them talking, she said, and she leaned against the door. Now, that Ginny girl. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Red head, tenacious. One would say that the Potter men have a type, do they not? And it would be what people would want to hear about, not that other girl. Don't talk about her like you know her, he said, biting back sharply. Ooh, Rita said, and then she sighed. Well, if you keep behaving like that, then the secret will be out sooner rather than later. It'd hurt to have the news break from somewhere other than the Prophet. He turned away, his jaw clenching. Oh, and Harry, if you do hear of any good news, you know where to find me. Harry opened his eyes, his body felt heavy, his eyelids felt like lead. He'd had panic attacks before, he'd hidden them when he could, but it was different now. Before, he'd hide away in his own room, he'd find somewhere small, somewhere, like the cupboard. It would remind him he was safe, it'd be like pretending he was at the Dursleys, under the cupboard, before he knew, before he had to fight. Where he was just a kid that dreamed of getting away from the Dursleys. He sometimes wondered what his life would have been like if he went to Stonewall High, if they would have treated him badly, if he would have made friends there. When he closed his eyes he saw Ron, his eyes full of spite, yelling at him, blaming him for everything. And then he opened them and he saw Hermione, walking towards him after a nightmare, and sliding into bed with him. She'd hold him, and then eventually, they'd start kissing, and he'd forget about everything but her name, and the way she felt. He clutched at the bed sheets Creature had placed on him. The room was too big, it was so lonely, he felt, so alone. Harry felt Hermione collapse next to him. He was alone. Completely alone. Expecto Patronum, Harry felt his knees hit the cold grass. Fog was clouding his eyes. With a huge effort, he fought to remember, Sirius was innocent, we'll be okay, I am going to live with him. He had reached the floor, his breath coming in searing gasps. Sirius must be just behind the curtain, Harry, would pull him back out again. But as he reached the ground and sprinted toward the dais, Lupin grabbed Harry around the chest, holding him back. "There's nothing you can do, Harry." Harry felt something on his forehead, something cooling. He opened his eyes and she was smiling down at him, her brown hair, those brown eyes. "Are you even trying?" she asked. Her hand found his as she reached up and touched his face. "Are you here? Of course I am, Harry. This isn't a dream?" She leaned down and kissed him. He could feel her lips against his own. "Your parents?" "Still in Australia, they remember, but they want to know if you want to come back with me, have a break." "A break?" he asked. "But the world can wait, Harry, we need our rest." He was lying face down on the ground again. The smell of the forest filled his nostrils. He could feel the cold hard ground beneath his cheek, and the hinge of his glasses, which had been knocked sideways by the fall, cutting into his temple. Every inch of him ached, and the place where the killing curse had hit him felt like the bruise of an ironclad punch. He did not stir but remained exactly where he had fallen, with his left arm bent out at an awkward angle and his mouth gaping. Harry looked. White heads and hands were emerging from the dark water. Men and women and children with sunken, sightless eyes were moving toward the rock. An army of the dead rising from the black water. "Petrificus totalis!" yelled Harry, struggling to cling to the smooth, soaked surface of the island as he pointed his wand at the inferius that had his arm. Harry saw it. In a great rush of excitement he dived downward after the streak of gold. Slytherin seeker Terence Higgs had seen it, too. Neck and neck they hurtled toward the snitch. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to be doing as they hung in midair to watch. Harry was faster than Higgs. He could see the little round ball, wings fluttering, darting up ahead. He put on an extra spurt of speed. He opened his eyes. The room was dark. He felt his body tense as he gasped at the covers again, as he felt the fear of what he had said to Rita, of what they had done, paralyzed him. He couldn't feel his fingers, he couldn't feel his toes, the back of his neck felt weak, and if he fell asleep again, he was scared he'd never wake up. "Wake up! Wake up!" he thought to himself. "Wake up or you'll wake up dead." He reached for the edge of the bed, as he tried to gather his strength. He could barely make it. His eyes looked at the threads of linen. He started to count. Count. Sleep. "If I thought I could help you," Dumbledore said gently, "by putting you into an enchanted sleep and allowing you to postpone the moment when you would have to think about what has happened tonight, I would do it. But I know better. Numbing the pain for a while will make it worse when you finally feel it." "August," she whispered. He could feel her fingers against his shirt as he opened his eyes, but he realized they were just his own. He looked around, unclear of how much time had passed. His head hurt, he remembered the wine, and his throat hurt. He remembered screaming, the dreams, the lack of anything other than his mind to sustain him. He slowly got out of the bed and made his way to the bathroom. He cleaned himself up. He looked himself in the mirror and saw the bags under his eyes, the hair matted and damp. He realized that now, for the first time in days, he felt more himself, like the fog had cleared. A mental breakdown would do it, he muttered, his throat dry and his voice rough as he leaned down and drank some water from the running tap. He washed his face as well as he could and he told himself that the shower could wait. He was hungry and determined to make the most of the day. He walked to the kitchen, his footsteps heavy, where he spotted Winky and she looked at him with wide eyes. "Master, you're awake. I have some more broth for you if you... Is it all right if I ask for something, like a sandwich?" Her eyes lit up. "Yes, master." "Where's Creature?" He appeared momentarily. He had a stack of papers for him, letters. "Coffee too," he said, turning to Winky, who nodded as she prepared the food. Harry was still shaky as he sat down, as he shut his eyes and took a breath. "How long was I asleep?" "Nearly 8 hours, sir," Creature said, and Harry looked surprised. Of course, master was feverish. Harry sighed. Of course. Food was brought to him and he looked at it, his mind clearing as he smelled it, as he remembered the taste of hot rolls. She was being served coffee and hot rolls by Creature and wearing the slightly manic expression that Harry associated with exam review. He smiled at the thought of her. He put his fingers against his lips, against his skin. "Was anyone else here while I was asleep?" Creature and Winky looked at him, and shook their heads. "No, master asked for no more guests." Harry blinked, and he remembered, red-haired woman. "Ginny," Harry muttered, as he looked at the paperwork in front of him. He sighed as he thought that he'd have to go and see her, explain to her what had happened. But then his eyes caught something, and he opened it up. "Harry, before you start worrying, I'm fine, everyone's fine. My parents were located pretty quickly and are being treated by healers in the clinics for the spell I cast on them. Fortunately, every spell cast needs the caster's intent to cast it, and because I never really wanted them to forget me, they seem to be turning the corner very well. We'll stay here for a while more. I think I need the break. I need something different for a while, to just be with my mom and dad. Harry, it's so beautiful here. The sky is so much bigger and bluer than you could ever imagine, even amongst the skyscrapers and buildings. Sometimes I forget what we've just been through, but then I fall asleep and I see you. I'm sorry to bring it up. I'm sorry to want to talk about it, but I miss you. I'll see you soon, Harry. Love, Hermione." Harry took a shaky breath as he closed the letter. Everything else was unimportant, even the Daily Prophet's edition, which had his name and picture on it. He didn't care, he just, "Colors, sir," Creature prompted. He felt like he was still dreaming, locked in. "Yeah," Harry said, sniffling and clearing his throat as he brought the jam closer to him. "Let's start with that." Chapter 13 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The world held its breath as it read the story of Harry Potter. Every household had it delivered, and everyone took a moment in their day, in the remnants of what the war had been, in what they had suffered, to read about the day that Lord Voldemort had died. They read about the months leading up to it, the task that had been appointed to a teenager. They learned about his life, they were reminded of where he had come from, what he had already suffered, and they cried when they read his words, his voice, through the pages. "What did you ask your parents when you saw them?" "I asked them if it hurt," Harry said, his eyes softening. "If it hurt to die." "What did they say?" Harry let out a small smile. "Sirius told me, it was quicker than falling asleep, was it?" It was. It didn't hurt at all. What Harry Potter saw, moments before his death, was an illusion, just like the illusion that he had seen during the Triwizard Tournament, when he'd first faced He Who Must Not Be Named, and he'd seen the ghostly visions of his parents appear in front of him. However, unlike that moment 3 years prior, the wand that had met Harry's in the final battle was no ordinary wand, but the wand of Albus Dumbledore, presumably one of the most powerful wands in existence, and wielded by He Who Must Not Be Named himself. So, as such, that final blow that caused the final piece of his soul to be destroyed, and the wand that he had sought over the ownership of, cast a rebound it did not intend. The lives of a few of the visions Harry had seen, Sirius Black, James Potter and Lily Evans Potter, were returned to the land of the living. Yes, indeed, it has fallen to me to inform you that they have indeed returned from the beyond. While many readers may anticipate or hope for more returns of lost loved ones, I would remind you that Harry only saw his own family in this vision, and I have no doubt that he would have wished for more, but in this moment, seconds before his death, he saw those that could provide him the comfort and strength that he needed to finish his task. And as this was Harry Potter's burden since he had been marked at the murder of his parents, as just a baby, it perhaps seemed fitting to see only them return to him. To a boy that grew up with nothing, to a young man that sacrificed everything, Harry Potter and interim minister of magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, have pledged a substantial amount of money for a fund to locate the missing people of the war, to assist in rehabilitation of those left, and for memorials to be made for the fallen during this, the end of the Second Great Wizarding War. I'd like to relay that the Daily Prophet would also like to contribute 10% of all sales of the Prophet's special edition, going towards the fund. On behalf of the Prophet, we also ask for privacy for Harry Potter, the ones that fought in the final battle, and their families, as they move forward from this, the darkest pages of the wizarding world, and the greatest sacrifice seen within it. Yours, Rita Skeeter, author of The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, and coming soon to publication, The Love and Life of Severus Snape. Rita Skeeter had been kind, far kinder than they had anticipated. She had been kind to not mention the Hallows, or the arguments that ensued the arrival of James, Lily and Sirius to the castle. She was kind to paint Harry as he was, to remind them all that he was just a child in an adult's war. Perhaps Harry's words had gotten to her, perhaps she was capable of showing compassion, or perhaps she thought she could use them in a later article. But her words, right now, reached out to all of those who had lost someone during the war, who had gone into hiding, who had shunned Harry as some pretender, some attention-seeking hero, as the Prophet in the past ministry had made him out to be. It reached out and gave them hope, hope that things would change, And it helped them grieve. It was over, as Harry had said. It was finished now. But to some, the horror had just begun. Silence had ensued on the house of Andromeda Tonks, where the three guests sat in the sitting room. Remus had left halfway through, going to lie in the nursery of his son where he would lie on the bed and watch him sleep. The others continued on, listening to one another. They had read it aloud, taken it in turns when the other could not finish, and they had left it and put it to the side when they were done. The picture of Harry, standing stoically in black robes, on the cover. Pictures of him much younger, littered inside, when his eyes were still bright, when they still shone with hope. It was obvious then, when you saw the two, how different they were. So much for figuring out how we'd tell people we were alive, Sirius muttered. Shut up, Pads, just shut up, James said, as he had his head in his hands, as he leaned over, thinking about what they had read. Lily was the only one standing, the only one that had moved. She hadn't spoken, but James saw how she held her arms over her chest, how her brows furrowed, her whole body tense as she reconciled the words she had read and the vision of her baby, her son. She had no memory of meeting him, of speaking to him, as a ghost, as a reflection in a mirror, of course. Yesterday had been 17 years ago, when he had just been a small child who giggled and ran around the house, and ate pudding with his bare hands. Whose eyes shone with the Christmas lights that they had strung around the house, who they had had such plans to have. The young man that had stood and defeated him did not have those memories. He knew nothing but pain and ghosts and a task that was too great for him, and yet he managed to achieve it. The paper crinkled again. He was kind about Ron, Sirius said. He was kind about all of them, Ron. Harry had described him as the first friend that he had met on the Hogwarts Express, a person that had saved his life, that had destroyed a Horcrux, that had left his family behind to help them. Harry gave Ron bravery. But Sirius could only see him as the boy that abandoned him in the Triwizard Tournament, that had yelled at him in the Great Hall, while Harry had looked away, ashamed at them. And he thought about his brother Regulus, whom he had cast off as just another victim, another idiot, who had started to destroy the Horcruxes. What if he had asked him for help? What if Sirius had been there? Would they have avoided Harry being an orphan altogether? And if Sirius hadn't gone to jail, if he hadn't gone to Azkaban, regret. That was all Sirius had. James read the article and thought about the baby that he had held, thought about the young man that he had seen. He thought about the years that he had lost, the moments that they never had, the plans, the dreams that he wished he could have with his son. Moments that his son never had, moments that this son could never get back. He remembered the young man that had looked right through them, that had walked away, ashamed of them, that had people turn on him so quickly after the battle. He had not done enough to protect him then, he had not done enough to protect him at all. Lily closed her eyes as she remembered stepping into the train with Severus. See ya, Snivelus. He saved his life, Lily said, as she turned to look at James and Sirius. Well, of course he would have, Sirius said. They were still friends. No, she said, tears falling as she stepped towards them. Severus. They fell silent as they looked at her, and then, Lils. You humiliated him, you hated him, she said, looking at James and Sirius in turn. You made him think he was crazy for thinking that Remus was a werewolf, and then you sent him down to the tunnels. Oh God, oh, I never believed him. I never. Lily, James said, as he stepped towards her, but she moved back, wrapping her arms around herself, but there was so little that James could say. Even when they had been alive, Lily had never been able to convince James of accepting Severus. He could never accept him, especially because he was a Death Eater. But to know that, in the end, as it was in the beginning, Severus had saved his life. He saw everything, Lily said, as she shook her head. His sorting, his first Quidditch game, his friends, every day, he was. She shut her eyes as the tears flowed, as both James and Sirius realized that it was true. Severus Snape had been the closest to Harry than all of them, and in the end, he had defended the boy, unlike any of them had been able to before. He was there with Harry, even if they both didn't know it, she said, until the last day. She hadn't seen his body, not at the castle, she hadn't known until Remus had told them that he was dead. And she had hated him, to think that he would have betrayed them, but now, it was regret, all she felt was regret. I thought we were supposed to be friends? Best friends? Lily felt the grief of it hit her and she found it hard to breathe. I need to go. Where? I don't. I don't. She took a breath, and she swallowed. I just need to leave. James tried to reach her, but she began to walk out the room, heading towards the door, outside, anywhere there was. But she realized, as she stepped outside, as the fresh breeze touched her face, that she had nowhere to go. She didn't know if Severus still kept his mother's house. She didn't know where Petunia was, where her parents were. She couldn't return to Godric's Hollow, and she couldn't go to Hogwarts and make that walk again. Lily Evans Potter fell to her knees and she began to cry. It was James who held her, who sat in the dewy grass and held her as she did, as his own tears racked through his body, as he mourned the son that they had had, the time that they had lost. This world was changed, it was different, they were strangers to everything. Harry read and reread her letter over and over again. He thought of sending her news back, sending her a letter to tell him of what he had accomplished in the time since the battle, but it felt like it wasn't enough. He thought about telling her about Creature, and Winky, and how Grimmauld Place looked like somewhere new, but he could not bring himself to tell her. He thought to write to her and tell her that he regretted their deal, that he wanted to be with her, that he didn't care what the world said, all he wanted was her. He wanted to write to her and tell her that he wanted to taste her, feel her thighs around his head, feel her pulling at his hair and clawing his back, like he deserved to be punished. And it would be what people would want to hear about, not that other girl. Rita Skeeter's words came back to him and Harry reached for the bottle of wine that Creature had gotten for him, and he poured himself another glass. Hermione wanted privacy, she wanted to be with her parents, if word got out, if anyone found out. That young Weasley girl and her mother, I overheard them talking. Ginny knew then, or at least, she suspected. The last he had seen of Ginny before the war, he had been hers. They had kissed in her room before they had left, and Harry had felt as if he could have a future with her. And then, Hermione. Hermione was different. With her it felt as if she was his future, his past, his present. She knew things about him, they were bonded, since that first moment that they had met, that troll in the bathrooms. She had never left his side, had believed him in everything, had held his hand at every difficult moment, and she had been vilified. Stunningly pretty. Her. Pansy Parkinson had shrieked. What was she judging against, a chipmunk? And he remembered Molly, how she had ignored Hermione when she had read the article, how she'd given her less gifts, less chocolate, how she had ignored her. Harry leaned against his hand, as he heard the door open. Not now, Creature, he said, as he thought about Hermione. It would make sense, the Potters have a type, she wanted him. August, we can't keep doing this, Ron and Hermione, that seems sensible. Harry, a voice said, and he took a breath as he realized, a ghost. His mother's ghost came to speak to him, but not even Harry wanted to share this with her. He didn't want to see or talk to her at all, because if he did, then he'd really be going mad. He poured himself another glass and began to drink it when another voice began. Take it easy with that. Harry dropped his head in his hands again and he sighed deeply. A hand touched his shoulder, and he sighed as he turned, and saw his mother looking at him with worried eyes. He looked at her, and then he looked at his shoulder. He felt her hand on him, and he startled and stood back as he crashed into the wall. What, Harry? But he had his wand out in an instant, he was pointing at the three of them, his eyes wide, his hand trembling as he marked them. What, Harry, calm down, Sirius said, as he raised his wand at Harry. Put the wand down. You're not here, Harry said, as he blinked, as he looked away. I'm dreaming. I'm still dreaming. This is. He looked at the table, the wine bottle was still there. He'd drunk too much, that was it, that was all. Harry, Lily said, and he looked at her, her eyes the same shade of green. Harry, we're here. No, you can't be, he said. It's happened, I've finally lost my mind. Harry, you've not lost your mind. Shish. Lily said, as she quietened the others, and she focused on Harry, on the wand in his hand. Harry, we're here. Don't you remember the battle? Afterwards. He blinked at her, his eyes wandered slightly, he only remembered Creature, Hermione. You and a young witch's rendezvous after the battle? Harry raised his wand at her again and she backed away as she felt James come up beside her, as he looked at Harry. Okay. Put the wand down. No, he said. You're here to learn more, aren't you? You want more, don't you? His voice broke. I'm tired. I know you are, James said, and you've been so brave, Harry. Tears fell from his eyes as he looked at them. As he stepped further away, he could see Sirius standing. He looked the same as when he had died. Lily and James, they looked younger, older than Harry but younger than Sirius, younger than Remus, close to the images he had seen, the memories. You died, Harry said, looking at the two of them, looking at Sirius. I saw you all die. Harry, he made me watch, in my head, Harry said, as he stepped around them, as he began to head to the door. He made me see from his eyes how you died. Lily was crying now, and James was staring at him, but he looked resolved. Harry, it's us, we came back. Don't you remember? Do you know? I burned them, he said, swallowing heavily. I burned the Hallows, the three of them. I couldn't do this again. I couldn't, I'm tired. He kept on saying it, he kept on feeling it, he was utterly tired and exhausted, and he wanted to scream and shout and cry and wail until his throat ruptured. But just to think about it exhausted him more. Harry, Sirius said, looking at him. Just put the wand down and I crucioed her, Harry said, as he looked at Sirius, who had stopped and stared at Harry. Bellatrix, she taught me how to do it properly. Properly, Sirius echoed, as he looked at his godson aiming the wand at him. His godson, who had been through so much, who had suffered through so much, and who now didn't recognize him. He didn't know if this was a dream, if it was reality, if they were liars or if they were ghosts. It explained so much. It's all right, James said, we'll leave, okay? We'll go. Give you time to rest, okay? But Harry was looking at Sirius. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked him, about Mum and Snape. Lily let out a small gasp, to hear her son call her that, even mention her in that way. She stepped back as James held her, as he pulled her into his chest, as he wrapped his arms around her, holding her, needing the closeness, watching. I didn't think it was important. She was my mum, Harry said, looking at Sirius. I don't know anything about her. You can, Lily said, and Harry turned to her. Harry, we're here. We're here and we want to be your parents. Harry dropped his wand and he laughed, bitterly. I'm too old for parents, he said. You're never too old, James said, as he looked at him, but Harry was looking away. Harry, my boy. My dear boy, Harry tensed, unable to stop himself at what James said. I am not your goddamned boy. Get the fuck away from me. Sirius had tried to step forward but Harry had held him back, wand pointed up. I was a kid, I should have. He shook his head. You should have told me. You should have told me. I know, Harry, I'm sorry, Sirius said. Please, let us make it up to you. Harry looked at him and his wand lowered again. Harry's eye wandered to the letters on the table, and he thought about Hermione. They knew. She wanted privacy, she wanted to have her time to heal, and Harry wasn't going to have that. He knew that now. Harry, Lily said, again, and this time she reached him. She grabbed his hand. He was lost in a memory, but he pulled back when she touched him, and he pulled his hand back. You're making me do this, he said, as he turned and headed downstairs. He had no choice. Chapter end notes. I feel like a huge weight's been lifted off as I post these chaps. Like I hate waiting for chaps to drop, so withholding seemed against my nature. I do lose engagement and comments and hits and so forth, but the story is being told and that's all that matters. I know it's taking a bit, but there's stuff that needed to be breadcrumbed. Chapter 14. It was the last thing they had expected Harry to do. The last thing that they imagined he would want to do. Harry hated telling his story, but he always did, because he hated lies about him. He hated people believing things about him that weren't true. It was in his nature to be honest. But they hadn't expected him to want to talk about it, not when he had refused to reach out to any of them, when he had hidden himself in Grimmauld Place and changed the wards so no one could see him. Not when it was still so close, when it had only been a week since it had happened, since the final battle at Hogwarts. So, it was completely unexpected for his story to come from the Prophet, and from Rita Skeeter of all people. But once it had been published, there was no going back. It had come in the morning, the words blazing on the front of the paper. It brought all of them out of their reverie, out of their mourning, and it had them all sat in the living room where Harry had once sat, where, just over 10 months ago, they had celebrated with a cake for his 17th. 17. They sat and read about the things that Harry had to do, The reasons why he had left and why they all had to lie about where he was. They read about what he had to go through those last 10 months, these last few years. Perhaps they had forgotten, in their grief, that this hadn't been a war for them until recently. The war had only really begun 2 years ago, with the death of Dumbledore, but for Harry, it had begun when he had met Voldemort in the graveyard, even further, when he'd first gotten to Hogwarts. It was so much for a child to face. Ron had assumed the worst, of course. He assumed that Harry had said terrible things about him, that he had bad-mouthed him. He had hidden his face in his hands as he waited to hear it, to hear about how he'd left. But Harry had been kind and compassionate. Ginny knew that Harry had changed the story. She knew it because she had asked Fleur about how they had all been when they got back from Malfoy Manor, something Harry skimmed across in the interview. He hadn't told those details, perhaps to keep Hermione out of the headlines, out of the narrative. But there was so much story Harry had left out. They told her about Hermione being tortured, about how they had all come to the house, so drawn out and exhausted by those events. That was when Dobby died, and Fleur told Ginny about the days that Harry would spend wandering on the sand dunes, alone. How'd they know to go to Shell Cottage? It was where Ron came. Bill told her when he left Hermione and Harry. Ginny looked at them, surprised. How long? They exchanged a look. Nearly 7 weeks. Harry and Hermione alone. She had felt something stir in her to think that they had been alone. Perhaps she had always assumed that there was something going on between the two of them. She realized Ron must have thought something too. But she saw Ron with Hermione after the battle, had seen them holding hands, and Ron confirmed it later, when he had regretted yelling at Harry. When he thought that he had lost Harry, as a friend, because, once again, he'd been too weak, his fear and doubt and insecurities getting the better of him. Ginny could see that Ron believed wholeheartedly that he'd lost Harry. But the truth was that they'd all lost him. When Harry told the full scale of what had happened, they listened and they realized that he wasn't coming back to them, not like he used to be. Not like when they had first met him. She remembered the first time he'd come to the house, 12 years old in that old car. She remembered how he and Ron sat in his bedroom talking late at night, how he could hear their murmurings through the floorboards. How Fred and George were thrilled to have him, like he was another brother coming to the family. They showed him games and tricks, and they played Quidditch together. They adored him, and he adored them back. It was what made her fall in love with him even more, to know that her family, the one that she was oftentimes embarrassed about, was so readily accepted by Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, someone whose family literally invented Skele-Gro and the Pepper-Up potions. Who was famous for destroying a dark wizard lord as a baby. She had coveted every article that had come out since she was 6 years old, and she understood what and who Harry was. But it hadn't prepared her to meet him at 11 years old sitting at her family table. Even if Ron had talked about him, even if she had wanted him to even look in her direction, she had just wanted to be close to him. But now he seemed further away than ever. Everyone will be okay. He's gone now. He can't hurt us. But he had. Voldemort had hurt them all so badly, and he had hurt Harry. He'd killed Harry. And when she kissed him, when she had pushed him onto the bed, it felt like kissing a stranger. He was a stranger to her. Something had happened, she now knew what, but there had been something else, beyond just facing and destroying Voldemort. But she didn't know what it was, and this his parents came back and it was all a mess and Harry. She gasped when she saw him, standing outside the house. At least, she thought it was him. She thought it was him standing there, hands in his pockets, looking up at the house and waiting for her, waiting for anyone, perhaps to notice. He looked like he had at the ministry. He looked like he had the last time she had seen him. Harry, she whispered. Her Harry. She knew that she should be wary. The war had just finished, but she needed to see him, needed to see someone else, at least for a few minutes. George had refused to come back home. He was staying with Fleur and Bill. Everything from his apartment to the house reminded him of Fred. Ron had locked himself in his room, and was probably asleep after they had read the article, avoiding the world. His mum and dad were grieving. Her mum lay in bed and thought about Fred. Her dad went to work. It seemed like there was so much work now. Ginny had to take care of everyone. She took over the cooking, she took over the funeral arrangements, and she tried to get everyone. She headed down the stairs quietly and she stepped outside towards him. She knew it had to be him, she felt it, and she sighed as she almost ran into his arms, but he hesitated. Harry? He looked up at her. Those eyes were still the same shade of green, the same eyes she'd known for years, but, just like in the tower, there was something different about them. It didn't hurt at all. She stopped before she reached him and he took a breath. What was the first thing you said when you woke up, the one thing you were scared of in the Chamber of Secrets? His voice was low, but it was his. Ginny blinked. I was worried I was going to be expelled. He nodded, but they both had known that this was no trick. She stepped towards him and he tensed, so she just reached her hand out and he hesitated to take hold of it, hesitated as she slowly moved to hug him. He didn't hug her back. Ginny, I need to ask you something. She pulled back and looked at him. Harry, you can ask me anything, but won't you come inside first? You look tired. No, I don't want anyone to overhear us, he said. Can we walk? She inhaled sharply. It sounded exactly as when he had broken up with her after Dumbledore's funeral. It was exactly the same tone. But she had no idea what he was going to ask her. She had no idea what he was going to say. What more could he say? What more could he want? He had his family, he had. Ginny wrung her hands together as they walked, as they stepped through. How's your mum? She couldn't help but smile at the question. It wasn't the question, he was just avoiding it, but she wanted to avoid it too. We're all a little put out, Harry, she said, but he waited, and she sighed. He knew her so well. She's not leaving her room. George is with Fleur and Bill. Charlie's, well, he's Charlie, he's not talking to us. Percy said he'd come by, but he's helping Dad at the ministry. It's just, she took a breath. It's so much, Harry, and that article. I tried not to mention, I know, but, she turned and faced him. Oh Harry, you suffered so much, and you died, I saw you, and, then your parents came back. Harry turned then, she saw his jaw clench. They're okay, aren't they? They're. I don't know, Harry said. He shut his eyes and he took a breath. They're going to come after us, Harry said. The papers, the public, Harry. You know it's true, Ginny, he said. They'll go after Hermione too. She's all alone. Her parents. They won't know what to do. They'll be faced with strangers every day, and Hermione, she just got them back. So she found them. He nodded. She's staying for a few, I don't know how long. As long as she wants. Ginny looked at him and she slowly took his hand in his. Harry, she said, what do you need? He looked down at her hand, and he took a breath. Ginny, he began. I need good news. The flower beds. He couldn't stop staring at them. He remembered doing all the work in Aunt Petunia's garden, spreading the manure and thinking about how people would think of him then. How they'd think of their great savior, the boy who lived pruning back hedges and pulling out weeds. He hadn't known at the time what would happen. Harry Potter wished to go back to a time like that. I always imagined a place like this, she said, and Harry turned his head slightly as he felt her come up beside him. They'd gotten there just a few days earlier. They had needed a break, they had needed supplies and answers. She had her arms wrapped around herself, her gray sweater pulled over her shoulders. Stretching it the way that she had been doing lately. She was looking better, after a bath, after a night in bed, but she was looking out at the garden and sighing. Like Miss Honey's house, from Matilda. I never read it, Harry said. She smiled, barely, a pull of the corner of her lips as they were both reminded of a life before Hogwarts. On either side of the path there was a wilderness of nettles and blackberry thorns and long brown grass. An enormous oak tree stood overshadowing the cottage, its massive spreading branches seemed to be enfolding and embracing the tiny building, and perhaps hiding it as well from the rest of the world, Hermione said. Figures you'd remember something like that, Harry said, and Hermione looked away from him. She was hiding the tears, he realized, and he shut his eyes and pressed his head against the wooden column that held the small veranda up. I always liked Miss Honey, ever since I was a girl, I thought, when I got my magic, it was like when Matilda realized she had magic too. Hermione sighed happily. I was so excited to go to Hogwarts, to live a good life like that, and it was amazing to go and see everything that I could do, and Harry shook his eyes as he heard her voice break. I wanted something like this, Harry, she said, crying. I want a quiet life. Somewhere safe where I could be with my parents. Somewhere no one knows us, and I can't do it anymore. I can't. I'm sorry, Harry. He felt the hot tears running down his face. "I know," he said, as he stood upright, as he opened his eyes and wiped his face. He didn't care if she saw, there was so little to care, "I know." But they both knew that Harry could not give that to her. They both knew that if they survived, if Harry survived, that peace was something they'd never have together. "So, what happens now, Harry?" He was not usually the one she asked for help, he was not usually the brains, but his mind was clear on this. Harry turned to her. "We stop doing this." She looked at him, her eyes showed pain and sadness. "Why?" He looked at her. "I can never give you this." "Harry, what are you talking about?" "It's the sensible thing to do," Harry said, as he began to walk. "I mean, everyone expects it, right? Everyone expects that we get married and have kids and—" "Harry, we can live at Grimald Place. I can keep working, as an orer, as anything, and you and your family." "Harry." He turned to her. "It'd be fine, won't it?" He asked her. "It'd be fine, we'd have everything. You'll have a Potter name, and you'd go off and do whatever you want to do. It'd open doors for you, it'd help your family and, there's so much money for your family to have, it'll help. You'd never have to live here, have to worry about anything ever again. Creature and Winky will do all the housework, and you can concentrate on your things." She grabbed his hand and he yanked it back, almost violently, and he looked at her, breathing heavily. Sorry, he took a breath, "I don't." Ginny could see that he was struggling. He'd been struggling for a while, since Sirius. "No, Cedric." "Harry, what are you asking me?" she said, her breath hitching as she looked at him, eyes wide. He took a breath and looked at her. "I'm asking if you want to marry me." She stared at him and shook her head. "You're not making any sense." "I'm making perfect sense," he said, shutting his eyes before he looked at her. "Everyone expects it." "Harry, you're making this sound like a business deal," she said, as her heart tried to convince her it was real. But that movement, the way he pulled away from her, told her that it wasn't. "Harry, marriage isn't like that. It's based on love. Do you?" She swallowed. "Do you love me?" Harry looked at her. "I care for you." "That's not the same." "But it has to be." "It's not the same, Harry." He looked away from her and she could see it. She could see it in his eyes that there was something else, something hidden, something he wasn't telling her, that he probably wasn't even telling himself. "Harry," she said, as she stepped towards him, but didn't reach for him. "Harry, tell me what this is all about." He looked away from her. "Imagine what you could do with my name, Ginny," he said. "The Potter fortune, there's already a fund for the war. And you could do so much with it. And your dad won't have to work, and you could help George in." She stared at him. "Do you think I'd use you like that, Harry?" She turned, getting angry, wanting to shout at him, to yell at him. But then she looked at him, and saw the look on his face, the devastation in his eyes. There was something more than just him asking her to marry him. There was something more than just him standing and asking her this. "I don't want your name. I don't want to use you like that," Ginny said. "Harry. Why are you doing this?" "I can't do it anymore. Because I don't have anyone left, Ginny." "Harry, you have your family." He stopped. "They don't understand. They'd never understand, nobody does." "What about Ron? Hermione?" He looked at her. "They need to live their own lives, Ginny," Harry said. "They earned it. But you wanted me, since the start. It'd make sense and you'd get what you want, you'd get me." "I want your heart, Harry," she said. "I want your love." And he looked at her, and he felt Hermione leaning on him, her chin on his shoulder, as she wrapped her arms around him. "I can't give you that," he said. "Why?" Harry shook his head once more. "Ginny, please. Please." She stared at him, her heart racing. When she had first learned about him, she had wanted something like this. When she had started school with him, she thought to herself, "I'll love him in any way he wants me to." But now that it was in front of her, and he was asking her out of obligation or perhaps fear, she saw that this was the moment for her to decide. He'd never love her back, but she loved him so much. So much that she'd live with this shadow of a person, this shell of the once Harry Potter. She wondered if, in time, he'd remember who he was, he'd remember who he had once been. But she didn't want that. She didn't want to have that burden, to take care of him, to be weighed down by him like this. The war had changed him and she wasn't sure she knew, or liked, this Harry. She wasn't sure she could live with him, love him and not have it returned back. And she remembered that Ron wasn't going to speak with him, Hermione was gone, his parents were alive and he had no idea what to do. Please, Harry said again. I can't do this alone. I can't face them. She looked at him and then back at the house. Dishes, meals, George, Ron, her parents, they were all waiting for her, and she wasn't ready for that. She wasn't ready to take over for the house, but she also wasn't ready for marriage either. She sighed. Can I think about it? Harry shrugged. You can do whatever you want, Ginny. Chapter 15. Tomorrow, Harry said. No, Friday. When's Friday? It's Wednesday today, a voice said, and Lily froze as she heard it. It was a girl's voice, a young woman with Harry, and she paused to wonder who it could be. Sirius had spoken. About Hermione, had talked about how she had been a part of Harry's life since the first time they had met on the train. She'd even seen pictures of them together, seen a photo clipping of them hugging during the Triwizard Tournament. Remus had told them that she'd stayed with Harry and Ron and had helped them with the Horcruxes, that she'd stayed at Grimmauld Place. That was when Remus had tried to back out of being with Tonks during her pregnancy. I was an idiot, Remus said. Imagine the danger I would have put them through, a werewolf with 3 teenagers for 10 months. Not even Hermione could have brewed the wolfsbane for me with their supplies. I was a liability and a coward. That was what Harry had called him, had told Remus, because he'd wanted to run away. He'd been right. Lily tried to imagine her son as the person from the photographs, as the person that stood up against idiots, that told them when they were being wrong. But all she could see was the confused and horrified look in Harry's eyes as he looked at her, as his eyes landed on Sirius and James. Of course, 17 years was a long time without parents, nearly 4 years for Sirius. A lot of things had changed. Then you could hold off. I don't want to hold off, Harry said. It's been too long already, Harry. Ginny, he replied back with the same, don't argue, tone that James used against Lily, and she stepped further into the kitchen. Harry was sitting at the end of the table. There was a red-haired girl sitting across from him. Creature was serving them tea and Harry looked up as Lily walked in. The girl, who Lily remembered was Ginny, turned to her. Oh, Mrs. Potter, she said, as she stood up. Lily glanced at Harry, who was staring down at his mug of tea. Lily, she said to Ginny, who stared at her, is there? No, you really have the same eyes, I'm Ginny. Lily inhaled sharply. It was strange how often she was hearing that. Strange how often people were comparing her eyes to Harry, but of course, none of them had ever met her or James before, so it was logical. They knew Harry first. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ginny. I was going to see about breakfast, but she looked at Harry, remembering his hesitation, how he had acted the day before. We can come back later. It's fine, Harry said, as he sat there. You can eat wherever you want. It was the first thing that Harry had said to her, properly, and she felt her heart almost clench in her chest. He said it with hesitation, as if it was almost painful for him to say it, for him to admit to himself that this was how things were. She wanted so badly to talk to him, to talk about what had happened the day before, to ask him if he had been avoiding them because of. But Ginny was there, and she was looking between them. I can come back later, Har. No, we have to finish this now, he said, and Ginny hesitated before sitting down again. What are you two doing? Lily asked helpfully, as she sat down, a little distance from them. Oh, Harry's been asked to testify at some trials, Ginny said. For Death Eaters and Snatchers, and so we're just running through when he can do work for the retrievals, finding the missing's bodies. Lily tensed slightly as she looked at the two of them. How strange it was to hear her son being asked to do this, for the two of them to sit so casually and discuss this. And you, my father works for the ministry, Ginny said, looking at her. My Percy, he's my brother, used to work there as well, and he's willing to help Harry with some of the legal things that he has to go through, the Wizengamot. The whole, well, Harry's been on trial before, so all he has to say is the truth, Ginny stated, and Lily stared at her. Oh, you probably don't know about that. Harry put his hands on the papers in front of Ginny and slid them back to his side of the table, as he started to read through it. A silent signal for her to keep talking with Lily. I'll keep doing the work. Lily frowned slightly at Harry. Rude. Was that when? Hey Lils, do you think? They all looked up when Sirius Black came into the kitchen with James in tow. They both looked well rested despite the strangeness of yesterday. Lily had a feeling that Sirius was happy to have his friend back, happy to have James back, even if they were so different in age. She supposed some bonds were just stronger than others. Sorry, we were just discussing the night I was attacked by a dementor at Little Whinging, Harry said, as he shuffled through his papers. And I had to go to trial. Sirius stepped forward. He nodded. That's right, Sirius said, as he looked at Lily, who nodded at him encouragingly, and she smiled at James. Harry was okay with them, for now, and they both saw Ginny sitting there and looking at them with slight awe. Nervous wreck you were. They went to sit at the table. Don't have to go back, do you? Trials, Lily explained to James. For the Death Eaters and Snatchers, blimey, that seems. I have to meet Shacklebolt to start assembling teams for body retrievals, Harry said, as he packed up his papers and stood up. They all hesitated, wondering if that meant that they had been dismissed, but Harry stood there for a moment before he looked at James and Sirius. You're welcome to come along if you want. We'll need a lot of volunteers. James looked at his son, and then at Sirius and Lily, and then he nodded. Yeah, if you're sure. But Harry had already picked up his papers and headed down the room to the second door, ready to go. It was a chance, Lily realized, a chance that Harry was giving them, and she wondered if it was Ginny's doing, but she looked just as lost as they did. James and Sirius looked at one another for a moment before James leaned down to kiss Lily and then headed on after Harry. They had arrived at the ministry together, and people had stared at James and Sirius, but not as much as they had stared at Harry. But Harry was used to it. He walked past all of them and headed straight to Shacklebolt's office, who shook hands with both Sirius and James when he saw them. But then it was straight to business. They wouldn't divert too much energy by choosing another graveyard, Shacklebolt said, as they walked to the Auror office, where they were gathering volunteers to help with the search. Sirius and James trailing behind and listening to the two of them. We saw a few in the same spot, Harry said, groups of 3 or 5. A few of them are willing to tell us where they took some bodies. For a few years less in Azkaban, Harry said, as he took a breath. They still go to trial. Every one of them. Harry sighed. He didn't want another mistake like Sirius, where an innocent person went to jail for no reason. And he thought about Draco. His trial would be in a few weeks, the Malfoy Manor incident. Hermione might be back by then, but he didn't know if he wanted her to come back. She wanted privacy, that's what she had always wanted, but at the same time, if she talked about what happened, it might help others come forward, but he wasn't going to ask her, he wasn't going to write to her to tell her to come back because he'd falter with her. His heart raced just thinking about seeing her again, but he'd already asked Ginny, had already made the decision. He was willing to do this to make sure that she never had to come back, that she never had to face any of these people, that she could live the life she wanted with her parents. That's what she wanted. That's, Harry, Shacklebolt said, as Harry looked at him, realizing that they had gotten to the doors. Sorry, Harry said, as he shut his eyes, took a breath, and stepped forward. There were at least 50 people in the room, all of them ready and waiting to see him, to help the cause. They all looked, all stared, as Harry and James and Sirius moved forward to help with the situation. So, today we'll be dividing up into groups of 12, Shacklebolt said. We're heading to Swinley Forest. The names are as follows: Jason and Allison Denbright, Joe Laurie, Eleanor Sarah Gibbs, Harry and Bonwyn Trigg, Rob and Ellie Dowson. Harry stood and listened to the names of people, the names of the dead, and he was reminded of how many had died while he had been running. Coward! Someone shouted, and Harry's head snapped up. He looked around, they all did. Coward! There was a murmur as he came forward, as he stepped towards where they all stood. My daughter, Sarah, that was my daughter, she was tortured. Someone, no, Harry said, but nobody heard him, his eyes met the man. My daughter, she was killed because she believed in you, because she trusted you, he shouted, stepping forward. His robes were worn, disheveled. He staggered like was drunk and he was staring at Harry, eyes wide. She was killed, because of you. Get him out of here, Sarah. My Sarah, he said, as he moved and grabbed the front of Harry's robes, as Harry reached him. She trusted you. I'm sorry, Harry said, as he held him, as another pair of hands reached him, as they led the man away, and Harry's eyes followed. But he couldn't move his feet, he couldn't make them take a step towards him, no matter how much he wanted to. His heart was racing, his head spinning. They were all looking at him, expecting him to do something, to bring her back like he had brought his parents and Sirius back. But he didn't know what to do. Everything was a blur after that, everything about the father being taken away, about Shacklebolt saying a few words, the looks he got. They forgave him for it, forgave him for things that the man said he did. They told him that he didn't understand, that it was grief talking. He kept on hearing that. People are still grieving, as if Harry didn't understand. Split into groups of 15, we'll spread out, then 3 groups of 5, covering every inch. You have your list, items, and you know the spells. Harry knew that they watched him, watched how he held onto his wand. Is that it? They whispered. The wand that killed him. Do you think that's how they brought them back? They were walking to their portkey points, and Harry held onto the old sock that reminded him of one he had once used to hide Ron's sneakoscope in. He tried not to think about the Dursleys, if they were okay. He hadn't even thought about them. Ted and Andromeda Tonks had been tortured for information of Harry's whereabouts. What would have happened to the Dursleys? He shut his eyes as he felt the pull of the portkey, and he landed, miraculously, on his feet as they got to the forest. His hand stretched to his side, as if he expected someone to be there to take hold of it, as he remembered when he and Hermione had stood side by side as the Snatchers dragged a body away. Harry? The voice came into his mind. James, his father. Hey, don't listen to them, okay, just. It was here, Harry said, as he walked past him, and he showed them the spot. They were walking in this direction. I think they had 1 or 2 bodies with them. Merlin, he heard James whisper, but Harry was beyond that now. His mind tried to not return to the memories of that time, of when, shortly after, Ron had left. Focus on now, he thought to himself. Focus on now. It's been hours, Sirius said to James as they continued scanning. It had been hours, more than hours, a whole day. Most of the team had stopped halfway through. When one team located a group of 3 bodies, all young men, it made them all consider what they were doing here. Why were they here? It wasn't just working alongside Harry Potter, it wasn't just to help the cause or because it was an honor to help after the war. It was locating the dead, decomposing bodies of people that had gone missing. To some, perhaps, it had been to follow the route of Harry Potter. Some junior reporters amongst them, to look at where the trio had been for months. But as the bodies were found, they realized it was much more than that. The father at the ministry had just been one, but there would be more than had suffered, sometimes whole families gone, only neighbors or friends left to recognize them. Everyone had to reconsider, had to make the choice, except Harry. He continued to work, barely eating as he went on his way, as he continued to look for more bodies. Some others joined him, but he worked in absolute silence, not responding to the questions that they asked him, not moving or distracting from his task. His task. Ginny followed where he went, when she came by with Lily after lunch, but he hardly paid attention to her. What's going on there? Lily looked at James, apparently. Something. Really? Sirius asked, frowning. Why? Not a fan. Sirius looked at the two of them and he gave them a mild shrug. She's a bit like her mum is all. She seems nice, Lily said, although she watched as Ginny only stood back and watched. Harry, much like the others who had tried to pull him into a conversation, she was ignored. I just don't think Harry is in a position for someone. Then why did he invite her to the house? Sirius asked, and James and Lily exchanged a look. He needs someone to trust, James said. And he can't trust us? Sirius questioned. He barely knows us, Lily replied, as she looked at Harry, and then she got a determined glint in her eye and walked towards Harry. Ginny turned to her and smiled before she went back to where the others were, looking to scan elsewhere, and Lily moved near Harry. He continued to scan the grounds, saying nothing as they walked. She looked at him, trying hard to see the little boy that she had once held in the young man she was now, and then, his voice came to her. I'm sorry, he said, about yesterday. Lily turned to him and tried to keep her tone normal, just like this morning. Oh, don't worry about it. I might freak out too if my parents came back to life. She turned to him. Did you know much about your grandparents? Harry shook his head. Aunt Petunia didn't talk about anyone in her family. Lily stared. Oh, that's Toonie, I suppose. Toonie. Is she okay? Harry's silence frightened her until he eventually sighed and shrugged. I don't know, they left before it all started. They're probably in Majorca right now. Oh, Toonie always went on about that place. She thought it was like Paris, Lily said, and she turned to see him listening to her. She smiled, thinking that, at least, she had something to say to him. Did you ever go to Paris for the holidays? He frowned slightly, and she wondered how they had treated him. She was always a bit of a bitch. Harry let out a laugh, and it surprised her. It surprised all of them. She turned to look at James and Sirius, at Ginny, who looked at them with shock. Didn't expect you to laugh at that, she said. Thought you'd defend her. She was, Harry said, as he walked, but she could see that he was walking easier, a little lighter, distracted. I just didn't think you'd. Well, you never saw how we were growing up. I saw a bit, Harry said, as he looked at her. Professor Snape, left memories for me to look through. She looked at him. He hadn't mentioned that in his interview. She had mentioned that Snape had left a message for him, to know what he had to do, what his task was, but he hadn't elaborated. Memories? When you first met, he told her, when he told you about Hogwarts, the first time on the train where you met. His head turned and she looked at James and Sirius. Oh. I never understood why you married him, Harry said. It was, Sirius said that you didn't really hate him, but he was a bully, I saw it. The lake, when Snape called you a. She looked at him, eyes wide as she realized what Harry knew. Harry, we were kids. So was I, Harry bit back, so was Professor Snape. And he never got over it. He took it out on everyone else, especially me. Did he? Lily asked quietly. But they both had stopped, Harry's wand lighting up, and he took a breath as he looked at the ground. They could see it, the difference in the dirt, in the way the terrain was. Get the others, Harry said, as Lily stood there. Lily, he turned to her, she was frozen, looking at the spot. Harry reached for her, touched her hand, and she jumped and looked at him. Mum, get the others. Her breath faltered, but then she nodded, and she turned and walked away. Chapter 16 The Wizarding World sees the first anniversary. 1 month on from the events of the final battle, and it seems the world is settling into this new era with very few bumps. Interim Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, is leading in this month's polls, but has been criticized for his multimedia approach, in which almost every photograph has him beside, chosen one, Harry Potter, in every manner of work. From the Survivors Fund, which has received hundreds of galleons of donations since its formation, or during the many public appearances they have scheduled for them. Is this a plan to use the public's adoration of their savior as clout, or is he keeping Mr. Potter close for other reasons? And of course, we must relay the public view of Harry Potter. Sources suggest that his popularity wanes and waxes with each public appearance, which becomes more and more frequent with the first trials of Death Eaters and Snatchers starting. Mr. Potter is set to be seen in public, yet again, to testify at the trial of Mr. Draco Malfoy in front of the Wizengamot at the end of the week. This reporter wonders if this moment will truly show Mr. Potter's colors, if he is beyond the pain and suffering caused by the Malfoy family, not only recently, but during his schoolyard days. Will old scars be reopened? Will their unsteady relationship in school dictate how Harry speaks of him during the trial, or has Mr. Potter truly grown beyond petty grievances? Of course, no hero is complete without his posse of ardent devotees. This reporter, and many others, have already come to know them as Dumbledore's Army, a group of young students personally trained by Harry Potter at Hogwarts. This group of young students have all come forward in support of Harry Potter, being by his side for the trials and the funerals of these recent weeks. These students, who fought in the Battle of Hogwarts and no doubt deserve the plaudits and awards for bravery heaped upon them by a grateful Wizarding World, all refuse to talk to the press or make any comment on Harry or his personal life, which seems to be held under wraps, almost. Under investigation is the life of James and Lily Potter, the two parents that Harry Potter had suffered without for nearly his entire life. They have been kept busy, out of the public eye, and it leads this reporter to wonder if this signifies trouble in paradise? Or perhaps, the planning of a future direction. Nearly 18-year-old Harry Potter is believed to have found love and solace in his steady girlfriend, Ginny Weasley. Mr. Potter has refused comment or any interview besides the one previously written by me, which will be available soon within the special edition copy of my new book The Loves and Life of Severus Snape. However, it has become apparent that in every appearance that Mr. Potter has had, Miss Ginny Weasley has not been far behind, and with the apparent scoop that they are indeed living together in an unknown location with the senior Potters. Should we prepare for white linens and rice for a happy news story soon? Is Harry Potter deserving of a witch like Ginny Weasley? Or is this, perhaps, another moody media approach, taught to him by Shacklebolt, to sway the public opinion of him? And does this relationship have anything to do with the notable disappearance of Hermione Granger, who has not been seen since she left the final battle? Hermione. Hermione said, looking up to see her mother standing by the door. Sorry, yeah, I'm nearly ready. But there was a clear look of concern on her mother's face as she saw the newspaper in her daughter's hand. She could see Harry's face plastered at the front of it, as it had been for weeks. Hermione had been staring at it, and had been looking at photographs of him since she had been here. She had been surprised to see him talk about what had happened, the interview that he had done. She had read it and reread it until she had it almost memorized. But perhaps it had less to do with the article and more to do with what Harry had done. He had kept her name minimal, just like he had promised. Is he doing okay? Hermione looked at the article, as his mother came forward and took the paper. Oh, he should really get a haircut. I like it on him, Hermione said, smiling. It's different. Monica looked at her, and she leaned forward. You know, you can go back if you want. Your dad and I are perfectly fine here, and goodness knows that you needed the break but. Mum, Hermione said, as she looked at her. I know, but it's just so nice to not be there, to not be here and having photographs taken of me. They'll ask questions and. You'll be with him, Monica said, as she reached up and held her daughter's face. You love him. Hermione took a breath and she sighed. Her mother knew, her father knew, it was clear from the first days that they had been together again, when they got their memory back. Hermione hadn't talked about him. After 6 years of non-stop talking about Harry, it had suddenly stopped. And then, it all came out. One night, she'd had another nightmare, of Harry lying in Hagrid's arms, unmoving. She'd woken up screaming and then her mother had been holding her, and then it was just a flurry of words and tears and her mother holding her and listening to her talk about what had happened. But it had stopped the ache, it had stopped the pain of holding it inside of her. She had needed to tell someone what had happened, why they had decided to do this. We stopped doing this. She looked at him, her eyes showed pain and sadness. Why? He looked at her. I can never give you this. Hermione looked at him, saw the tears in his eyes and she moved forward to wipe them away. His eyes closed as she touched him, as she felt him move closer to her. It was too late for them to take back what they had said, what they had decided. Too late for them to say that they had changed their mind, that they would choose another path. Everything had already been said, everything had already been done. She leaned against the same pole he was leaning against, the two of them close. Hermione, if things go bad. Harry, Hermione, he said, his voice firm as he looked at her. Hermione, if things go bad, you have to go to Ron. She inhaled. He's got enough family to take care of you, they have enough connections, they have enough friends to keep you safe. Her hand grabbed his, and he looked at her, he pulled her close. Promise me, he said. You have to go to him. I don't matter, I can run. Get them looking the other way, they only want me. They'll use you to get to me and I won't bear that. Harry, Hermione, he said, as his hands reached and held her face, as she breathed him in. Their lips met and she gasped at it. It felt like the first time, it always felt like the first time. If anything happens to me, Hermione. And what if it doesn't? She asked, as she pulled him close, as her arms wrapped around him, as they kissed and held one another. What if we all survive? Harry pressed against her. They both knew that even if it did end, it never would. They'd all still want him, more, they'd want to know everything. I won't tell them about us, I won't tell them anything about you. She inhaled, she knew that he would. They'll want to find me. Not if I keep them away from you, I can do that, if we, he swallowed. If we get past this. She leaned against him, shaking her head. Come with me, she whispered, come with me to Australia. But she'd known the answer, she'd known it then, she'd know it now. They'll never leave us. It was constant, they both knew. Then I won't go, she said. We can be together. No, he said. You, be with Ron before we finish this. Stay with him after. Could you bear watching me with Ron? Could you bear watching me with Ginny? He asked. Her eyes looked up to meet hers. It's what they expect, isn't it? It was expected. Hermione looked at him, and she saw the pain in his eyes. Find your parents, live a normal life, away from us, Hermione, he said. You can do it without me, I know you can. She held his face. She blinked and she looked around her room. Her mother was still holding her, and she was sniffling. It was happening less, but it was still happening. Moments that she lost because she was in a memory, minutes, seconds that she lost thinking about Harry, thinking about the final battle and what had happened there. She had done what he had asked, she had gone with Ron, had kissed him, had stood on his side because they had to prepare for what happened afterwards, what the final play would be. Because something did happen. She'd known it before he had, she hadn't wanted to say it to him, she hadn't wanted to believe it, to allow it to penetrate her mind. But she had figured it out long before Snape's memories had confirmed it. And the thing was that Hermione had been trying to figure out a way around it. She had been trying to figure out a way for them to destroy the scar on his connection with Voldemort. For a long time, she had failed him. He had gone to the Forbidden Forest without anyone, without a single word. She had been with Ron, with his family, with Ginny, and he'd walked off. He had died for all of them, without a word, selfless, and she felt she had failed him, because she could have gone with him, could have stood by his side instead of preparing to run away with someone she didn't love. And now she had failed him again. I should be with him, she said. Malfoy's trial, I should testify, tell them about what happened to me. He didn't mention it in the papers. He was trying to protect me, she said. He is protecting me. Hermione looked down at the newspaper, seeing the words, in his steady girlfriend, Ginny Weasley, and she felt her heart clench at the sight of it. Harry was following the path that they had set out. She'd go with Ron, and he'd go with Ginny. But that had been before his parents had come back, before Ron's reaction. It seemed that they had gotten over it. Ron was in the photographs, right beside Harry. But Hermione should be by his other side. The trio, the golden trio. Come on, Monica said. Lunch, and we can talk about it. Australia was so far removed from England, from the cold that she had known, from everything she recognized. Sometimes it felt the same cold air in the morning, but it was different, simple, as if the world had so many more possibilities here, and people didn't recognize her. The wizarding community was scarce here. It wasn't like England where there were perhaps 2 places imbued with magical shops. Here, you had to walk, you had to travel. Apothecaries hidden within coffee shops. Wand stores hidden within obscure factories. Newspapers delivered by singing kookaburras, annoyed when you didn't pay them their dues. It felt like seeing magic for the first time, and she had her parents again. Have some more scones, Monica said, as she placed the tray in front of Hermione. You need to eat more. She sighed and nodded. The scones were good, they were her mother's recipe. She'd missed them when they had been on the run, she had missed her father's hugs and her mother's cooking. And for those months she thought that she'd never get this again. She was worried that even if they survived and she found them, that they would be different. But it wasn't. And perhaps that made it worse. The fact that the world had continued to revolve, turn, staying the same, but it was her that was different. It's nice weather to go camping, her father said. Maybe we should think about going for a few days. She smiled. I think I'm done with camping for a while, but I could do with a walk. Right-o, kiddo. She smiled at her father as they finished their lunch, and Hermione rested her head against the back of the chair, and she looked out onto the lush green of the Glasshouse Mountains. It was so quiet here, so quiet and wonderfully peaceful, as if it was another world. When they went on their walks they were surrounded by trees and birds, always chirping. It was so much more alive than the forests she had been in for the past few months. She could live here, if she could just figure things out, figure out what she could do with herself. But then she'd think about Harry, the inevitability of Harry and Ginny, of him having a daughter with red hair and green eyes. James and Lily were alive, Sirius and Remus were alive, he had his family again, he had his family, and he'd probably forget about her, probably not need her as much anymore. And Harry would be honorable, he'd keep to his promise, he'd keep her out of the spotlight, he'd let her go away in private. He'd stay with Ginny, and he'd handle everything, like he always did, because he was just Harry. He did things like that and she loved that about him. But she also hated it. Because she could offer him so much outside of the world, but he'd keep playing his role because he didn't know how not to. He was a self-sacrificing jerk that would always put others first, that would always want to save others. She thought about going back, about being with Ron, but he already had his doubts about them, doubts and anger. She thought that maybe after the battle that he'd cool down, he'd understand, but then she saw him when James and Lily and Sirius came back, and she had been scared, and she knew that she couldn't stand there beside him and tell him that she loved him when it wasn't true. She couldn't stand there and have him kiss her or touch him when she knew that she wouldn't be able to stop looking at Harry, and thinking, wishing and hoping. And Ron would find out. The truth would come out and they'd all be thrown to the wolves again, split up, broken, and there would be no fixing it. Then the public would know, would see, they were already talking about her just because she wasn't there in. I think I should go back, she said. Her parents looked at her, but I thought. Malfoy's trial is coming up, I should go and offer my testimony, she said. And I have to finish a few things as well. Are you sure? Hermione took a breath and she looked out at the greenery of the mountains. Yeah. Harry, I've got it, he said, as she lowered her hands again, the attempt to help him straighten his tie before they stepped inside. Harry sighed as he glanced at her. I'm sorry. It's okay, I'm getting used to it, Harry sighed. He knew that this wasn't ideal, he knew that she wanted more from him, but he couldn't give it to her. And he was getting better, he knew he was. He had spoken to his parents, he'd spoken to Sirius, they had dinner and conversations. The Weasleys came over, they spoke, they got through days, weeks, a month. But he always felt like he was on the outside of the conversation, always felt like there was something, or someone missing. Ron had come to speak to him. When he found out that Ginny was staying at Grimmauld Place, he thought that he might get angry at him, be concerned for his sister's innocence or something like that. But he just looked around at the house, which was slowly being filled with decor and colors and curtains, and he said nothing for a long time before looking at him. Harry, I know, Harry said, and then he looked at him, and you know I would have, with Fred, if I know, Ron said, as he looked at him. I know you would have, I was just. Apologies between them always ran like this, so many things left unsaid, so many things that were just meant to be understood. And Harry did understand him, and he did forgive him, but a part of him could never forget it. It would never be the same. In that way, Harry assumed that he knew about him and Ginny, at least, the idea of him and Ginny. He'd come to make sure that Harry could take care of her, that he could give her a good life, because at Fred's funeral, he pushed the two of them to stand together. That's how the newspapers had taken it, that's how they had begun the narrative of the two of them together. But he was making this worse for her, he knew it. No matter how much time he spent with his parents, how well Ginny seemed to get on with them, there was always a part of him that was hidden in the forests, buried amongst the dead. A part of himself that was with someone else. Are you sure you're ready for this? James asked, as they got ready to walk into the Wizengamot, as they were ready to hear about the testimony of what had happened at Malfoy Manor, something Harry hadn't spoken about publicly. It has to happen. That's not what I asked Harry, James said, but Harry had stopped listening. I'm used to it, Dad, he said. It's been a month. James tried, once more, to tell Harry that he shouldn't be used to this, but they walked inside, the flashes of light of the media, all of them craning to see who was coming, what they would say. It was so much more full than Harry remembered, and he saw Draco standing on the side. He looked pale, drained, and their eyes met, flashes of light. It took 10 more minutes for it to die down, and then Tabina Marchbanks stood up, the head of the Wizengamot. Today we will hear the trial of Draco Lucius Malfoy and the events that occurred on April 5, 1998. We'll hear testimony from Harry James Potter, Ronald Weasley, Luna Lovegood, Garrick Ollivander and Hermione Granger. A gasp spread around the room, and Harry sat upright in his chair. He turned around, as most people did, and he stopped when his eyes met familiar brown. How had he missed her? How had he not seen her? She smiled at him and then nodded to the front. Pay attention, she said. And he sat back in his chair and smiled. It would be okay. Chapter 17. So, this was Hermione Granger, Lily thought. She had an image of her, painted by Sirius, Ginny and by Remus. She had been told that she was brilliant, highly intelligent. That she was a shy and studious person, but brave when she wanted to be, talented, strong and sure of herself. Of course, they had all known her before the war, before the battle. Just like Harry, things had changed, she had changed. And can you identify the spells that Bellatrix Lestrange used on you? The Cruciatus Curse, Hermione said, as she sat and gave her testimony. Lily inhaled sharply, and she wasn't the only one. She looked over at Draco Malfoy, who was looking down at the cuffs on his wrists, ashamed at what had happened. She looked over at Ron, who had to testify as well, who was looking at Hermione with sadness. Then at Luna, who had been kept in the dungeons, who had helped them all escape. They were all children who had been made, who had suffered, who had been forced into this war. And then she looked over at Harry, whose eyes had not left Hermione since she had sat down. He looked worried, concerned, and he touched his neck, his chest, his heart, as if remembering what had happened that day was still a torment for him. Of course, it would be. They were friends, close friends according to everyone. But was she? Hermione Granger had been missing for a month. Immediately after the Battle of Hogwarts, she had left to go to Australia and had kept minimal contact with everyone. Lily knew that. She had gone to find her family, that's what she'd been told. But the funerals, the other trials, everything had happened and she hadn't come back. Harry had needed her, and she hadn't been here. But Lily didn't know how to feel about any of them, any of the people that Harry had called his friends. Lily hadn't forgiven Ron for how he had been yelling at Harry. She hadn't forgiven any of the ones that had yelled at him, that had accused him, that had immediately blamed him at Hogwarts. She knew that tensions had been high, but there was something about her son. Sitting in the room, while a boy that was meant to be Harry's friend, held court and trialed Harry in front of them all. And yet now they stood together, Dumbledore's army, Harry's army. He had trained them, he had prepared them for the battle, had prepared them to fight in the first moment. Afterwards, they turned on him. And she had heard, she had seen what the newspapers were saying, what the media did. She hadn't been prepared for it, the lights, the flashing cameras, but Harry had just walked in like it was normal for him. This wasn't normal for him. Nothing about this was normal. So, Lily had no idea how to feel about the girl, the young woman that sat in the court now. But she heard her speak about what had happened, and she thought that she must be loyal. She must be. To decide to follow Harry into the war, to stay with him and Ron for 10 months. They must have been close, must have protected one another, and she heard that she did. She took a swing at me, kicked me right in the shin. That's what Sirius had said when he had first described Hermione Granger. She must be brave, by how she spoke about Harry, by how she openly lied to Bellatrix Lestrange, by how she jinxed him to hide his identity when they had been captured. But it made Lily feel sick that this is what they had gone through, so close to the end of the war. Hermione, Ron said, as he rushed ahead to get to her, pecking her hard on the lips as he hugged her. They had been dismissed for the day, the trial continuing with Luna and Harry's testimony tomorrow. So, for now they were preparing to leave, to go back to the burrow. That's where they had been staying for a few days while the carpets were being installed into the house. There had been an issue with a reporter managing to get into the place before Creature had found them out, and he and Winky had gotten him out. Of course, the reporter hadn't known that they had stumbled upon Grimmauld Place. They had just followed the lead of carpet and curtain sellers when a large purchase of new items had been bought up. It didn't take a lot for them to figure out it might have been Harry's house. They were obliviated. Harry had done it, and Lily had watched him do the spell as if it were nothing. She blinked and looked up at Ron and Hermione, as Hermione wrapped her arms around herself, shying away from Ron's enthusiastic reaction to her. So much to tell you, but her eyes were looking for someone else, Hermione. "Hi Ginny," Hermione said, and she backed away from her slightly, before she turned to Lily, James and Sirius. Sirius, who didn't seem to care about any personal space, hugged Hermione as if she were his own daughter, and Hermione let out a small yelp as he did. "Oh, it's so good to see you," Sirius said, as he finally let her go. "Did you find your parents? How was Australia?" It was good, yeah, I found them, they're okay, they're still there." "Still?" Ron asked. "What, for like, a holiday now?" "No," Hermione said, "they want to stay." "Oh, but how will you manage?" Ginny asked, looking at her. "I mean, you're not really going to leave them behind again." But Lily saw the answer in her eyes, and Hermione took a breath before she took a step forward. "Miss Granger, I'm Lily Evans, Potter, James added. I was getting to that, James, Lily said, as she turned to her husband, and then looked at the young witch in front of her. So, you're the one that's been taking care of my Harry? Her eyes widened. Is that what he said? One of the Aurors came into the room, a flashing of lights as the door opened. Okay, we're ready for you, he said. What about Harry? James began, as the doors opened once more on the other side, from the courtroom, where Harry had been. Mr. Potter over her. What do you think? Trial comes up. The flash of lights and photographers heralded the arrival of Harry towards them. He reached them and took a breath. Lily waiting for the reunion between Harry and Hermione, but he just smiled at her, and she smiled back. That was anticlimactic. Head to the house. Yeah, Mum's waiting. Grimmauld Place, Harry said, it's all set in Shacklebolt and I will hold a press conference. Harry, I don't think. Rita released her book last night, Harry said, as he looked at his mother. It's best that you all avoid any commentary, especially with. He looked at Hermione, who sighed. Her testimony had left an impression. Go ahead, I'll be there after, he said, and Lily saw it, as everyone got to the door. Harry had reached backwards, behind him, and Hermione's hand grabbed his. It was a slight touch, a slight acknowledgement that the both of them were there. And she saw Harry inhale, as if he garnered strength from just her. He didn't flinch, he didn't tense, he was ready. The doors opened. Lily, what do you think of Rita's influence on Muggleborns? James, allegations that you were assaulting students. Do you think Headmistress MCG, missing for a month, why? Lily watched as Harry began to walk the other direction, his hands raised as to make sure that everyone was watching him, and it worked, they all turned towards him. I'll answer a few questions, but Lily saw it, how he clearly and visibly put himself in a position he didn't like, for their sake. She was pushed towards the doors of the grates, making their way through, their escape, only a few errand photographers going after them until they reached the locked doors of the Minister for Magic's office. Lily took a breath, as they all did, and she looked over at Ron as he stepped towards Hermione, to help her with the flow powder, but she brushed his hand away. She tensed, just like Harry tensed with everyone else. Except, for Hermione. It's so lovely, definitely a better atmosphere. Pass the potatoes. Really is a nice spread, it's sort of a lavender. Saying something, and then there was the hole. The house was filled with noise and people chattering, bustling to get plates on the table and everyone loaded up with food. Ginny watched the Potters as they spoke, as they all chatted together. They'd been at the Weasleys for a bit, while the house had been decorated, and so. She knew they probably were happy to be back at Grimmauld Place. It was certainly different, with its colors and rugs and carpets. It looked, unlike Harry, but like him at the same time. She hadn't been privy to when Harry had chosen the colors, it had been before he had spoken to her, before he'd asked her to marry him, a question she was still debating. But then she looked at the house and her decision seemed made. Had no idea he had an eye for colors. Imagine that Creature and Winky had something to say about it. Uniforms suit them so well. Ginny sat at the table as they ate. It was everything she could have ever dreamed of. As a young girl she'd imagined what life would have been like if Harry's parents were alive, if they all sat together, if she was engaged to him and he was in love with her. She dreamed of a house where she was the mistress of it, where she had house elves to do the cleaning and cooking so that she could just do whatever she wanted. He had offered it to her. Harry had offered this house to her, along with his hand in his everything. Except his heart. Always wanted to travel to Australia. You know the school they have there is split up into states. It is. They gave me a tour of the one at the reef. They have a whole community of merpeople there. Must be a lot of strange plants down there, George said, his eyes widening as he took out his notepad. I imagine not like the ones at Hogwarts. Ginny looked over at Sirius, who had a small smile on his face, as he spoke to Hermione. She knew that Sirius liked Hermione better. She knew that it was because she reminded him of Lily. Ginny hadn't really known that until she had met the older Evans. She had always had the impression that Lily would be a soft-hearted person, ridiculously kind and just the pinnacle of purity. But then George, Sirius and James set off a firework in the Weasley house and she'd seen the anger that she'd only seen in Harry before that she saw in Hermione when she was mad at Ron. She didn't actually recall ever seeing Hermione mad at Harry. Such a nice offset to the grays and greens. Really is, I'm struggling to figure out what it is. It would be nice to have a house like this, with a table like this. She wondered if it stretched out further, if it would be filled with kids, if there were even luxury baby chairs to set at the table. She imagined that Harry would want them sat at the table. Old houses like this probably had the house elves feeding the kids before dinner, so that the adults could eat in peace and quiet. But she knew that Harry would want them with them, because that's how it had been at the burrow. Ginny wouldn't mind just having dinner with Harry alone. Eat more, Ginny, her mother said, giving her an encouraging nudge. You need your strength. Yeah, you need your strength, Gins, George said, giving her a wry smile. Ginny turned red as she looked at her brother, and the thing about this table was that it wasn't short enough for her to kick him under the table. But he just grinned. They all knew it was coming. They had been dancing around it for weeks now, ever since Harry had asked her to come to Grimmauld Place with him. Ever since she had met Lily and James. The newspapers were reporting on it, everyone commented and asked her. She even had owls from people at Hogwarts that asked her if the rumors were true. Excellent for digestion, Luna said, as she blinked at Harry. Not many people know that. I suppose it just looks somewhat poisonous, Harry said, as he inspected the cup of tea that Luna had given him. It is in large doses, but this is perfectly safe, Luna said. It'll help clear your mind. Oh, I wouldn't mind a clearer head, Sirius said, as he reached over and took the cup from Harry. She couldn't help but see Harry still tense slightly as Sirius moved close to him. That would never stop, she thought. He was better, so much better than he had been before. He had begun to talk more, smile more, and sometimes she caught glimpses of how he used to be amidst the work and the things he was always doing. He was always busy. By the time Ginny woke up, he'd already been at the ministry, had already eaten, and at night time, when he came home, she'd be waiting, but he'd just brush her off and say that he'd eat in his room. Maybe eating with the kids wouldn't be a bad idea, if that was all she was to him. But today, it was different. He'd been stressed about it for ages, ever since he had been asked to testify. Ron had been worried about it as well. They didn't want to say anything that would send Malfoy to jail. She'd overheard him talking to James, telling him that Draco hadn't really meant to do those things. He'd been forced to, just like he had. They'd all been forced to grow up. Will you stay at the burrow? Oh, Hermione said, as she looked at Ron, who was raising his eyebrows at her expectantly, his hand reaching over to hers, her fingers curling away from him. Stay here, Luna said, blinking at Hermione. She turned to her. What? You should stay here, Luna said, with a small smile. Oh, maybe the burrow would be nicer, more familiar, you know, Ron said, as he looked at Hermione. The newspapers will all be in a tiff after your testimony, and there's no safer house, Sirius said, looking concerned. Not that the burrow isn't. Oh, Bill and Fleur are coming for. Molly looked at Ginny, and Ginny tensed once more. Hijinks, George said, right? They were all waiting, all expecting it. But Hermione didn't have to ask. Harry was already pushing his plate away and standing up. We added 2 new bedrooms. Thought it was better to. Did you convert the study? Hermione asked. Oh, what happened to all those books? She reached him, and Ginny saw how he lifted his hand to her, how she moved closer to him, how easily they seemed to step into one another as Harry walked her up to the rooms. The table didn't seem to miss a beat. Sirius took Harry's spot at the head of the table, listening to Luna and her strange theories and food. Lily and Molly discussed the food, James, George, and Ron started to talk about the Marauder's map. You know they have some lovely mushrooms in Darwin called hiddlypunks, Luna said, as. Are those the ones that make you see demons? Well, according to some of our researchers down there, they actually open your eye to another dimension. How do you spell that again? George asked, as he took his pen out, and Sirius leaned over to take it from him. This is what Ginny wanted. She wanted them all to be here, to be with her, to be eating at her and Harry's table. She wanted kids, and she wanted them all running around, taking away the shadows of what this house had been before, but Harry had done that. He'd done that himself. I'm settling with a light lavender, Molly said to Lily, as both women shrugged, helpless in trying to figure out what color Harry had chosen, an offset to the grays, the greens. Periwinkle, Ginny said finally, as she looked at her mother. The color is periwinkle blue. Her hands clutched at his hair as they moved against the wall of the room, His breath was hot on her neck as he whimpered into her, as she gasped and held onto him. She was doing her best to be quiet, doing her best to not leave marks, but it had been a month since they had seen one another, a month since she had kissed him, and she hadn't realized how much she had needed to see him. Downstairs had been a mess, because she had seen how they had looked at Ginny, how they hinted. Harry was going to marry her. But Hermione was the one with her legs spread, with Harry's hands on hers, with his lips on hers and her name on his tongue. Hermione, he moaned, and she felt herself clench as she felt their climax reach its peak, and she was craning her head back, her eyes closing as her mouth fell open to let out a moan. "Shish," he said, as he pressed his forehead against her neck. "You said, I lied." They remained there, pressed against the wall, still feeling their bodies pulsing from the exertion. She wrapped her hands around his neck, brought him up to her, and she kissed him. "You should cut your hair. I thought you liked it long. It's too long, you're making me jealous." He smiled, a proper smile, a proper laugh, and then their eyes met. "Ginny. Ron." They pulled away from one another and they started to get dressed. "We said we'd stop." "I know," she said, as she smoothed out her hair, and she looked over at him. "Are you really going to?" "It's what we agreed," Harry said, as he looked at her, "isn't it?" He was looking at her, hoping that she'd disagree, hoping that she'd changed her mind. And a part of her wanted to. A part of her wanted to change her mind, to just say fuck everyone, let me have you. But then she remembered the flashing lights of the cameras, everyone staring at her, everyone looking at her. She said nothing and he nodded, nothing more needed to be said. "Good night, Hermione," he said. "Just call, Winky, she's discreet if you need anything." "I'm okay," she said, and she looked up at him as he stepped out of the room. Harry took a breath as he stood there, and he ran his hands through his hair, trying to tie up as he headed back to the dining room when he stopped. There, at the bottom of the stairs. James stood looking at him. Chapter 18 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. "If you need anything else, mistress," Creature said, as he placed the rolls in front of her, and she shook her head, as she glanced up at Harry. They were both sitting at the kitchen table, across from one another, and Harry was focused on the paperwork in front of him. As she read through the reports that he had on the search, she knew better where they had been. She remembered more vividly when she had seen the snatchers and where they had moved bodies towards. There was something off about Harry's demeanor that morning, though. She knew it, she knew him. But he wasn't going to say anything, and she knew him far too well to ask. "Morning," Sirius said, as he stepped into the kitchen. "Morning, Hermione." "Morning," she said, as she looked over at him. He seemed the most happy to see her, although she wasn't surprised. Sirius had always been nice to her, even when they had stayed in Grimmauld Place and he'd been stuck inside. Maybe it was because she was Harry's friend, because she'd helped him escape Hogwarts and the Dementors with Harry. First impressions and all that. "So, big day today," Lily said, as she and James stepped in. And then she saw Harry's eyes focus on James. Something had happened. "Yeah," Harry said, as he turned to the paperwork. "I might head in early. The press will want to talk about Rita's book." Hermione looked up at him and he just shook his head. "Trial starts at 10, she said, "we'll be there earlier." "I know," he said, and for a moment Hermione thought that he'd reach over and hug her, kiss her, touch her like they used to. When they had been scared that it might be the last time they'd see one another. "Ginny, thank your mother for last night," Lily began, and Harry and Hermione turned back to their occupations. He stepped out as Hermione went back to the paperwork, and Ginny stepped into the kitchen. She knew that what they did, what they were doing, was wrong, and Hermione had thought she'd get over it, but it had barely taken a glance for her to be on Harry, barely taken a few minutes alone for them to want to be near one another in the most physical and primal way that they could. It wasn't fair to Ginny. It wasn't fair to Ron. But that's why she was there. She was going to end things, finish and cut the ties that held her here. She'd finish the trial, meet Harry's parents and tell Ron that she didn't want to be with him, although she had a feeling that he already knew. "Thank you, Creature," Ginny said. "Miss Ginny," Creature said, and Hermione looked over at him as he walked away, realizing the difference. "So, I was wondering," Lily said, as she drank her coffee. "It's Harry's birthday in a few weeks, and I want to plan something for it. I mean, 18. 18, so, I wanted to know if, maybe, if he wants, to have a party." "Harry loves parties," Ginny said, hesitantly. At least, the ones we've thrown. I suppose it's because he never had any growing up." Hermione said nothing, but she looked at Ginny, wondering why she was telling them that. "Great, do you think we should have it here, or at the burrow? And what food? What's his favorite food?" "He loves sweets," Ginny said, as she leaned forward, "loves treacle tart." "Really?" Lily said, "You know I gave him treacle tart when he was a baby, didn't I, James?" "Oh, that's wonderful. What about friends?" "Obviously the Order and Dumbledore's army," Sirius said. "Does he have any friends outside of school?" Lily asked, "Do you know, if he'd want my sister to, I mean, he grew up with them, and 18 is a big deal." Hermione cleared her throat and went to stand up, ready to leave and get dressed. "Hermione?" James asked, and she turned to look at him. "What do you think?" She looked at them all, their eyes on her, and she shrugged. I don't know," she said. "You must have an opinion," James said, and Hermione saw that he was looking at her, an almost challenge in his eyes. She looked at him, and thought about Harry, thought about the way that he shied away at parties. She knew that he hated talking about himself, hated things being about himself because they were always about him. She knew that he'd hate the Dursleys to be there, she knew that he didn't want to see them but he was worried about them. "The beach," Hermione said. "Harry's never been to the beach before." They stared at her. "What?" James said, eyes wide. Hermione shrugged. "It's just something he said once to me." She remembered them lying in bed after a heavy night of lovemaking, before anything had happened, and he'd told her about what his fondest dream was, how he wanted to celebrate after they'd killed Voldemort. "Ice cream cake by the beach," Harry had said, whispering it into her skin. "I'd never had an ice cream cake or been to the beach." She looked at him. "They weren't the best, were they?" "That's an understatement," he said. "You saw the cupboard." She inhaled and nodded. She had seen it, the year that they had picked him up at his house, the same night Hedwig died. Ron didn't know. He hadn't been there when they had talked about it, small moments where Harry and Hermione had been alone and talking about life. He'd let slip and say something, and Ron would brush it off, perhaps not thinking about it. But Hermione would hear it, and she'd bring it up later when they were alone, and he'd tell her. "Don't worry about it." But he had. She remembered everything he said. "Well then, that's exactly what he needs," Lily said. "Thank you, Hermione, maybe you could help." "I need to get this sorted," she said, as she looked at the map. "Harry's pretty bad at remembering where we'd been." She walked past them, head down, but she felt James's eyes on her, and Ginny's. Her heart raced as she realized. She had to end this now for good. "He could have identified me," Harry said. "The spell had worn off a lot by then. So he could have identified you, but he didn't. Why do you think so?" "I can't speculate," Harry said, as he stood in front of them all. Ginny watched him as he spoke, as he told the Wizengamot, and the press, and everyone else sitting in the seats what had happened that night. They'd already heard from everyone, had already heard from Luna and Ollivander, all about the fight with Bellatrix and the Malfoys. But it was Harry's testimony that would hold more weight, because he was him, the great Harry Potter, the man that Ginny had loved since she was a child, the one she had dreamed about, and the one that looked at Hermione, as if she was the only one in the world. And she didn't know why she hadn't seen it before. She didn't know why Harry was pushing her away in favor of Ginny, why he'd tell her that it would never be love, but convenience, so why would he turn down Hermione? Cameras flashed as Harry reached up to push a stray hair from his face. He'd cut his hair. For a month Lily and the others had been encouraging him to do it. He'd been encouraging him to get his hair cut so that he looked more like himself, but he'd refused. But she was sure that Hermione had mentioned it, just mentioned it, and he had done it for her. But why? The question burned in her chest as she looked at the two of them, as she saw the obvious affection that they had. He didn't shy away from her, and she didn't shy away from him either. She saw how she tensed when Ron took hold of her, when he was near her, when anyone was near her. Just like Harry. She felt her head spinning, her breath coming shorter, and then, it just happened, as if in slow motion. Screams erupted as several people in the crowd stood up, hooded figures, not Death Eaters, just people. "Forever live Lord Voldemort." A scream erupted as the first shots were fired. "Death to Mudbloods." They aimed at Harry, they aimed at everyone, and Harry was ducking. They took their wands and aimed at him. Ginny watched as Ron ran to get to Hermione, to protect her, but she was running towards Harry. She threw his wand towards him, and he caught it, not missing a beat as she blocked a spell. Of course, it was only an instant to everyone, but to Ginny it seemed an eternity. Cameras flashed as people yelled, screamed, as they ran out, a stampede. She looked over at Draco, who covered his head, spells aiming towards him, and Ginny, she felt her breath rush. Neville was in the crowd, he was fighting, Seamus. She couldn't hear anything, she had her wand in her hand as, it was the war again, the war and... No. No. Harry. Harry. Ginny collapsed where she was. The image of Harry limp in Hagrid's arms. The image of him motionless as she looked at him, as she thought him dead, he was dead, he was. Ginny, come on, Neville said, as he reached her, and he was taking her arms and lifting her and carrying her out the door. Harry and Hermione had already left, they'd all been taken cared, Aurors were everywhere, their red robes a source of comfort as she staggered out. But it was no better outside. Everyone pressed against them. Flashes of photographs, plumes of smoke, phote. This way, feel about, Muggle registra. Oh God. Oh God. Relations already, future Mrs. Pot. Ginny. Ginny, until finally they got through to the office, chased, her clothes being pulled, ripped, more photographs. They were all ahead of them, all of them running, the same treatment. They wanted photographs of them crying, of them running, of them fighting. It was what they wanted. It was chaos. And Ginny just held on to Neville, who didn't let go of her hand, not once. Grimald Plaque. No, she said, as she stepped back. No, I don't, the burrow. Take me to the burrow. Her mother was there, her father, her brothers, she needed them. Harry's house was so alone, they weren't her family, they didn't understand. She wanted what she knew, she wanted her family. The house was quiet. James left Hermione and Lily as they sat in the kitchen. Sirius had already gone off to have a walk, against all of their advice, and Harry was in the study. He stepped inside and looked at Harry, saw him sitting there, the window open letting in a breeze. He's never been to the beach before, he thought. He's never been outside when he hasn't been hunted or looked at. He's never had a normal life. Lily's downstairs, she's still pretty shaken up, James said, as he went to sit next to Harry. Hermione's a real trooper, but I suppose. He looked at Harry, who nodded. You get used to it. James hated when he said that. He hated that he said it like that, so casually. You get used to being treated like this. Harry, about last night, there was a long pause. As if James was worried he'd overstep, as if he were worried he'd say something and it'd turn into a fight. And he didn't want to fight. They sat for a long moment in silence. She was late. James looked at Harry and rolled his eyes, thinking that Harry was justifying his actions just because she'd been there. Ginny had been here a month and Harry didn't even like sitting next to her. A month away Harry, no Dad, she was late. It took a moment for him to process what he said, and then he turned to him. What, Harry, is Hermione? Harry shook his head, but we thought she was for a week. He fell silent as he looked at his son, as his shoulders seemed weighed down. 7 days, she always noted when it came, and about a month after we started she realized. James said, when? December, he said, we had to talk about it, and we had to discuss and debate on everything that would happen. We had to think about our options. Options? James said, as he looked at his son. What? Dad, we were in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of war, we were on the run. We didn't know how to check. We couldn't waste our supplies, oh fuck. Harry stopped, shaking his head. I didn't mean waste, it wasn't a waste, I didn't mean it like that. Harry, James said, as he put his hand on his shoulder, he tensed slightly but it was less. Just tell me. Harry took a breath. It was before Ron came back. We had to go into a town that we found, we had to find a place to hide. And for Hermione to rest. These people, they were out of town for the holidays, they had a crib. Harry's voice turned, and James watched the look in his eyes, remembering, regretting. They were expecting and the two of us were, just imagining the worst. What they would do if they found out. What they would do to her to the... James took a breath. Merlin, we thought about her leaving. I said that she could go, and I would figure things out. But... With Ron gone, and we didn't know if the Snatchers would find him, if he'd be tortured, and if he'd tell them where we were, what our plan was, what we had to do. And even if we did, he came back, he hated us. The Horcrux did things, and if he found out that she was, that we might have been, we couldn't go anywhere, so it was just the two of us, in that house, with that crib and that baby room, and Ron was right, I couldn't have done it without them. Without her. He took a breath. So he decided that she'd take a test, and if she was, we'd take care of it. Take care of it. Harry was silent, he shook his head. Harry, you don't mean. There was a place near us, maybe 2 days. We thought about what we'd do, we planned it. What time we were there. What we would say. We planned Polyjuice, but we didn't know if it would work on her. James stared at his son. And they were still looking for us, and if someone saw us going in, even if it was just a kid, our faces were everywhere. He waited, and Harry looked at him. Turns out she wasn't, she was just late, but the fact was that we'd already decided, and I think that's what made it worse. He took a deep breath, because we couldn't even pretend to be happy. We couldn't even give ourselves a day to imagine what our lives would be like. We both knew it. I think it changed the way we looked at each other. Just knowing what we'd do. What we'd have to do, because of who I was. Harry sighed and looked at his dad, shrugging. She was tortured by Bellatrix a few months later. Harry shook his head. If we decided to not do it, if it had been real, we'd have lost it anyway. Harry, I had to hear her screaming. Had to hear her screaming as Bellatrix carved into her. As she tortured her. And then we thought, afterwards when Ron saved her, that she'd never be safe with me. He looked down. We had to consider the worst afterwards. Ron and his family would keep her safe and I'd keep running. They just wanted me. But she could get away. The Weasleys knew magic. They knew people. They could be trusted to keep her safe as long as she was with Ron. But you don't have to do that now? Harry laughed. Did you forget that we were attacked today? James stared at him. And the media would have, Harry sighed. She wants privacy in her life, and I could never give her that. Someone will always try and find me, it's inevitable. Harry, you were just a kid. I was never a kid, Dad. I never got that chance. Then take it now. But there was a knock on the door and they both turned to see Lily standing there. Shacklebolt was behind her, watching the two of them. Shit, the press conference, Harry said, as he stood up. Yeah, I'll be right there. Harry, I'm fine, Harry said, as he looked at him, and then he headed towards Shacklebolt. She stepped forward, looking at James. What was that all about? But James could only look at his wife, as she stepped towards him. James? I can't watch him do this to himself anymore, James said. I can't watch him keep putting himself out there to protect others. She sighed as she looked at him. That's who he is. No, that's what they made him, Lils, he said. A month ago we dreamed of him growing up and playing Quidditch. You dreamed of him doing homework on our kitchen table. We dreamed of birthdays and celebrations and Christmas with him, and he never got any of that. Not really. Not like it should have been. James stood up and he looked out the window. He wants a family, he said. He wants Hermione. Lily looked up at him and he turned to her. You know, don't you? Lily looked down. I mean, you can tell. But what can we do? We can't force him. They forced him all his life, James said, biting back. We're his parents, I know we haven't been for a long time, but we're still his parents. It's for his own good, Lils. His own good. She looked up at him. He won't agree, and Hermione's leaving, I don't care, James said. I'm not putting him through this anymore. I'm not putting any of them through this. He took a breath. Call Remus, call all of them, whoever's left, James said. It's time we did what they should have done from the start. Protect him. Give him a chance. James was shaking. We have to give them the chance. Chapter endnotes. I apologize if I don't respond to comments, I'm blasting through these chapters. Chapter 19. He knew. Of course he knew. It had been obvious for ages, but he'd fooled himself, he'd lied to himself. He built up an image in his head of what he thought he saw, of what he thought she felt. But it had just been that, an image in his head. He felt like an idiot, and he knew he could blame Hermione, blame her and Harry for what they'd told him, just friends, just a sister, but it had never felt right. And it was that moment when they had been in the court, that cemented it for him. Hermione was going to pick Harry. She always picked Harry. Ronald Weasley had made a big fuss about how he had saved Hermione at Malfoy Manor, how he had run in to save Hermione, how he'd taken Bellatrix's wand and Harry had covered him as he tried to get to her. He'd done it because it was all he could think of. From the moment they had been separated, his only thought was to get to Hermione and save her. But that was it, wasn't it? Ron had only seen Hermione. He dived in for her, head first, hot-headed and just, single-minded, as if he had no other thought in his head. But Harry wasn't like that. As soon as they had been taken into the dungeons, Harry was calm, he was collected. While he had screamed for Hermione and clawed at the walls, tried to fight the ties around his wrists. Harry planned. When they were free, ready to save her, Ron ran straight in. He didn't think about the fact that they had more wands than them. He thought of nothing. He let his emotions get the better of him, assuming that Harry would just take care of the rest, that it would all work out. It'd all work out because Harry had to know what he was doing. That was the difference. Harry had been surrounded before, he'd been alone before. Dementors, Death Eaters, basilisks. Ron assumed that Harry knew better. I've got loads to learn. I bet, Harry said, I bet I'm the worst in the class. He shut his eyes at the memory of the 11-year-old Harry who lived in his mind, who didn't know who he was, who didn't know what was coming. Harry had learned. Cedric. Sirius. Mad-Eye. Dumbledore. Harry had lost. Then go, roared Harry. Go back to them. Pretend you've got over your spattergroid and Mummy'll be able to feed you up and... Ron covered his ears. He could still hear him, still see his face, angry at him for wanting to leave, and Ron had hated himself for it, hated himself because he could leave, and Harry and Hermione couldn't. They knew that it was more important to stay, to try. Harry had been given this task, this impossible task, and it had been because of his whole life. His whole life he thought it was his job to save everyone, to suffer for everyone. Harry sacrificed himself 100 times over, to make everyone sure everyone was okay. He'd never leave anyone behind. And then he'd walked into that forest, knowing what was waiting for him, knowing that it would give them their best chance if he killed the Horcrux in himself first. Ron hadn't understood, but Hermione had. Self-sacrificing prick, Ron muttered, but he was crying. Because he knew that Harry was the better man, he was the better wizard, because he put himself between them. He'd known it the moment that Harry had run after the troll in the girls' bathroom. He'd known it when he had attacked Sirius Black, without a wand, just ready to attack, to fight, to destroy the source. If he could attack the heart of what was wrong in the world, then everyone would be okay. But it was so much for someone who had so little. That was who Harry was. And Hermione. Ron knew who Hermione was. She was loyal, more loyal than Ron. Hermione didn't leave Harry's side, not when he was mad at her, not when everything was falling apart, not when they were lost or when she doubted him. She never left his side. Hermione had run to be by Harry's side. That's where she belonged. There you go. Now you get everything, right? Ron covered his face as he remembered how Harry had looked at him, like he'd looked at him when he'd left during the hunt, like he looked at him in 4th year when he'd gotten into the goblet. Harry got everything, the chaos, the hate, the articles, the rumors, the photographs, the attacks, the looks, the betrayals. Ron. He turned and wiped his face when Ginny came to sit next to him. She still looked pale, still looked shaken by what had happened. They had just come at them, attacked them, bombarded them with questions. They hadn't expected it, always thinking that they'd be safe behind. Or that they'd keep their cool. But the chaos of it had been frightening. Are you okay? She shook her head. Are you? He took a breath. It's her, isn't it? He asked quietly. Hermione? Ginny looked over at him, and he could see it in her eyes. That was the truth of it. What are we going to do? She took a breath. I think we both know what we have to do. He looked over at her and he nodded. The Weasley family had the biggest connections after the war. They had friends, they had been the heart of the order this time around, and yes, they had suffered, but they were still standing. The Potters were new. This was a new world to them. Everyone that they had relied on was gone. Everyone of the old order were too old to fight anymore. But the Weasleys, the army, they were still standing. And it was time to repay the debt that Harry had set up against them. We might not see them again. We will, Ginny said, as she looked at Ron, tears streaming down her eyes. He pulled her towards him, his arm around her shoulder as she sniffed and wiped her face. They're too noble for their own good to not. Ron laughed. Yeah, I suppose. They both sat there and then Ron took a breath. I'll call the others, he said. No, Ginny said. I'll call the others. You have to talk to Harry. They both sat there for a long while before they stood up and headed inside. They had a decision, they'd made it, and now they just had to go through with it. But it felt so much bigger for Ron, it felt right, it felt like a weight had been lifted off of him. Because now he could focus, single-minded and hot-headed and throwing himself into what was in front of him, but this time it was the right thing, it was the right thing to do. Hermione, can I come in? She looked up as Lily stepped in, she smiled at her. I'm just packing. I can see that, Lily said, as she walked over and sat on the edge of Hermione's bed. She smiled as she folded her clothes. She'd only just gotten here. James used to give me a rough time of it when I folded my clothes. You can use magic, he said. Hermione smiled at her. Hard to take the muggle out of the muggle-born. Lily chuckled. That's true. Hermione looked over at her, wondering why she was really here. James. Harry told James. What happened? Lily said, looking at her. That week. Hermione felt her heart cave into her chest, and she started crying immediately as Lily reached up and pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, it wasn't even real but. Shush, it's okay, Lily said, holding her. It was real to you. It was real to Harry. But Hermione shook her head into the hug. Because she hadn't told anyone. She hadn't even told Harry about it afterwards. She wanted a child. She wanted his child. She dreamed of them, brown hair and green eyes, with a brilliant smile. She imagined them, together, eating breakfast as they told stories about their adventures, as they had ice cream and rode bicycles. And she knew that she'd never have it, not with Harry, not with how he was, or what had happened afterwards. It's okay, Lily said, as Hermione finally calmed down, as she looked at Lily, eyes red with tears. I'm sorry that you two had to go through that. I think it was meant to, Hermione said. It made me realize more that I didn't want to be her anymore. The golden girl, in the public eye or anything like that. I wanted a quiet place. I wanted a quiet place for my family, that was all. They both sat down on the edge of the bed as Lily asked for Winky to bring her a glass of water. The house elf placed her hand on Hermione's leg, and she smiled at her as she disappeared. She'd noticed her dress, periwinkle blue. August, Hermione said, as she finally looked at Lily again. If it had been real, they'd have been born in August. Lily's eyes softened. And you were born in September. Hermione nodded. Yeah, it would have been, right between the both of us. She reached for her hand and squeezed it. You can still have that. Harry won't. Harry doesn't have a choice anymore, Lily said, and Hermione looked at her, concerned. What do you mean? Lily stood up and she looked at Hermione. It was then that Hermione saw the gleam in Lily's eyes. She was only 21 after all, a young adult with all the time in the world, with so much life in her. We have something for you downstairs, she said, but we'll have to be quick. Bring your bags. Hermione frowned as she turned to grab her bags, her wand waving and packing everything inside in an instant. And Lily was waiting at the door, her hand outstretched, just like Harry's usually was, and Hermione took it. He didn't want to go home, he didn't want to face James. A part of him had thought that maybe he had made a big deal about it, too big a deal. He thought that maybe James would tell him it was stupid and that he should just go and be with Hermione and fuck everyone else. But that was what scared him the most. It wasn't a lack of love, he knew that he loved her, that he'd love her for all of his life, it was the fact that he didn't know how to stop. He looked at the paperwork in front of him. Hermione had pinpointed more maps for them to take on their hunts for bodies. There were still so many to be found, so many that had gone missing without a trace. There were houses and areas that had been provided to them by the snatchers in custody. There were more trials, more funerals. Hell, there were still bodies of the dead at Hogwarts where the bridge had collapsed. And Harry was the one that had to see them all. Witness. He shut his eyes. He could still see the flashing lights after the trial. He could still see the wannabe Death Eaters fighting, trying to finish what had been started. They were always going to be there, and Harry was always going to be the one that was pushed forward to talk to the public, to calm them down, to assure them that he was on the front line and ready to fight against them. Like he always had been. There was no rest for him, the vision of that cottage, of Hermione, of a child. That was just a dream and he couldn't drag her into it. Ginny could handle it, she had her family to take care of her when things got bad, he'd seen it today. She'd gone to stay with them because she had that option, but Hermione didn't. Her parents were in just as much danger now as they had been during the war. And he couldn't protect them, he couldn't protect them all, so he was resolved to let her leave. Hey, Harry looked up, he hadn't realized that someone had been knocking on the door, and Ron was looking at him. You okay? Ron. She gasped and held on to him. Harry cleared his throat and began to shuffle his paperwork. How's Ginny? How's Hermione? Harry paused, and then continued to look down. Fine. Ron went to sit in the chair in front of Harry's desk, and Harry clenched his jaw so tightly he felt the pull of it in the base of his skull. He looked up at Ron, who was watching him. I know Harry, Ron said. Harry blinked, he swallowed and felt too weak to handle Ron's fury, but he took a breath. Do you want me to silence the room so you can yell at me? Harry looked up at him, and Ron's eyes bore into his. How long? He took a breath and shrugged. I don't. How long? December, he said. No, Ron said, looking at Harry. It was longer. Harry looked up at Ron, and he frowned, confused. I think it was the moment she fixed your glasses on the train, Ron said, and Harry's eyes widened as he looked at him. He looked away. I don't know what you don't, Ron said, his voice getting louder. Don't avoid it, Harry. You've been avoiding it for 7 bloody years and I won't have you do it now. Hermione and I would never work out. Why? Ron said. Huh? Because you're too much of an idiot to realize you love her, and I was too much of an idiot to not let you. Harry stared at him. Ron, it doesn't matter now, It does matter because you hurt Ginny. Harry hung his head and groaned. I didn't mean to. But you did, Ron said. She told me what you said, what you wanted, the offer you gave her, and that was so fucking like you, Harry. So like you to put her and everyone else in front of yourself. And I know that we didn't make it exactly easy on you, but fuck. Harry looked at him. You didn't have to be all noble about it, I was not. Shut up, just shut up, Ron said, as he took a breath and he looked at Harry. I know that things are wrong between us. Let me fucking finish, Harry. I know that things are wrong between us, they've been wrong for a while and, mainly it's your fault, it might be a little mine. Harry smiled as he shook his head. The point is, Harry, that I'm sorry. Harry looked up at him. It was the first time Ron had ever said the words to him. I'm sorry that you felt that you needed to do this and that you're an idiot. Ron said, and then he turned when he heard a knock on the door, and Harry was looking over to see Percy stepping inside. Hello, Harry, Percy said, shuffling some papers in his hand. Has Ron explained everything to you? Harry frowned. Explained. The search committee, Ron said, as he stood up, and Percy put the papers in front of him. You're signing off of it. What? Harry said, as he stood up, and Percy and Ron tensed as he did. This is my job. It's not, Ron said. It's my plan. I know it was your plan, and it's got your name all over it, but it's not your job, he said, as he pointed to the paperwork. You're handing it over to the DA. What? Harry asked. Is this fucking punishment for me and Hermione? Percy blinked, surprised, as he looked at Ron. No, Harry, this is me stopping you from being an idiot. Just sign the goddamned papers. No. Harry, for fuck's sake. Ron shouted, as they got closer. Sign the papers. You'll have to force me. Don't think I want, Ron said, as he looked at Harry. Merlin, Harry, we're giving you a way out. Harry shook his head. A way out of what? This is what I have to do. No, it's not, Ron said. Don't you see, Harry? You did what you had to do. You already did the most someone could do. Now it's time for us to do something for you. All of us. We all want to help. We all want to make up for it. For everything. Ron's voice broke. I want to make up for all of it. Harry stared at him. Ron. No, Ron said. You've done enough. You have, Harry, and I think that's why your parents and Sirius and Remus came back. It wasn't to punish you. It wasn't to say thank you. It was so that you could live the life that you should have had at the start. Ron looked at Harry. So just, sign the papers, Harry, he said. Rest. He looked at Ron and he felt his breath calming, but his head felt strange, like this was a dream. He was lightheaded, but focused. The papers were in front of him, and he took a breath as he tried to read through them, but they were just jumbles of words. And he trusted Ron. This time he trusted him. He signed the papers, the ink melting into the parchment in glowing gold, and Harry stared at it for a long while. Good, Ron said, as he looked at him. Now go home, Harry. Chapter 20 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. 14. That's how many times she read and reread the pages in front of her. At first, it had been because she was making sense of it, then, to understand it, and then, to believe what it was telling her. What they were offering to do for him, for them. Them. She stood up as the grate burst into flames and Harry stepped out. The kitchen was without Creature and Winky, both having been asked to give them a little privacy as they spoke, and she was glad, because she didn't think she could do this with an audience. He was holding some papers in his hand and she looked at them. Inhaling slightly at the familiar look in his eyes, she felt her pulse quicken as he looked at her, as he looked around the room. Where is, I asked them to give us some privacy. He turned to her, and she stepped towards him as he turned away, always assuming the worst. Harry. Ron knows, he said, as he swallowed and then turned to her. He put the papers he'd brought home down. He came into the office. Hermione inhaled a shaky breath as she looked at him, as she went forward, her eyes scanning, searching. He didn't look injured, didn't look hurt, he just looked tired. But how, I think. Harry shut his eyes as she touched him, as she had him turn to face her, as her hands reached up and held his face, comforting, to have her so close. I think they just figured it out. What happened? He came to the office, he had all these papers for me to sign and, papers, Harry. I signed my work off to them, to the DA, he said, rushing through it. I don't know how we'll do it, but we'll figure it out. We'll find a way for them to not follow us, for us to go and live somewhere, to rest. Just like you wanted, just like. He looked at her, her eyebrows were raised. What papers? He shut his eyes and he held them out for her, and she sat there, on the table, him standing between her legs, hands on her thighs as she read through the pages. She knew that he was watching her, like he always did, watching her brows furrow, watching her mouth tighten, the way she looked when she. Hermione, he said, will you marry me? She stopped and looked at him. What? Harry stood there, looking at her, seeing how she was in the kitchen, seeing the look in her eyes, the way that she read through paperwork, held him. He was only comforted by her, felt safe only when he was near her. Is that a stupid question to ask? She put the papers down, her eyes searching his. Harry. If it is, then I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry for being stupid and being an idiot and for the fact that you have to deal with me, but it's been you. I think it's been you for a while, and I know that the war. Fuck, we did some fucked up stuff. We did. We had to survive, but. She stepped towards him. He felt some of his worries lessen. We'll figure out how to manage it all. We'll figure out a way to still help, and we'll figure out a way to protect your parents and. She kissed him, holding him and silencing his rushing brain, and when she pulled back, they were both breathing slowly. It's okay, right? He said, looking at her. It's okay? It is, she said, but we need to talk about something else. She pulled him closer when she saw the panicked look in her eyes, the last time she'd said that they'd. It's nothing bad, she said, as their foreheads touched, as he so openly and carelessly held her, as they both held one another. It was easy. It was so easy when it was just the two of them, when it was just them alone in the world. Just. Hermione looked at him. You told your dad. He looked up at her, and he nodded. He caught us, yesterday, and she sighed as she ran her fingers through his hair. Your mom suspected something too, and, well, they did something for us. He looked up at her and she turned to a small pile of paperwork on the table, which she picked up and held in between them. What's? They want to be the executors of the Survivors Fund, she said. I know that it used to be your vault, and so it's under your name, but they're your parents, and they want to take over. He looked at her. Why? So that, she stopped and looked at him, her eyes filling with tears. So that you don't have to worry about it anymore. Harry looked at her, and then at the paperwork. The Survivors Fund, the search, the press. If he signed those papers, then he'd be free of all of it, he wouldn't have to do any of it. But that would mean. She reached up and held his face, her eyes meeting his. "Come with me," she said, "come with me to Australia. Let me take you to the beach, to walk in the mountains." She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer, their lips touching, her words whispered against his mouth. "Days in bed," she said. "We won't run anymore, we won't hide, they won't look for us, they." She shook her head. "They want to do the Fidelius charm," she said, and he shut his eyes as he shook his head, unable to believe it. "Harry, they'd never find us." He held her. And then what? He asked her. What had happened, months ago, still haunting them, still hanging between them? "We try," she said. "We try, Harry." It was something that he never thought that he'd have the chance to do. It was something that, after the hunt, after the battle, had seemed the furthest thing from him. To try and live a life, to try and live. But today, of all days, Ron had come to his office and had given his blessing, of sorts, for him and Hermione. He'd handed over the work that was haunting him, to the DA. His parents would take over the Survivors Fund, freeing him from it. And Hermione was offering him another world, another place. Rest, time, and love, family. His own. And suddenly he didn't want to leave them. He just got them back. Harry looked up at her and she smiled when she saw the look in his eyes. "They thought of that too," she said. "But we'll need to find somewhere with a fireplace." He blinked at her as they held one another, as they stood in the kitchen, arms wrapped in one another. "This doesn't feel real," he said to her. "It's like it's another dream." "Then we're in the same one," she said, and he smiled as she leaned forward and kissed him again. It was a nightmare. It was always a nightmare. He'd woken up screaming and seeing shadows on the walls again, and she had rubbed his back and held him and told him that he was safe, that everything was okay. And then, when the wisps of shadow had vanished, they met each other in hazy passion. She gasped as their hands gripped together, bodies shivering at their release, and she was sighing as they breathed against one another, as they left slow and lingering kisses on one another. "Morning," Hermione laughed, "morning." Harry looked down at her, saw her face, still pillow-marked from their sleep, but so beautiful in the morning light. Was he still dreaming? Because last night they had fallen into bed together, they had lain together without worry that they'd be chased out, that they'd be caught, that they'd be running afterwards. And they had talked. She told him about the house her parents had in Australia, the mountains, the walks, the days by the beach. The day they accidentally went fishing in crocodile-infested waters because they didn't read the warning signs. They had laughed, they had lain together and thought about the possibilities. There were so many possibilities. "We'll come back," Hermione said, as she looked at him. "It won't be forever." "I know but," Harry said, "I just got them back." But she did know, she knew what it was like now. It was ridiculous how similar their lives had been and how different they had been as well. Harry wished he could turn back time to the moment he had met her and told her that she would be it for him, but things would have been different. "Yes. You asked me a question last night," she said, and he turned to look at her. She was smiling at him. "Yes." Harry, for a moment, lay there stunned before he sat up and looked at her. "I thought." "What?" "I thought you were going to tell me it's too soon, that we're too young, that we don't have anything prepared or that." He started to ramble, thinking of anything else that she could possibly say. Or that, I'm too much of an idiot for you to marry." But she was still smiling at him. Well, that all might be true but, she sighed. It's been too much in so little time. Hermione pulled him towards her. "So, marry me, Harry Potter. Say yes." Harry took a breath and he smiled. Yes. They didn't get out of bed for at least another hour, and she tried not to blush when Sirius smirked at her over his coffee cup when they came into the kitchen later. James and Lily were trying not to smile too, trying not to be pleased and proud, but it couldn't be helped when Harry gave them the paperwork, filled and signed. "I'll take them to the bank today," James said, as he looked at Harry. James paused for a moment and Harry could see that he was struggling slightly. "You're coming back, right?" Harry smiled at him. "Don't I always?" She leaned against him as they swayed gently to the music. Everyone else had vanished, gone to their rooms to rest or nurse the headache they would have in the morning, but for now it was just the two of them swaying as they danced. "I'm surprised you haven't taken me to bed, Mrs. Potter. I thought I'd give you some rest, Mr. Potter." He smiled as he moved, pressing a kiss to her temple as their foreheads touched, as their breathing slowed and calmed as they danced. It had been small, completely small, just her parents and his parents, Sirius and Remus and Kingsley, as celebrant. They hadn't invited anyone else out of the order, and nor had they invited anyone from the DA. They had decided that they were going to leave and change their names, live in new identities. No one would find them, and they weren't going to risk anyone. There were attacks still, as the trials went on, as more bodies were found, and it scared them. It scared them that they had been right, that it wouldn't really end, not for them. They would still have nightmares and still have demons, and they'd have to live with them, take it with them in their baggage. But they had one another, and that was the greatest consolation. When should we tell them? Hermione asked. We tried to, Harry said. I kept dropping hints all day. And I didn't drink anything, she said. I really thought Lily or my mum would get it, he smiled. Maybe we're just too subtle, he said. Hermione's pregnant. Shush, she said, as she pushed him, but he smiled at her, leaning her head against her. We'll tell them in the morning. They swayed and breathed in together. Should they go to Hogwarts? She said. Would they figure it out? Who they are? Even if we change our name? Even if we stay away? I suppose we have a few years to figure that out, he said. There was a slight cough to the side, and they both turned to see Winky and Creature standing there, looking at them. Harry and Hermione had invited them to the wedding, had let them dress up. Creature had worn Regulus' locket and some of his old clothes, and Winky her old Crouch uniform, although she felt less herself in it than she did in her Grimmauld Place clothes. Master, is what you said true? Harry blushed, and he turned to Hermione, who nodded at them. Is that? Will you guys be okay with helping us? Winky rushed forward and hugged Hermione's legs, her cries loud as Hermione leaned down to hug her. She looked up at Harry as she was certain that everyone else would wake up, and then Harry turned to Creature and nodded to him. It'll be a fine way to build a house, sir, Creature said, sniffling slightly. A fine way to build a house. What's going on? James said, as he rushed in, wand out. He looked at the scene in front of him, and Hermione looked at them as Winky stepped back, wiping her face as she saw Hermione. I will make you Winky's special rice pudding. It is very good for growing babies, she said, as she cried again and headed to the kitchen, and some ginger tea. It is very good for the sickness. Creature looked at Harry, and then he looked at Hermione, and bowed down low. Mistress. He stepped out as Harry and Hermione held hands, and looked at the others, who had heard Winky and who now looked at the two of them. Really? Are you kidding? Sirius muttered, not surprised it wasn't sooner. They were engulfed in hugs and cries, and Hermione leaned into her mother as she held her face. It had been a worry. They had been so worried about her, the weeks of nightmares after the battle. But now it seemed that the world was finally clicking into place. It wouldn't be the same, they'd leave so much behind, but they had a future, and they were going to try and figure that out together. Shacklebolt retiring Minister for Magic. Kingsley Shacklebolt has shocked the British wizarding community by announcing his retirement yesterday evening. This, of course, due to speculation that he is getting too old for the position, although many other ministers continued to serve the role far past their sell-by date. It has been 10 years since his rise to the position, and for 10 years he had served the community well, but it has not always been smooth sailing for the old soldier. Of course, one cannot forget the intense scrutiny that he faced when asked about the whereabouts of Harry Potter, the boy who lived and savior of the wizarding world. While the minister has refused to answer any questions pertaining to Mr. Potter, to this day, it is clear to this reporter that things are slightly amiss. Sources from the time criticized Shacklebolt and his use of Mr. Potter while he was still only an interim minister for magic, using the savior as a way to raise his platform amongst the post-war community. However, it should be noted that 1 month after the final battle, just as the minister was being officially sworn in, Harry Potter disappeared completely, and rumors abounded that perhaps Harry Potter had not survived the battle at all. This reporter can surely state that any attempts at locating Mr. Potter, or indeed several other Order and DA members, has led to cold trails, near misses, and disappointment. Most notably of Miss Hermione Granger, who disappeared shortly after the battle and only returned for the trial of Mr. Draco Malfoy, who was acquitted of all crimes after a substantial donation from the Malfoy estate into the Survivors Fund. Needless to say, many still speculate, even 10 years on, if the entire thing had been a hoax, or indeed, a trick of the returned Potters. Of course, I go into more detail on the returned family in my new book. Excuse me? Amelia looked up from the newspaper and blinked at the young boy that stood at her compartment door. Do you mind? Everywhere else is full. No, please, she said, as she gestured. He blinked at her as he came in. That's a funny accent. You have funny hair. The boy beamed at her as he sat down opposite her. I'm a metamorphagus, it means I can change your appearance at will, she stated as she folded the newspaper she had been reading up, and put it on the seat next to her. My mother has told me all about them. Is your mother a witch? My dad too, she said, although my mum's Muggleborn, so I'm not a pure witch. My grandfather was Muggleborn too, he's who I'm named after, he said, and then he held out his hand. Teddy Lupin. Amelia Lily Wilkins, she said, her bright green eyes shining, contrasting greatly to her brown hair, which her mother had plaited for her for the sorting ceremony. And as for what you said before, I'm from Australia. Australia, he said, surprised. What are you doing going to Hogwarts? Well, my parents went to Hogwarts, years ago, she said, and we just moved back for me to start school here. So you've never been to London? When I was little we used to come a lot, but something happened and my mum and dad decided to just stay in Australia. My aunt and uncle come to visit sometimes though. I'm named after my Aunt Lily. I have an Aunt Lily too, Teddy said, happy to be able to talk to her, Aunt Lily and Uncle James. She blinked at him, her green eyes slightly surprised. My uncle's name is James too. They both stared at one another and then she smiled and looked down, but he was smiling too. Well, it's nice to meet you, he said, and she smiled widely at him. It's nice to meet you too. Chapter end notes. Oomph. So that's the end of this story. Thank you for all those who dropped by and read it and commented. I did appreciate all the hits and kudos and bookmarks. But it's done now and I am so happy that it worked out exactly as I imagined in my head. There will be a few questions. 1. Wilkins is the last name that Hermione gave her parents when they went to Australia, so it was only suitable that Harry and Hermione change their last names to Wilkins so that nobody could find them, and to make sure that their kids grew up in a perfectly ordinary household. 2. There was Deffa Ginny, Neville vibe. 3. Harry and Hermione did return back to London for a few years after the birth of Amelia, but there was a very close call with reporters and them being almost seriously injured by a stampede of people eager to see them that they decided to just not return. Which then leads to 4. Teddy and Amelia did know one another when they were little, but they're probably too young to remember it. For the safety of the family they decided to let them meet naturally when they went to school together. They're both born within the same year catchment, so they do go to Hogwarts in the same year. 5. Amelia does know that her mother and father were in the war. She had it explained to her, but growing up in a different environment away from all of that, she probably has no idea what it actually means. 6. I didn't write Remus a lot, prob cause I kept forgetting about him, but also cause I imagine he's busy with a 1-month-old baby. 7. Easier to explain that James and Lily were their aunt and uncle cause they're like 3 years older than Harry and Hermione. I may have an added chapter of adventures of their lives, just cause as someone commented, I gave you a lot of angst and I'd like to balance it out. Fun stuff. So, I was thinking we could take some bikes to the beach today. What? Harry looked up from the piles of letters that his mother and father sent them. They could use the Flow network link that they had installed, but they liked to send letters the old-fashioned way. Mostly because once they had flew in during a very intimate moment between Harry and Hermione a few days into their move. I said we should take those bikes in the garage down to the beach. Harry stared at her. I don't know how to ride a bike. She looked at him. Really? Did you think Dudley was ever going to share with me? She stared at him as he went back down. Let's just apparate, it's faster, Harry. Hermione, he said, eyebrows raised. It's fine, really. But she had a look in her eye, and he recognized it. Oh Hermione, please don't. No, we've got all day. I don't really want to. Come on, she said, as she held out her hand. Harry sighed as he put the envelopes down and put his hand in hers. She smiled as she led him down to the garage. 3 hours later they were still there. Okay, that was close. Hermione, are you sure? This is the way everyone learns, she said. And you nearly got it that time, just stop thinking. Not hard, Harry muttered to himself, which earned him a playful slap from Hermione. Okay, try again. This is stupid, I don't need. You do need, she said, as she moved to kiss his face, smiling at him. It's all a part of growing up. Harry was about to say something, but then he fell silent, because she was right. And Harry wanted to grow up properly this time. Okay, she said. I can feel it this time. Lucky you, Harry said, as he began to move his feet onto the pedals of the bicycle. He felt less and less wobbly, but he was still nervous he'd fall. He began to go a little faster, a little more confident, and he was breathing heavily. Hermione, is it meant to be Hermione? Hermione. His feet touched the ground and he stopped and turned to look at Hermione, meters behind him, her hands over her mouth, and then she was running towards him. You did it. You did it, Harry. He gasped, feeling her weight as she threw herself into his arms, and he was laughing as she kissed him. Oh Harry, you did it. I did, Harry said, half bewildered himself. Holy shit, I just rode a bicycle. You did, she said, as she held his face. Oh Harry, I'm so proud of you. He looked at her and then looked down. He felt his throat tighten, his vision blur as he pulled her closer, as she held him. Thank you. Thank you. Well, she said, as she held him, you had to learn, didn't you? I did, he said, as he looked at the bicycle proudly. Are you sure you didn't use a stabilizing spell? No such thing, she said as she walked back to put her own helmet on and get her bicycle. Harry was staring at her. What? Nothing, just, he inhaled sharply. Let's go. I've been through worse, she told herself. I've been through worse. I've been through worse. But she still screamed as the pain rose up in her, as it seemed to set fire to every bit of her body. She pressed her face against his chest, sweat soaking into his shirt as he held her, not that either of them cared at this moment. And Harry was holding her, a wet cloth on the back of her neck, talking to her. It's all right. You're doing so good, Hermione. Hermione gripped onto him tightly as she breathed heavily, as she cried out and tried to ride out the contraction. But they were so close together, she couldn't tell them apart anymore. She knew, in her logical mind, that it meant that she was close, that they were close, but she couldn't think about that right now. There was no time to rest. She could hear Harry, his voice vibrating against her face as she shut her eyes, breathing, trying to listen to him and his words. I know, babe, I know, just a few more, she screamed louder as the next contraction hit. She was shaking her head. I can't. You can. You can, you're so strong. Hermione, you're so amazing. She screamed again and held onto him as she felt her mother near her, rubbing her back, and Lily's voice. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Hermione, do you want to move? Hermione shook her head. She was kneeling. Harry was in front of her, holding her. She could feel it, and she didn't want to move. She couldn't. The pain was so strong, she couldn't move. I can't do this. I can't. You can, love, he said, as he held her, as he hugged her through another contraction. You can do anything. Breathe, breathe. She screamed as Harry kissed the top of her head, and then she heard Lily. Okay, she looks like she's ready to meet you, so let's. Hermione screamed as she held onto Harry, as he held her back just as fiercely. Don't let go, darling. Don't let go. You're so strong. So strong. Push. It felt like it went on forever, but Lily told her afterwards that it had been fairly quick. But Hermione could barely pay attention to her. She felt so tired, so exhausted, as if she had never slept before in her life. She thanked Lily, felt her mother kiss her on top of her head, as she leaned against Harry's arm, and looked at their daughter sleepily. She's so little, Harry said. To you maybe, Hermione replied, but she knew what he meant. They both sat there and thought about what would have happened if they had needed to make that choice. It was clear now what would have happened if she had been pregnant. They would have needed help, through everything. They knew nothing about childbirth, but this little thing, this little girl in their arms, it was more than either of them could have ever known. She was more important than anything that could ever exist. Lily says she's healthy, Harry said, as he looked at Hermione. She's perfect, Hermione. You did such a good job. See? She said, I can cook. He laughed and she smiled as she shut her eyes. They hadn't gone to the hospital, neither magical nor muggle, so Lily had been the only choice. She had been training to be a healer when she had been alive, and she went back to it now. She just started again. It had been the logical choice because they wanted it to be private. Nobody knew, nobody had to know. Although Harry could have done with a lot less of his father and serious commentary on how Lily was better at wounds than babies. Luckily Hermione's mother hadn't been shy to voice her opinion, which proved to Harry where Hermione got her temper from. But they came in later, creeping in slowly and carefully to not wake Hermione or little Amelia. Of course, they also had to contend with Winky, who refused to let the little one out of her sight, and who raised a wooden spoon when she saw James take a camera out. "It's just one just out," Winky said, as she bustled them out of the room. But Harry had seen Sirius sidestep the house elf, distracted by James. He watched as he took a small camera out, a muggle one, and take a snapshot of her. Little Amelia sleeping, her small wrinkled hands clutching onto a lavender blanket. It was all they could take, all they could have, of their growing family. Sirius kept his in a frame on his kitchen table, so whenever he came home from work, from stacks of paperwork, he'd sit across a yawning Amelia and tell her all about his day. As she grew older, the kitchen table filled with so many more photographs, and Sirius always had a lot to say to them. It wasn't funny, but it made Harry laugh even harder as he remembered it. She could have been seriously hurt. Sirius and James roared beside him, and even Hermione couldn't help but smirk, unable to properly chastise them. "Shush, you'll wake Amelia up." Those words had an immediate effect on them, but it didn't stop the smiles on their face. "I'm sorry, Mum, it's just," Harry said, wiping the tears off his face. "The only time I've ever seen Aunt Petunia scream as much as that was when Hagrid tried to turn Dudley into a pig." The laughter began again and Lily put her hand on her hips as she looked at them. They had found them. It had been 3 years of searching and they had found them tucked away into a small village in Bramley. And perhaps they should have started slow, perhaps. They should have started with a letter, with Harry visiting them, instead of what they had done instead. "Toonie!" Lily exclaimed as soon as the door opened, then the screaming. And then, Petunia falling flat, like a plank of wood onto the carpet. They'd been lucky that Vernon wasn't there or he would have cast them out of the house for making her faint like that, or because of the ensued laughter that followed. Harry had doubled from the pain of it. But it had been a nice lunch, even with the sniggers and giggles returning every now and then, and Petunia and Lily had promised to have a long talk afterwards, which resulted in Petunia looking rather guilty and worried. But Lily knew, Harry had told her, but Lily had missed out on 17 years of life, and she wasn't going to waste any of the new time she had on regrets and anger. Although even she couldn't have helped the smile that crossed her face when she remembered her sister's face. "I turned around for a minute, just to get ice creams," Lily said, still shaking despite the calming potion that Remus had given her. "It was just a minute and..." "It's okay, they're okay," but they all knew that they weren't. Amelia had cried for hours until she exhausted herself asleep. Teddy had been silent and straight-faced, but Harry had seen how tense he had been, how his small hands had bunched up into little fists, because he knew that he hadn't been able to do anything in the face of all that chaos. It wasn't the first time either. When Amelia had been 3 years old they had been in the park for a picnic, just outside Grimmauld Place. They had decided to not venture out to any large parks, wondering if there was a higher chance that they would be spotted, but they didn't count on Rita Skeeter and her inability to let things go, her tenaciousness. And they hadn't counted on the record in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, records that existed because Harry had asked Shacklebolt to check on their neighbors, tortured by Death Eaters which had lingered and looked for their hideaway house. Amelia had brought her in, just thinking that she was a beautiful bug that she had found, her Australian upbringing teaching her to be cautious but kind to bugs and animals, and this one had spoken to her so sweetly. It had only been when Sirius had heard her, talking to the bug, telling her all about her life in Australia and her parents that they realized what was happening. Hermione obliviated Rita, really meaning it, so she would never remember what she had learned. She sent the letter to the Ministry of Magic about Rita's status as an animagus that same hour, but Rita had been right when she had told Harry about what they would do to her. The Aurors and Wizengamot had bigger fish to fry than to look at illegal animagus status. And it didn't help that people were eager to see the Potters and what they had been up to. Nothing was done. But this time they needed to do something. "They'll remember," Remus said, "later, when they're older. Is it the right thing to do? Is it cruel?" "It's cruel to let them be like this," James said, as he looked at Hermione and Harry. Hermione, who sat with her stomach heavy and swollen with another child, their second. "It would only get more difficult from here." "We'll explain it to them," Harry finally said. When they're older. Who we are and why we had to do it. They can hate us then but now. Harry shut his eyes and shook his head, his shoulders breathing in deeply. Right now our little girl is having nightmares and I can't put her through that. She can't have more bad than good days. And it happened so quickly, Hermione said, still remembering how they had shouted, how they had arrived at Diagon Alley to see Fortescue's ice cream parlor filled with people, all of them scrambling to get a look, to see the possible children of the boy who lived. And it all had started just because she had the same green eyes as her father, because Teddy drew attention to himself as a metamorphagus. It was something that couldn't be helped, couldn't be hidden, it was just who they were. They had never thought the day would come that they would have to give their children Polyjuice Potion, just to get them out of the store, just so that people who saw them would look and realize that they had been mistaken. It had been too close, too dangerous. Most kids don't remember things that young anyway. Speak for yourself, Harry muttered as he looked at Sirius, who looked away. I'm sorry. No, you're right, kid. But they all knew what it meant. No more visits to London, no more extended trips to Australia, no more Teddy and Amelia. They'll meet again, Hermione said, as she looked at Harry. School. They all looked at Harry and Hermione. She's going to Hogwarts. We'll give her the choice, Harry said, when she gets her letter. It was Hermione that did it, with a weak heart and wish that they'd remember when they got older, they'd remember one another and focus on the good and not the bad that came from it. Amelia stopped having nightmares and Teddy stopped being angry, and when they remembered years later, they forgave their parents, because they just got their best friend back. To Harry it was the best time of the year, to Hermione, it was the worst. It was when the humidity made her hair frizz up twice its normal size, the time that she missed the cold and snowy Christmas of England. The time where the thought of anything warm to eat made her skin crawl. When waking up early was mandatory because the sun was already burning like it was midday at 4 a.m. And when there was just never enough ice in the bloody house. But there were considerable consolations. Like the fact that every few days they'd go to the seafood market really early and buy prawns as big as her hand, that they'd eat oysters freshly shucked off the shore. The time when they ate mangoes and nectarines like little kids, letting the sweet juice run down their face and arms. Or when they'd go to watch park rugby games and eat watermelon that made them tipsy for hours. It was when they'd all go riding down to the beach to get tanned, something she never could have done in England, and making sandcastles on top of whoever fell asleep first in the family. But for 2 weeks, it was also farm time. Time that she got to watch Harry wrangling the ostriches across the paddock, the large graceful birds looking around and watching for food. It was the time that, for a few days, Hermione went horseback riding whenever she wanted. It was when they'd wrap presents in their rooms secretly and place it under the tree in the morning. It had started off as a stay cation, somewhere close to them. It was August who had wanted to go. He loved animals so much and they had all been surprised by how much they had enjoyed it as well. And Harry, well, he took to it like a duck to water. He was used to manual labor. And he enjoyed it. They all did. It was a break from the routine, and she loved going out and feeding the chickens, watching August and Amelia play with the dogs. When there was only the occasional scream for a spider or a snake in the shed. But mostly it was about how far removed it was from anything they'd ever known. How it wasn't running, chasing, fear or worry. It was family, and laughing, and shouting, and planning. And at night time, when the kids fell asleep in their rooms listening to the sound of the cicadas, it was Harry and Hermione moving inexplicably together, finding each other and holding one another as if they were still teenagers in the tent. As if time had never passed, as if nothing had moved in the world. It was something theirs and theirs completely. Please drop comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.